Flowers in the Attic by V.C. Andrews. The book is divided into two parts. It has 22 chapters and a prologue and epilogue. It is 411 pages long. The following information about the book and its author is included for the interest of our listeners. Virginia Cleo Andrews was born and educated in Portsmouth, Virginia. She worked as a fashion illustrator, commercial artist, portrait painter, and gallery exhibitor before writing her first novel, Flowers in the Attic, which in 1979 rocketed to the bestsellers list only 2 weeks after it was published. Flowers in the Attic is the story of the 4 Dollanganger children. The offspring of an incestuous union, the children are locked up in an attic because if their grandfather learns of their existence, he will cut their mother out of his will. Forgotten by their unfeeling mother, physically beaten by their sadistic grandmother, the children turn to each other for love. In the sequel, Petals on the Wind, the children finally escape from the attic and are able to wreak revenge on their mother and grandmother. When Andrews is working on a novel, she reports, she becomes completely absorbed in what she is doing. Often she will work through the night. She so empathizes with her characters that if one dies, she is grief-stricken. Another of her quirks is to hang a mirror behind her typewriter so that she can then project better. It takes about 50 pages, she says, before I can begin to really identify with my characters, so they do take me up and out of myself to such a degree my own life becomes secondary. As in Flowers in the Attic, the situation was not pleasant, but there is no beauty without ugliness and no enjoyment without suffering. We have to have the shade in order to see the light, and that is all I do in a story, put my characters in the shade and try before the ending to have them in the sunlight. My novels are also based on dreams and situations taken from my own life in which I change the pattern so that what might have happened actually does happen, and therein lies the tale. Miss Andrews has written 7 novels in all, 4 of them about the Dollanganger family. The dedication reads, "This book is dedicated to my mother." And part 1 is prefaced by a quotation from Isaiah chapter 45, verse 9. "Shall the clay say to him that fashioneth it, What makest thou?" Prologue. It is so appropriate to color hope yellow, like that sun we seldom saw. And as I begin to copy from the old memorandum journals that I kept for so long, a title comes as if inspired, "Open the window and stand in the sunshine." Yet I hesitate to name our story that, for I think of us more as flowers in the attic, paper flowers, born so brightly colored and fading duller through all those long, grim, dreary, nightmarish days when we were held prisoners of hope and kept captives by greed. But we were never to color even one of our paper blossoms yellow. Charles Dickens would often start his novels with the birth of the protagonist, and being a favorite author of both mine and Chris's, I would duplicate his style if I could. But he was a genius, born to write without difficulty, while I find every word I put down with tears, with bitter blood, with sour gall, well mixed and blended with shame and guilt. I thought I would never feel ashamed or guilty, that these were burdens for others to bear. Years have passed, and I am older and wiser now, accepting, too. The tempest of rage that once stormed within me has simmered down, so I can write, I hope, with truth, and with less hatred and prejudice than would have been the case a few years ago. So, like Charles Dickens, in this work of fiction, I will hide myself away behind a false name and live in fake places, and I will pray to God that those who should will hurt when they read what I have to say. Certainly, God, in his infinite mercy, will see that some understanding publisher will put my words in a book and help grind the knife that I hope to wield. Chapter 1. Goodbye, Daddy. Truly, when I was very young, way back in the 50s, I believed all of life would be like one long and perfect summer day. After all, it did start out that way. There's not much I can say about our earliest childhood, except that it was very good, and for that I should be everlastingly grateful. We weren't rich, we weren't poor. If we lacked some necessity, I couldn't name it. If we had luxuries, I couldn't name those either, without comparing what we had to what others had. And nobody had more or less in our middle-class neighborhood. In other words, short and simple, we were just ordinary run-of-the-mill children. Our daddy was a PR man for a large computer manufacturing firm located in Gladstone, Pennsylvania, population 12,602. He was a huge success, our father, for often his boss dined with us and bragged about the job Daddy seemed to perform so well. "It's that all-American, wholesome, devastatingly good-looking face and charming manner that does them in. Great God in heaven, Chris, what sensible person could resist a fellow like you?" Heartily, I agreed with that. Our father was perfect. He stood 6 feet 2, weighed 180 pounds, and his hair was thick and flaxen blonde, and waved just enough to be perfect. His eyes were cerulean blue, and they sparkled with laughter, with his great zest for living and having fun. His nose was straight, and neither too long nor too narrow, nor too thick. He played tennis and golf like a pro, and swam so much he kept a suntan all through the year. He was always dashing off on airplanes to California, to Florida, to Arizona, or to Hawaii, or even abroad on business, while we were left at home in the care of our mother. When he came through the front door late on Friday afternoons, every Friday afternoon, he said he couldn't bear to be separated from us for longer than 5 days. Even if it were raining or snowing, the sun shone when he beamed his broad, happy smile on us. His booming greeting rang out as soon as he put down his suitcase and briefcase. "Come greet me with kisses if you love me." Somewhere near the front door my brother and I would be hiding, and after he'd called out his greeting, we'd dash out from behind a chair or the sofa to crash into his wide-open arms, which seized us up at once and held us close, and he warmed our lips with his kisses. Fridays, they were the best days of all, for they brought Daddy home to us again. In his suit pockets he carried small gifts for us. In his suitcases he stored the larger ones to dole out after he greeted our mother, who would hang back and wait patiently until he had done with us. And after we had our little gifts from his pockets, Christopher and I would back off to watch Mama drift slowly forward, her lips curved in a welcoming smile that lit up our father's eyes, and he'd take her in his arms and stare down into her face as if he hadn't seen her for at least a year. On Fridays, Mama spent half the day in the beauty parlor, having her hair shampooed and set and her fingernails polished, and then she'd come home to take a long bath in perfumed, oiled water. I'd perch in her dressing room and wait to watch her emerge in a filmy negligee. She'd sit at her dressing table to meticulously apply makeup. And I, so eager to learn, drank in everything she did to turn herself from just a pretty woman into a creature so ravishingly beautiful she didn't look real. The most amazing part of this was our father thought she didn't wear makeup. He believed she was naturally a striking beauty. Love was a word lavished about in our home. "Do you love me? For I most certainly love you. Did you miss me? Are you glad I'm home? Did you think about me when I was gone? Every night? Did you toss and turn and wish I were beside you, holding you close? For if you didn't, Corinne, I might want to die." Mama knew exactly how to answer questions like these, with her eyes, with soft whispers, and with kisses. One day, Christopher and I came speeding home from school with the wintry wind blowing us through the front door. "Take off your boots in the foyer," Mama called out from the living room, where I could see her sitting before the fireplace, knitting a little white sweater fit for a doll to wear. I thought it was a Christmas gift for me, for one of my dolls. "And kick off your shoes before you come in here," she added. We shed our boots and heavy coats and hoods in the foyer, then raced in stockinged feet into the living room with its plush white carpet. That pastel room, decorated to flatter our mother's fair beauty, was off limits for us most of the time. This was our company room, our mother's room, and never could we feel really comfortable on the apricot brocade sofa or the cut velvet chairs. We preferred Daddy's room, with its dark panelled walls and tough plaid sofa, where we could wallow and fight and never fear we were damaging anything. "It's freezing outside, Mama," I said breathlessly, as I fell at her feet, thrusting my legs toward the fire. "But the ride home on our bikes was just beautiful. All the trees are sparkled with diamond icicles and crystal prisms on the shrubs. It's a fairyland out there, Mama. I wouldn't live down south where it never snows for anything." Christopher did not talk about the weather and its freezing beauty. He was 2 years and 5 months my senior, and he was far wiser than I. I know that now. He warmed his icy feet as I did, but he stared up at Mama's face, a worried frown drawing his dark brows together. I glanced up at her, too, wondering what he saw that made him show such concern. She was knitting at a fast and skilled pace, glancing from time to time at instructions. "Mama, are you feeling all right?" he asked. "Yes, of course," she answered, giving him a soft, sweet smile. "You look tired to me." She laid aside the tiny sweater. "I visited my doctor today," she said, leaning forward to caress Christopher's rosy, cold cheek. "Mama!" he cried, taking alarm. "Are you sick?" She chuckled softly, then ran her long, slim fingers through his tousled blonde curls. "Christopher Dollenganga, you know better than that. I've seen you looking at me with suspicious thoughts in your head." She caught his hand and one of mine and placed them both on her bulging middle. "Do you feel anything?" she asked, that secret, pleased look on her face again. Quickly, Christopher snatched his hand away as his face turned blood red. But I left my hand where it was, wondering, waiting. "What do you feel, Kathy?" Beneath my hand, under her clothes, something weird was going on. Little faint movements quivered her flesh. I lifted my head and stared up in her face, and to this day I can still recall how lovely she looked, like a Raphael Madonna. "Mama, your lunch is moving around, or else you have gas." Laughter made her blue eyes sparkle, and she told me to guess again. Her voice was sweet and concerned as she told us her news. "Darlings, I'm going to have a baby in early May. In fact, when I visited my doctor today, he said he heard 2 heartbeats. So that means I'm going to have twins, or, God forbid, triplets. Not even your father knows this yet, so don't tell him until I have a chance." Stunned, I threw Christopher a look to see how he was taking this. He seemed bemused and still embarrassed. I looked again at her lovely firelit face. Then I jumped up and raced for my room. I hurled myself face down on my bed and bawled, really let go. Babies, 2 or more. I was the baby. I didn't want any little whining, crying babies coming along to take my place. I sobbed and beat at the pillows, wanting to hurt something, if not someone. Then I sat up and thought about running away. Someone rapped softly on my closed and locked door. "Kathy," said my mother, "may I come in and talk this over with you?" "Go away," I yelled. "I already hate your babies." Yes, I knew what was in store for me, the middle child, the one parents didn't care about. I'd be forgotten. There'd be no more Friday gifts. Daddy would think only of Mama, of Christopher, and those hateful babies that would displace me. My father came to me that evening soon after he arrived home. I'd unlocked the door just in case he wanted to see me. I stole a peek to see his face, for I loved him very much. He looked sad, and he carried a large box wrapped in silver foil, topped by a huge bow of pink satin. "How's my Kathy been?" he asked softly as I peeked from beneath my arm. "You didn't run to greet me when I came home. You haven't said hello. You haven't even looked at me. Kathy, it hurts when you don't run into my arms and give me kisses." I didn't say anything, but rolled over on my back to glare at him fiercely. Didn't he know I was supposed to be his favorite all his life through? Why did he and Mama have to go and send for more children? Weren't two enough? He sighed, then came to sit on the edge of my bed. You know something? This is the first time in your life you have ever glared at me like that. This is the first Friday you haven't run to leap up into my arms. You may not believe this, but I don't really come alive until I come home on weekends. Pouting, I refused to be won over. He didn't need me now. He had his son, and now heaps of wailing babies on the way. I'd be forgotten in the multitude. You know something else, he began, closely watching me. I used to believe, perhaps foolishly, that if I came home on Fridays and didn't bring one single gift for you or your brother, I still believed the two of you would have run for me like crazy and welcomed me home anyway. I believed you loved me and not my gifts. I mistakenly believed that I'd been a good father, and somehow I'd managed to win your love, and that you'd know you would always have a big place in my heart, even if your mother and I have a dozen children. He paused, sighed, and his blue eyes darkened. I thought my Kathy knew she would still be my very special girl because she was my first. I threw him an angry, hurt look. Then I choked. But if Mama has another girl, you'll say the same thing to her. Will I? Yes, I sobbed, aching so badly I could scream from jealousy already. You might even love her more than you do me, 'cause she'll be little and cuter. I may love her as much, but I won't love her more. He held out his arms, and I could resist no longer. I flung myself into his arms and clung to him for dear life. Shh, he soothed as I cried. Don't cry. Don't feel jealous. You won't be loved any the less. And, Kathy, real babies are much more fun than dolls. Your mother will have more than she can handle, so she's going to depend on you to help her. When I'm away from home, I'll feel better knowing your mother has a loving daughter who will do what she can to make life easier and better for all of us. His warm lips pressed against my teary cheek. Come now, open your box and tell me what you think of what's inside. First, I had to smother his face with a dozen kisses and give him bear hugs to make up for the anxiety I'd put in his eyes. In the beautiful box was a silver music box made in England. The music played, and a ballerina dressed in pink turned slowly around and around before a mirror. It's a jewel box as well, explained Daddy, slipping on my finger a tiny gold ring with a red stone he called a garnet. The moment I saw that box, I knew you had to have it. And with this ring I do vow to forever love my Kathy just a little bit more than any other daughter, as long as she never says that to anyone but herself. There came a sunny Tuesday in May when Daddy was home. For 2 weeks Daddy had been hanging around home waiting for those babies to show up. Mama seemed irritable, uncomfortable, and Mrs. Bertha Simpson was in our kitchen preparing our meals and looking at Christopher and me with a smirky face. She was our most dependable babysitter. She lived next door and was always saying Mama and Daddy looked more like brother and sister than husband and wife. She was a grim, grouchy sort of person who seldom had anything nice to say about anybody, and she was cooking cabbage. I hated cabbage. Around dinner time, Daddy came rushing into the dining room to tell my brother and me that he was driving Mama to the hospital. Now, don't be worried. Everything will work out fine. Mind Mrs. Simpson and do your homework, and maybe in a few hours you'll know if you have brothers or sisters, or one of each. He didn't return until the next morning. He was unshaven, tired-looking, his suit rumpled, but he grinned at us happily. Take a guess, boys or girls? Boys, chimed up Christopher, who wanted 2 brothers he could teach to play ball. I wanted boys, too. No little girl to steal Daddy's affection from his first daughter. "A boy and a girl," Daddy said proudly. "The prettiest little things you ever saw. Come, put your clothes on and I'll drive you to see them yourselves." Sulkily I went, still reluctant to look, even when Daddy picked me up and held me high so I could peer through the nursery room glass at two little babies a nurse held in her arms. They were so tiny. Their heads were no bigger than small apples, and small red fists waved in the air. One was screaming like pins were sticking it. "Ah," sighed Daddy, kissing my cheek and hugging me close. "God has been good to me, sending me another son and daughter as perfect as my first pair." I thought I would hate them both, especially the loud-mouthed one named Carrie, who wailed and bellowed 10 times louder than the quiet one named Corey. It was nearly impossible to get a full night's rest with the two of them across the hall from my room. And yet, as they began to grow and smile, and their eyes lit up when I came in and lifted them, something warm and motherly replaced the green in my eyes. The first thing you knew, I was racing home to see them, to play with them, to change diapers and hold nursing bottles and burp them on my shoulder. They were more fun than dolls. I soon learned that parents have room in their hearts for more than 2 children, and I had room in my heart to love them too, even Carrie, who was just as pretty as me and maybe more so. They grew so quickly, like weeds, said Daddy, though Mama would often look at them with anxiety, for she said they were not growing as rapidly as Christopher and I had grown. This was laid before her doctor, who quickly assured her that often twins were smaller than single births. "See," said Christopher, "doctors do know everything." Daddy looked up from the newspaper he was reading and smiled. "That's my son the doctor talking, but nobody knows everything, Chris." Daddy was the only one who called my older brother Chris. We had a funny surname, the very devil to learn to spell, Dollanganger. Just because we were all blonde, flaxen-haired, with fair complexions, except Daddy with his perpetual tan, Jim Johnston, Daddy's best friend, pinned on us a nickname, the Dresden Dolls. He said we looked like those fancy porcelain people who grace whatnot shelves and fireplace mantels. Soon everyone in our neighborhood was calling us the Dresden Dolls. Certainly it was easier to say than Dollanganger. When the twins were 4, and Christopher was 14, and I had just turned 12, there came a very special Friday. It was Daddy's 36th birthday, and we were having a surprise party for him. Mama looked like a fairy-tale princess with her freshly washed and set hair. Her nails gleamed with pearly polish, her long formal gown was of softest aqua color, and her knotted string of pearls swayed as she glided from here to there, setting the table in the dining room so it would look perfect for Daddy's birthday party. His many gifts were piled high on the buffet. It was going to be a small, intimate party just for our family and our closest friends. "Kathy," said Mama, throwing me a quick look, "would you mind bathing the twins again for me? I gave them both baths before their naps, but as soon as they were up they took off for the sandbox and now they need another bath." I didn't mind. She looked far too fancy to give 2 dirty 4-year-olds splashy baths that would ruin her hair, her nails, and her lovely dress. "And when you finish with them, both you and Christopher jump in the tub and bathe too, and put on that pretty new pink dress, Kathy, and curl your hair. And Christopher, no blue jeans, please. I want you to put on a dress shirt and a tie, and wear that light blue sports jacket with your cream-colored trousers." "Aw, heck, Mama, I hate dressing up," he complained, scuffing his sneakers and scowling. "Do as I say, Christopher, for your father. You know he does a lot for you. The least you can do is make him proud of his family." He grouched off, leaving me to run out to the back garden and fetch the twins, who immediately began to wail. "1 bath a day is enough," screamed Carrie. "We're already clean. Stop. We don't like soap. We don't like hair washings. Don't you do that to us again, Kathy, or we'll tell Mama." "Ha," I said. "Who do you think sent me out here to clean up 2 filthy little monsters? Good golly, how can the 2 of you get so dirty so quickly?" As soon as their naked skins hit the warm water and the little yellow rubber ducks and rubber boats began to float, and they could splash all over me, they were content enough to be bathed, shampooed, and dressed in their very best clothes. For after all, they were going to a party, and after all, this was Friday, and Daddy was coming home. First I dressed Corey in a pretty little white suit with short pants. Strangely enough, he was more apt to keep himself clean than his twin. Try as I would, I couldn't tame down that stubborn cowlick of his. It curled over to the right like a cute pig's tail, and would you believe it, Carrie wanted her hair to do the same thing. When I had them both dressed and looking like dolls come alive, I turned the twins over to Christopher with stern warnings to keep an ever-observant eye on them. Now it was my turn to dress up. The twins wailed and complained while I hurriedly took a bath, washed my hair, and rolled it up on fat curlers. I peeked around the bathroom door to see Christopher trying his best to entertain them by reading to them from Mother Goose. "Hey," said Christopher, when I came out wearing my pink dress with the fluted ruffles, "you don't look half bad." "Half bad? Is that the best you can manage?" "Best I can for a sister." He glanced at his watch, slammed the picture book closed, seized the twins by their dimpled hands, and cried out, "Daddy will be here any minute. Hurry, Kathy." 5 o'clock came and went, and though we waited and waited, we didn't see our father's green Cadillac turn into our curving drive. The invited guests sat around and tried to keep up a cheerful conversation as Mama got up and began to pace around nervously. Usually Daddy flung open the door at 4, and sometimes even sooner. 7 o'clock, and still we were waiting. The wonderful meal Mama had spent so much time preparing was drying out from being too long in the warming oven. 7 was the time we usually put the twins to bed, and they were growing hungry, sleepy, and cross, demanding every second, "When is Daddy coming?" Their white clothes didn't look so virgin now. Carrie's smoothly waved hair began to curl up and look wind-blown. Corey's nose began to run, and repeatedly he wiped it on the back of his hand until I hurried over with a Kleenex to clean off his upper lip. "Well, Corinne," joked Jim Johnston, "I guess Chris has found himself another super broad." His wife threw him an angry look for saying something so tasteless. My stomach was growling, and I was beginning to feel as worried as Mama looked. She kept pacing back and forth, going to the wide picture window and staring out. "Oh," I cried, having caught sight of a car turning into our tree-lined driveway. "Maybe that's Daddy coming now." But the car that drew to a stop before our front door was white, not green, and on the top was one of those spinning red lights. An emblem on the side of that white car read, "State Police." Mama smothered a cry when 2 policemen dressed in blue uniforms approached our front door and rang our doorbell. Mama seemed frozen. Her hand hovered near her throat. Her heart came up and darkened her eyes. Something wild and frightening burgeoned in my heart just for watching her reactions. It was Jim Johnston who answered the door and allowed the 2 state troopers to enter, glancing about uneasily, seeing, I'm sure, that this was an assembly gathered together for a birthday party. All they had to do was glance into the dining room and see the festive table, the balloons suspended from the chandelier, and the gifts on the buffet. "Mrs. Christopher Garland Dollanganger?" inquired the older of the 2 officers as he looked from woman to woman. Our mother nodded slightly, stiffly. I drew nearer, as did Christopher. The twins were on the floor playing with tiny cars, and they showed little interest in the unexpected arrival of police officers. The kindly-looking uniformed man with the deep red face stepped closer to Mama. "Mrs. Dollanganger," he began in a flat voice that sent immediate panic into my heart, "we're terribly sorry, but there's been an accident on Greenfield Highway." "Oh," breathed Mama, reaching to draw both Christopher and me against her sides. I could feel her quivering all over just as I was. My eyes were magnetized by those brass buttons. I couldn't see anything else. "Your husband was involved, Mrs. Dollanganger." A long sigh escaped from Mama's choked throat. She swayed and would have fallen if Chris and I hadn't been there to support her. "We've already questioned motorists who witnessed the accident, and it wasn't your husband's fault, Mrs. Dollenganga." That voice continued on without emotion. "According to the accounts which we've recorded, there was a motorist driving a blue Ford weaving in and out of the left-hand lane, apparently drunk, and he crashed head-on into your husband's car. But it seems your husband must have seen the accident coming, for he swerved to avoid a head-on collision, but a piece of machinery had fallen from another car or truck, and this kept him from completing his correct defensive driving maneuver, which would have saved his life. But as it was, your husband's much heavier car turned over several times, and still he might have survived, but an oncoming truck, unable to stop, crashed into his car, and again the Cadillac spun over, and then it caught on fire." Never had a room full of people stilled so quickly. Even the young twins looked up from their innocent play and stared at the two troopers. "My husband," whispered Mother, her voice so weak it was hardly audible. He isn't dead?" "Ma'am," said the red-faced officer very solemnly, "it pains me dreadfully to bring you bad news on what seems a special occasion." He faltered and glanced around with embarrassment. "I'm terribly sorry, ma'am. Everybody did what they could to get him out, but, well, ma'am, he was, killed instantly from what the doc says." Someone sitting on the sofa screamed. Mama didn't scream. Her eyes went bleak, dark, haunted. Despair washed the radiant color from her beautiful face. It resembled a death mask. I stared up at her, trying to tell her with my eyes that none of this could be true. Not Daddy, not my Daddy. He couldn't be dead. He couldn't be. Death was for old people, sick people, not for somebody as loved and needed and young. Yet there was my mother with her gray face, her stark eyes, her hands wringing out the invisible wet cloths, and each second I watched, her eyes sank deeper into her skull. I began to cry. "Ma'am, we've got a few things of his that were thrown out on the first impact. We saved what we could." "Go away!" I screamed at the officer. "Get out of here! It's not my Daddy, I know it's not. He stopped by a store to buy ice cream. He'll be coming in the door any minute. Get out of here!" I ran forward and beat on the officer's chest. He tried to hold me off, and Christopher came up and pulled me away. "Please," said the trooper, "won't someone please help this child?" My mother's arms encircled my shoulders and drew me close to her side. People were murmuring in shocked voices and whispering, and the food in the warming oven was beginning to smell burned. I waited for someone to come up and take my hand and say that God didn't ever take the life of a man like my father, yet no one came near me. Only Christopher came to put his arm about my waist, so we three were in a huddle, Mama, Christopher, and me. It was Christopher who finally found a voice to speak, in such a strange, husky voice. "Are you positive it was our father? If the green Cadillac caught on fire, then the man inside must have been badly burned, so it could have been someone else, not Daddy." Deep, rasping sobs tore from Mama's throat, though not a tear fell from her eyes. She believed those two men were speaking the truth. The guests, who had come so prettily dressed to attend a birthday party, swarmed about us now and said those consoling things people say when there just aren't any right words. "We're so sorry, Corinne, really shocked. It's terrible. What an awful thing to happen to Chris. Our days are numbered. That's the way it is from the day we're born. Our days are numbered." It went on, and slowly, like water into concrete, it sank in. Daddy was really dead. We were never going to see him alive again. We'd only see him in a coffin, laid out in a box that would end up in the ground, with a marble headstone that bore his name and his date of birth and his day of death, numbered the same, but for the year. I looked around to see what was happening to the twins, who shouldn't have been feeling what I was. Someone kind had taken them into the kitchen and was preparing them a light meal before they were tucked into bed. My eyes met Christopher's. He seemed as caught in this nightmare as I was, his young face pale and shocked. A hollow look of grief shadowed his eyes and made them dark. One of the state troopers had gone out to his car, and now he came back with a bundle of things which he carefully spread out on the coffee table. I stood frozen, watching the display of all the things Daddy kept in his pockets. A lizard-skinned wallet Mama had given him as a Christmas gift, his leather notepad and date-book, his wristwatch, his wedding band. Everything was blackened and charred by smoke and fire. Last came the soft pastel animals meant for Corey and Carrie, all found, so the red-faced trooper said, scattered on the highway. A plushy blue elephant with pink velvet ears, and a purple pony with a red saddle and golden reins. Oh, that just had to be for Carrie. Then the saddest articles of all, Daddy's clothes, which had burst the confines of his suitcases when the trunk lock sprang. I knew those suits, those shirts, ties, socks. There was the same tie I had given him on his last birthday. "Someone will have to identify the body," said the trooper. Now I knew positively it was real. Our father would never come home without presents for all of us, even on his own birthday. I ran from that room, ran from all the things spread out that tore my heart and made me ache worse than any pain I had yet experienced. I ran out of the house and into the back garden, and there I beat my fists upon an old maple tree. I beat my fists until they ached, and blood began to come from the many small cuts. Then I flung myself down on the grass and cried 10 oceans of tears, for Daddy, who should be alive. I cried for us, who would have to go on living without him. And the twins, they hadn't even had the chance to know how wonderful he was, or had been. And when my tears were over, and my eyes swollen and red and hurt from the rubbing, I heard soft footsteps coming to me. My mother. She sat down on the grass beside me and took my hand in hers. A quarter-horned moon was out, and millions of stars, and the breezes were sweet with the newborn fragrances of spring. "Kathy," she said eventually, when the silence between us stretched so long it might never come to an end, "your father is up in heaven looking down on you, and you know he would want you to be brave." "He's not dead, Mama," I denied vehemently. "You've been out in this yard a long time. Perhaps you don't realize it's 10 o'clock. Someone had to identify your father's body, and though Jim Johnston offered to do this and spare me the pain I had to see for myself, for you see I found it hard to believe too, your father is dead, Kathy. Christopher is on his bed crying, and the twins are asleep. They don't fully realize what dead means." She put her arms around me and cradled my head down on her shoulder. "Come," she said, standing and pulling me up with her, keeping her arm about my waist. "You've been out here much too long. I thought you were in the house with the others, and the others thought you were in your room or with me. It's not good to be alone when you feel bereft. It's better to be with people and share your grief and not keep it locked up inside." She said this dry-eyed with not a tear, but somewhere deep inside her she was crying, screaming. I could tell by her tone, by the very bleakness that had sunk deeper into her eyes. With our father's death, a nightmare began to shadow our days. I gazed reproachfully at Mama and thought she should have prepared us in advance for something like this, for we'd never been allowed to own pets that suddenly pass away and teach us a little about losing through death. Someone, some adult, should have warned us that the young, the handsome, and the needed can die, too. How do you say things like this to a mother who looked like fate was pulling her through a knothole and stretching her out thin and flat? Could you speak honestly to someone who didn't want to talk, or eat, or brush her hair, or put on the pretty clothes that filled her closet? Nor did she want to attend to our needs. It was a good thing the kindly neighborhood women came in and took us over, bringing with them food prepared in their own kitchens. Our house filled to overflowing with flowers, with homemade casseroles, hams, hot rolls, cakes, and pies. They came in droves, all the people who loved, admired, and respected our father, and I was surprised he was so well known. Yet I hated it every time someone asked how he died, and what a pity someone so young should die when so many who were useless and unfit lived on and were a burden to society. From all that I heard and overheard, fate was a grim reaper, never kind, with little respect for who was loved and needed. Spring days passed on toward summer. And grief, no matter how you try to cater to its wail, has a way of fading away, and the person so real, so beloved, becomes a dim, slightly out-of-focus shadow. One day Mamma sat so sad-faced that she seemed to have forgotten how to smile. "Mamma," I said brightly in an effort to cheer her, "I'm going to pretend Daddy is still alive and away on another of his business trips, and soon he'll come and stride in the door, and he'll call out just as he used to, 'Come and greet me with kisses if you love me.' And, don't you see, we'll feel better, all of us, like he is alive somewhere, living where we can't see him, but where we can expect him at any moment." "No, Kathy," Mamma flared. "You must accept the truth. You are not to find solace in pretending. Do you hear that? Your father is dead, and his soul has gone on to heaven, and you should understand at your age that no one ever has come back from heaven. As for us, we'll make do the best we can without him, and that doesn't mean escaping reality by not facing up to it." I watched her rise from her chair and begin to take things from the refrigerator to start breakfast. "Mamma," I began again, feeling my way along cautiously, lest she turn hard and angry again, "will we be able to go on without him?" "I will do the best I can to see that we survive," she said dully, flatly. "Will you have to go to work now like Mrs. Johnston?" "Maybe, maybe not. Life holds all sorts of surprises, Kathy, and some of them are unpleasant, as you are finding out. But remember always you were blessed to have for almost 12 years a father who thought you were something very special." "Because I look like you," I said, still feeling some of that envy I always had because I came in second after her. She threw me a glance as she rambled through the contents of the jam-packed fridge. "I'm going to tell you something now, Kathy, that I've never told you before. You look very much as I did at your age, but you are not like me in your personality. You are much more aggressive and much more determined. Your father used to say that you were like his mother, and he loved his mother." "Doesn't everyone love their mother?" "No," she said with a queer expression. "There are some mothers you just can't love, for they don't want you to love them." She took bacon and eggs from the refrigerator, then turned to take me in her arms. "Dear Kathy, you and your father had a very special, close relationship, and I guess you must miss him more because of that, more than Christopher does or the twins." I sobbed against her shoulder. "I hate God for taking him. He should have lived to be an old man. He won't be there when I dance and when Christopher is a doctor. Nothing seems to matter now that he's gone." "Sometimes," she began in a tight voice, "death is not as terrible as you think. Your father will never grow old or infirm. He'll always stay young. You'll remember him that way. Young, handsome, strong. Don't cry any more, Kathy, for as your father used to say, there is a reason for everything and a solution for every problem. And I'm trying hard to do what I think best." We were 4 children, stumbling around in the broken pieces of our grief and loss. We would play in the back garden, trying to find solace in the sunshine, quite unaware that our lives were soon to change so drastically, so dramatically, that the words backyard and garden were to become for us synonyms for heaven, and just as remote. It was an afternoon shortly after Daddy's funeral, and Christopher and I were with the twins in the backyard. They sat in the sandbox with small shovels and sand pails. Over and over again they transferred sand from one pail to another, gibbering back and forth in the strange language only they could understand. Corey and Carrie were fraternal rather than identical twins, yet they were like one unit, very much satisfied with each other. They built a wall about themselves, so they were the castle keeps and full guardians of their larder of secrets. They had each other, and that was enough. The time for dinner came and went. We were afraid that now even meals might be cancelled, so even without our mother's voice to call us in, we caught hold of the dimpled fat hands of the twins and dragged them along toward the house. We found our mother seated behind Daddy's big desk. She was writing what appeared to be a very difficult letter, if the evidence of many discarded beginnings meant anything. She frowned as she wrote in longhand, pausing every so often to lift her head and stare off into space. "Mama," I said, "it's almost 6 o'clock. The twins are growing hungry." In a minute, she said in an offhand way. "I'm writing to your grandparents who live in Virginia. The neighbors have brought us food enough for a week. You could put one of the casseroles in the oven, Kathy." It was the first meal I almost prepared myself. I had the table set and the casserole heating and the milk poured when Mama came in to help. It seemed to me that every day after our father had gone, our mother had letters to write and places to go, leaving us in the care of the neighbor next door. At night, Mama would sit at Daddy's desk, a green ledger book opened in front of her, checking over stacks of bills. Nothing felt good anymore, nothing. Often now my brother and I bathed the twins, put on their pajamas and tucked them into bed. Then Christopher would hurry off to his room to study, while I would hurry back to my mother to seek a way to bring happiness to her eyes again. A few weeks later a letter came in response to the many our mother had written home to her parents. Immediately Mama began to cry. Even before she had opened the thick, creamy envelope, she cried. Clumsily she used a letter opener, and with trembling hands she held 3 sheets, reading over the letter 3 times. All the while she read, tears trickled slowly down her cheeks, smearing her makeup with long, pale, shiny streaks. She had called us in from the backyard as soon as she had collected the mail from the box near the front door, and now we 4 were seated on the living-room sofa. As I watched, I saw her soft, fair Dresden face turn into something cold, hard, resolute. A cold chill shivered down my spine. Maybe it was because she stared at us for so long. Too long. Then she looked down at the sheets held in her trembling hands, then to the windows, as if there she could find some answer to the question of the letter. Mama was acting so strangely. It made us all uneasy and unusually quiet, for we were already intimidated enough in a fatherless home without a creamy letter of 3 sheets to glue our mother's tongue and harden her eyes. Why did she look at us so oddly? Finally, she cleared her throat and began to speak, but in a cold voice, totally unlike her customary soft, warm cadence. "Your grandmother has at last replied to my letters," she said in that icy voice. "All those letters I wrote to her. Well, she has agreed. She is willing to let us come and live with her." Good news! Just what we had been waiting to hear. And we should have been happy. But Mama fell into that moody silence again, and she just sat there staring at us. What was the matter with her? Didn't she know we were hers and not some stranger's 4, perched in a row like birds on a clothesline? "Christopher, Kathy, at 14 and 12, you 2 should be old enough to understand and old enough to cooperate and help your mother out of a desperate situation." She paused, fluttered one hand up to nervously finger the beads at her throat, and sighed heavily. She seemed on the verge of tears, and I felt sorry, so sorry for poor Mama without a husband. "Mama," I said, "is everything all right?" "Of course, darling, of course." She tried to smile. "Your father, God rest his soul, expected to live to a ripe old age and acquire in the meantime a sizable fortune. He came from people who know how to make money, so I don't have any doubts he would have done just what he planned, if given the time. But 36 is so young to die. People have a way of believing nothing terrible will ever happen to them, only to others. We don't anticipate accidents, nor do we expect to die young. Why, your father and I thought we would grow old together, and we hoped to see our grandchildren before we both died on the same day. Then neither of us would be left alone to grieve for the one who went first." Again she sighed. "I have to confess we lived way beyond our present means, and we charged against the future. We spent money before we had it." "Don't blame him. It was my fault. He knew all about poverty. I knew nothing about it. You know how he used to scold me. Why, when we bought this house, he said we needed only 3 bedrooms, but I wanted 4. Even 4 didn't seem enough. Look around. There's a 30-year mortgage on this house. Nothing here is really ours. Not this furniture, not the cars, not the appliances in the kitchen or laundry room. Not one single thing is fully paid for." Did we look frightened? Scared? She paused as her face flushed deeply red, and her eyes moved around the lovely room that set off her beauty so well. Her delicate brows screwed into an anxious frown. "Though your father would chastise me a little, still he wanted them too. He indulged me because he loved me, and I believe I convinced him finally that luxuries were absolute necessities, and he gave in, for we had a way, the two of us, of indulging our desires too much. It was just another of the things we had in common." Her expression collapsed into one of forlorn reminiscence before she continued on in her stranger's voice. "Now all our beautiful things will be taken away. The legal term is repossession. That's what they do when you don't have enough money to finish paying for what you've bought. Take that sofa, for example. 3 years ago it cost $800, and we've paid all but $100, but still they're going to take it. We lose all that we've paid on everything, and that's still legal. Not only will we lose this furniture and the house, but also the cars, in fact everything but our clothes and your toys. They're going to allow me to keep my wedding band, and I've hidden away my engagement diamond, so please don't mention I ever had an engagement ring to anyone who might come to check." Who they were, not one of us asked. It didn't occur to me to ask. Not then. And later it just didn't seem to matter. Christopher's eyes met mine. I floundered in the desire to understand and struggled not to drown in the understanding. Already I was sinking, drowning in the adult world of death and debts. My brother reached out and took my hand, then squeezed my fingers in a gesture of unusual brotherly reassurance. Was I a window pane so easy to read that even he, my arch tormentor, would seek to comfort me? I tried to smile, to prove to him how adult I was, and in this way gloss over that trembling and weak thing I was cringing into because they were going to take everything. I didn't want any other little girl living in my pretty peppermint pink room, sleeping in my bed, playing with the things I cherished, my miniature dolls in their shadow box frames, and my sterling silver music box with the pink ballerina. Would they take those too? Mamma watched the exchange between my brother and me very closely. She spoke again, with a bit of her former sweet self showing. "Don't look so heartbroken. It's not really as bad as I've made it seem. You must forgive me if I was thoughtless and forgot how young you still are. I've told you the bad news first and saved the best for the last. Now, hold your breath. You are not going to believe what I have to tell you, for my parents are rich. Not middle-class rich or upper-class rich, but very, very rich. Filthy, unbelievably, sinfully rich. They live in a fine, big house in Virginia, such a house as you've never seen before. I know, I was born there and grew up there, and when you see that house, this one will seem like a shack in comparison. And didn't I say we are going to live with them, my mother and my father?" She offered this straw of cheer with a weak and nervously fluttering smile that did not succeed in releasing me from doubts which her demeanor and her information had pitched me into. I didn't like the way her eyes skipped guiltily away when I tried to catch them. I thought she was hiding something. but she was my mother, and Daddy was gone. I picked up Carrie and sat her on my lap, pressing her small, warm body close against mine. I smoothed back the damp golden curls that fell over her rounded forehead. Her eyelids drooped and her full rosebud lips pouted. I glanced at Corey, crouching against Christopher. "The twins are tired, Mama. They need their dinner." "Time enough for dinner later," she snapped impatiently. "We have plans to make and clothes to pack. For tonight we have to catch a train. The twins can eat while we pack. Everything you four wear must be crowded into only 2 suitcases. I want you to take only your favorite clothes and the small toys you cannot bear to leave. Only 1 game. I'll buy you many games after you are there. Kathy, you select what clothes and toys you think the twins like best, but only a few. We can't take along more than 4 suitcases, and I need 2 for my own things." Oh, golly lolly, this was real. We had to leave, abandon everything. I had to crowd everything into 2 suitcases my brothers and sister would share as well. My Raggedy Ann doll alone would have filled 1 suitcase. Yet how could I leave her, my most beloved doll, the one Daddy gave me when I was only 3, I sobbed. So we sat with our shocked faces staring at Mama. We made her terribly uneasy, for she jumped up and began to pace the room. "As I said before, my parents are extremely wealthy." She shot Christopher and me an appraising glance, then quickly turned to hide her face. "Mama," said Christopher, "is something wrong?" I marveled that he could ask such a thing when it was only too obvious everything was wrong. She paced, her long, shapely legs appearing through the front opening of her filmy black negligee. Even in her grief, wearing black, she was beautiful, shadowed, troubled eyes and all. She was so lovely, and I loved her. Oh, how I loved her then. How we all loved her then. Directly in front of the sofa, our mother spun around, and the black chiffon of her negligee flared like a dancer's skirt, revealing her beautiful legs from feet to hips. "Darlings," she began, "what could possibly be wrong about living in such a fine home as my parents own? I was born there. I grew up there, except for those years when I was sent away to school. It's a huge, beautiful house, and they keep adding new rooms to it, though Lord knows they have enough rooms already." She smiled, but something about her smile seemed false. "There is, however, one small thing I have to tell you before you meet my father, your grandfather." Here again she faltered, and again smiled that queer, shadowy smile. "Years ago, when I was 18, I did something serious of which your grandfather disapproved, and my mother wasn't approving either, but she wouldn't leave me anything anyway, so she doesn't count. But because of what I did, my father had me written out of his will, and so now I am disinherited. Your father used to gallantly call this fallen from grace. Your father always made the best of everything, and he said it didn't matter." Fallen from grace? Whatever did that mean? I couldn't imagine my mother doing anything so bad that her own father would turn against her and take away what she should have. "Yes, Mama, I know exactly what you mean," Christopher piped up. "You did something of which your father disapproved, and so even though you were included in his will, he had his lawyer write you out instead of thinking twice, and now you won't inherit any of his worldly goods when he passes on to the great beyond." He grinned, pleased with himself for knowing more than me. He always had the answers to everything. He had his nose in a book whenever he was in the house. Outside, under the sky, he was just as wild, just as mean as any other kid on the block. But indoors, away from the television, my older brother was a bookworm. Naturally, he was right. "Yes, Christopher, none of your grandfather's wealth will come to me when he dies, or through me to you. That's why I had to keep writing so many letters home when my mother didn't respond." Again she smiled, this time with bitter irony.
But since I am the sole heir left, I am hopeful of winning back his approval. You see, once I had 2 older brothers, but both have died in accidents, and now I am the only one left to inherit." Her restless pacing stopped. Her hand rose to cover her mouth. She shook her head, then said in a new parrot-like voice, "I guess I'd better tell you something else. Your real surname is not Dollanganger, it is Foxworth, and Foxworth is a very important name in Virginia." "Mama!" I exclaimed in shock. "Is it legal to change your name and put that fake name on our birth certificates?" Her voice became impatient. "For heaven's sake, Kathy, names can be changed legally, and the name Dollanganger does belong to us, more or less. Your father borrowed that name from way back in his ancestry. He thought it an amusing name, a joke, and it served its purpose well enough." "What purpose?" I asked. "Why would Daddy legally change his name from something like Foxworth, so easy to spell, to something long and difficult like Dollanganger?" "Kathy, I'm tired," said Mama, falling into the nearest chair. "There's so much for me to do, so many legal details. Soon enough you'll know everything. I'll explain. I swear to be totally honest, but please, now, let me catch my breath." Oh, what a day this was. First we hear the mysterious they were coming to take away all our things, even our house. And then we learn even our own last name wasn't really ours. The twins, curled up on our laps, were already half asleep, and they were too young to understand anyway. Even I, now 12 years old and almost a woman, could not comprehend why Mama didn't really look happy to be going home again to parents she hadn't seen in 15 years. Secret grandparents we'd thought were dead until after our father's funeral. Only this day had we heard of 2 uncles who died in accidents. It dawned on me strongly then that our parents had lived full lives even before they had children, that we were not so important after all. "Mama," Christopher began slowly, "your fine grand home in Virginia sounds nice, but we like it here. Our friends are here. Everybody knows us, likes us, and I know I don't want to move. Can't you see Daddy's attorney and ask him to help find a way so we can stay on and keep our house and our furnishings?" "Yes, Mama, please, let us stay here," I added. Quickly, Mama was out of her chair and striding across the room. She dropped down on her knees before us, her eyes on the level with ours. "Now listen to me," she ordered, catching my brother's hand in mine and pressing them both against her breasts. "I have thought, and I have thought of how we can manage to stay on here, but there is no way at all, because we have no money to meet the monthly bills, and I don't have the skills to earn an adequate salary to support 4 children and myself as well. Look at me," she said, throwing wide her arms, appearing vulnerable, beautiful, helpless. "Do you know what I am? I am a pretty, useless ornament who always believed she'd have a man to take care of her. I don't know how to do anything. I can't even type. I'm not very good with arithmetic. I can embroider beautiful needlepoint and crewel-work stitches, but that kind of thing doesn't earn any money. You can't live without money. It's not love that makes the world go round, it's money. And my father has more money than he knows what to do with. He has only one living heir, me. Once he cared more for me than he did for either of his sons, so it shouldn't be difficult to win back his affection. Then he will have his attorney draw me into a new will, and I will inherit everything. He is 66 years old, and he is dying of heart disease. From what my mother wrote on a separate sheet of paper which my father didn't read, your grandfather cannot possibly live more than 2 or 3 months longer at the most. That will give me plenty of time to charm him into loving me like he used to. And when he dies, his entire fortune will be mine. Mine. Ours. We will be free forever of all financial worries, free to go anywhere we want, free to do anything we want, free to travel, to buy what our hearts desire, anything our hearts desire. I'm not speaking of only 1 million or 2, but many, many millions, maybe even billions. People with that kind of money don't even know their own net value, for it's invested here and there, and they own this and that, including banks, airlines, hotels, department stores, shipping lines. Oh, you just don't realize the kind of empire your grandfather controls. Even now, while he's on his last legs, he has a genius for making money. Everything he touches turns to gold. Her blue eyes gleamed. The sun shone through the front windows, casting diamond strands of light on her hair. Already she seemed rich beyond value. Mama, how had all of this come about only after our father died? Christopher, Kathy, are you listening, using your imaginations? Do you realize what a tremendous amount of money can do? The world and everything in it is yours. You have power, influence, respect. Trust me. Soon enough I will win back my father's heart. He'll take one look at me and realize instantly how all those 15 years we've been separated have been such a waste. He's old, sick. He always stays on the first floor in a small room beyond the library, and he has nurses to take care of him night and day, and servants to wait on him hand and foot. But only your own flesh and blood means anything, and I'm all he has left. Only me. Even the nurses don't find it necessary to climb the stairs, for they have their own bath. One night I will prepare him to meet his 4 grandchildren, and then I will bring you down the stairs and into his room, and he will be charmed, enchanted by what he sees. 4 beautiful children who are perfect in every way. He is bound to love you, each and every one of you. Believe me, it will work out just the way I say. I promise that whatever my father requires of me, I will do. On my life, on all I hold sacred and dear, and that is the children my love for your father made, you can believe I will soon be the heiress to a fortune beyond belief, and through me every dream you've ever had will come true. My mouth gaped open. I was overwhelmed by her passion. I glanced at Christopher to see him staring at Mamma with incredulity. Both the twins were on the soft fringes of sleep. They had heard none of this. We were going to live in a house as big and rich as a palace. In that palace, so grand, where servants waited on you hand and foot, we would be introduced to King Midas, who would soon die, and then we would have all the money to put the world at our feet. We were stepping into riches beyond belief. I would be just like a princess. Yet, why didn't I feel really happy? Kathy, said Christopher, beaming on me a broad, happy smile, you can still be a ballerina. I don't think money can buy talent, nor can it make a good doctor out of a playboy. But until the time comes when we have to be dedicated and serious, my, aren't we going to have a ball? I couldn't take the sterling silver music box with the pink ballerina inside. The music box was expensive and had been listed as something of value for them to claim. I couldn't take down the shadow boxes from the walls or hide away the miniature dolls. There was hardly anything I could take that Daddy had given me, except the small ring on my finger with a semi-precious gemstone shaped like a heart. And just like Christopher said, after we were rich, our lives would be one big ball, one long, long party. That's the way rich people lived, happily ever after, as they counted their money and made their fun plans. Fun, games, parties, riches beyond belief, a house as big as a palace with servants who lived over a huge garage that stored away at least 9 or 10 expensive automobiles. Who would ever have guessed my mother came from a family like that? Why had Daddy argued with her so many times about spending money lavishly when she could have written letters home before and done a bit of humiliating begging? Slowly I walked down the hall to my room to stand before the silver music box, where the pink ballerina stood in arabesque position when the lid was opened, and she could see herself in the reflecting mirror. And I heard the tinkling music play, Whirl, ballerina, whirl. I could steal it if I had a place to hide it. Goodbye, pink and white room with the peppermint walls. Goodbye, little white bed with a dotted Swiss canopy that had seen me sick with measles, mumps, chicken pox. Goodbye again to you, Daddy, for when I'm gone I can't picture you sitting on the side of my bed and holding my hand, and I won't see you coming from the bathroom with a glass of water. I really don't want to go too much, Daddy. I'd rather stay and keep your memory close and near. Kathy! Mama was at the door. Don't just stand there and cry. A room is just a room. You'll live in many rooms before you die, so hurry up, pack your things and the twins' things while I do my own packing. Before I died, I was going to live in 1,000 rooms or more. A little voice whispered this in my ear, and I believed. Chapter 2. The Road to Riches. While Mama packed, Christopher and I threw our clothes into 2 suitcases, along with a few toys and 1 game. In the early twilight of evening, a taxi drove us to the train station. We had slipped away furtively, without saying goodbye to even 1 friend. This hurt. I didn't know why it had to be that way, but Mama insisted. Our bicycles were left in the garage along with everything else too large to take. The train lumbered through a dark and starry night, heading toward a distant mountain estate in Virginia. We passed many a sleepy town and village, and scattered farmhouses where golden rectangles of light were the only evidence to show they were there at all. My brother and I didn't want to fall asleep and miss out on anything, and oh, did we have a lot to talk about. Mostly we speculated on that grand, rich house where we would live in splendor and eat from golden plates and be served by a butler wearing livery. And I supposed I'd have my own maid to lay out my clothes, draw my bath, brush my hair, and jump when I commanded. But I wouldn't be too stern with her. I would be sweet, understanding, the kind of mistress every servant desired, unless she broke something I really cherished. Then there'd be hell to pay. I'd throw a temper tantrum and hurl a few things I didn't like anyway. Looking backward to that night ride on the train, I realized that was the very night I began to grow up and philosophize. With everything you gained, you had to lose something, so I might as well get used to it and make the best of it. While my brother and I speculated on how we would spend the money when it came to us, the portly, balding conductor entered our small compartment and gazed admiringly at our mother from head to toes before he softly spoke. "Mrs. Patterson, in 15 minutes we'll reach your depot." Now, why was he calling her Mrs. Patterson, I wondered. I shot a questioning look at Christopher, who also seemed perplexed by this. Jolted awake, appearing startled and disoriented, Mama's eyes flew wide open. Her gaze jumped from the conductor, who hovered so close above her, over to Christopher and me, and then she looked down in despair at the sleeping twins. Next came ready tears, and she was reaching in her purse and pulling out tissues, dabbing at her eyes daintily. Then came a sigh so heavy, so full of woe, my heart began to beat in a nervous tempo. "Yes, thank you," she said to the conductor, who was still watching her with great approval and admiration. "Don't fear, we'll be ready to leave." "Ma'am," he said, most concerned when he glanced at his pocket watch, "it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Will someone be there to meet you?" He flicked his worried gaze to Christopher and me, then to the sleeping twins. "It's all right," assured our mother. "Ma'am, it's very dark out there. I could find my way home asleep." The grandfatherly conductor wasn't satisfied with this. "Lady," he said, "it's an hour's ride to Charlottesville. We are letting you and your children off in the middle of nowhere. There's not a house in sight." To forbid any further questioning, Mama answered in her most arrogant manner, "Someone is meeting us." Funny how she could put on that kind of haughty manner like a hat and just as easily discard it. We arrived at the depot in the middle of nowhere, and we were let off. No one was there to meet us. It was totally dark when we stepped from the train, and as the conductor had warned, there was not a house in sight. Alone in the night, far from any sign of civilization, we stood and waved goodbye to the conductor on the train steps, holding on by one hand, waving with the other. His expression revealed that he wasn't too happy about leaving Mrs. Patterson and her brood of 4 sleepy children waiting for someone coming in a car. I looked around and saw nothing but a rusty tin roof supported by 4 wooden posts and a rickety green bench. This was our train depot. We didn't sit on that bench, just stood and watched until the train disappeared in the darkness, hearing one single mournful whistle calling back, as if wishing us good luck and Godspeed. We were surrounded by fields and meadows. From the deep woods in back of the depot, something made a weird noise. I jumped and spun about to see what it was making Christopher laugh. "That was only an owl. Did you think it was a ghost?" "Now there is to be none of that," said Mamma sharply. "And you don't have to whisper. No one is about. This is farm country, dairy cows mostly. Look around. See the fields of wheat and oats, some barley too. The nearby farmers supply all the fresh produce for the wealthy people who live on the hill." There were hills aplenty, looking like lumpy patchwork quilts, with trees parading up and down to separate them into distinct sections. Sentinels of the night, I called them, but Mamma told us the many trees in straight rows acted as windbreaks and held back the heavy drifts of snow. Just the right words to make Christopher very excited. He loved all kinds of winter sports, and he hadn't thought a southern state like Virginia would have heavy snow. "Oh, yes, it snows here," said Mamma. "You bet it snows. We are in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains, and it gets very, very cold here, just as cold as it did in Gladstone. But the summers will be warmer during the day. The nights are always cool enough for at least one blanket. Now, if the sun were out, you'd be feasting your eyes on very beautiful countryside, as pretty as there is anywhere in the world. We have to hurry, though. It's a long, long walk to my home, and we have to reach there before dawn when the servants get up." "How strange." "Why?" I asked. "And why did that conductor call you Mrs. Patterson?" "Kathy, I don't have time to explain to you now. We've got to walk fast." She bent to pick up the 2 heaviest suitcases and said in a firm voice that we were to follow where she led. Christopher and I were forced to carry the twins, who were too sleepy to walk or even make an attempt. "Mamma!" I cried out when we had moved on a few steps. "The conductor forgot to give us your 2 suitcases." "It's all right, Kathy," she said breathlessly, as if the 2 suitcases she was carrying were enough to tax her strength. "I asked the conductor to take my 2 bags on to Charlottesville and put them in a locker for me to pick up tomorrow morning." "Why would you do that?" asked Christopher in a tight voice. "Well, for one thing, I certainly couldn't handle 4 suitcases, could I? And for another thing, I want the chance to talk to my father first before he learns about my children. And it just wouldn't seem right if I arrived home in the middle of the night after being gone for 15 years, now would it?" It sounded reasonable, I guess, for we did have all we could handle since the twins refused to walk. We set off, tagging along behind our mother over uneven ground, following faint paths between rocks and trees and shrubbery that clawed at our clothes. We trekked a long, long, long way. Christopher and I became tired, irritable, as the twins grew heavier and heavier and our arms began to ache. It was an adventure already beginning to pall. We complained, we nagged, we dragged our feet, wanting to sit down and rest. We wanted to be back in Gladstone, in our own beds, with our own things. Better than here. Better than that big old house with servants and grandparents we didn't even know. "Wake up the twins," snapped Mamma, grown impatient with our complaining. "Stand them on their feet and force them to walk, whether or not they want to." Then she mumbled something faint into the fur collar of her jacket that just barely reached my keen ears. Lord knows they'd better walk outside while they can. A ripple of apprehension shot down my spine. I glanced at my older brother to see if he'd heard, just as he turned his head to look at me. He smiled. I smiled in return. Tomorrow, when Mama arrived at a proper time in a taxi, she would go to the sick grandfather, and she'd smile and she'd speak, and he'd be charmed, won over. Just one look at her lovely face and just one word from her soft, beautiful voice, and he'd hold out his arms and forgive her for whatever she'd done to make her fall from grace. From what she'd already told us, her father was a cantankerous old man, for 66 did seem like incredibly old age to me. And a man on the verge of death couldn't afford to hold grudges against his sole remaining child, a daughter he'd once loved very much. He'd have to forgive her, so he could go peacefully, blissfully into his grave, and know he'd done the right thing. Then, once she had him under her spell, she'd bring us down from the bedroom, and we'd be looking our best and acting our sweetest selves, and he'd soon see we weren't ugly or really bad. And nobody, absolutely nobody with a heart could resist loving the twins. Why, people in shopping centres stopped to pat the twins and compliment our mother on having such beautiful babies. And just wait until Grandfather learned how smart Christopher was, a straight-A student. And what was even more remarkable, he didn't have to study and study the way I did. Everything came so easily for him. His eyes could scan a page just once or twice, and all the information would be written indelibly on his brain, never to be forgotten. Oh, how I did envy him that gift. I had a gift, too. Not the bright and shining coin that was Christopher's. It was my way to turn over all that glittered and look for the tarnish. We had gleaned but a bit of information about that unknown grandfather, but putting the pieces together, I already had the idea he was not the kind to easily forgive, not when he could deny a once-beloved daughter for 15 years. Yet could he be so hard he could resist all Mamma's wheedling charms, which were considerable? I doubted it. I had seen and heard her wheedle with our father about money matters, and always Daddy was the one to give in and be won over to her way. Just a kiss, a hug, a soft stroking caress, and Daddy would brighten up and smile and agree, yes, somehow or other they could manage to pay for everything expensive she bought. "Kathy," said Christopher, "take that worried look off your face. If God didn't plan for people to grow old and sick and to eventually die, he wouldn't keep on letting people have babies." I felt Christopher staring at me as if reading my thoughts, and I flushed. He grinned cheerfully. He was the perpetual cock-eyed optimist, never gloomy, doubtful, or moody, as I often was. We followed Mamma's advice and woke up the twins. We stood them on their feet and told them they would have to make an effort to walk, tired or not. We pulled them along while they whined and complained with sniffling sobs of rebellion. "Don't want to go where we're going," sobbed a teary Carrie. Corey only wailed. "Don't like walking in woods when it's dark," screamed Carrie, trying to pull her tiny hand free from mine. "I'm going home. Let me go, Kathy, let me go." Corey howled louder. I wanted to pick Carrie up again and carry her on, but my arms were just too aching to make another effort. Then Christopher released Corey's hand and ran ahead to assist Mamma with her 2 heavy suitcases, so I had 2 unwilling, resisting twins to lug along in the darkness. The air was cool and sharply pungent. Though Mamma called this hill country, those shadowy, high forms in the distance looked like mountains to me. I stared up at the sky. It seemed to me like an inverted deep bowl of navy blue velvet, sparkled all over with crystallized snowflakes instead of stars. Or were they tears of ice that I was going to cry in the future? Why did they seem to be looking down at me with pity, making me feel ant-sized, overwhelmed, completely insignificant? It was too big, that close sky, too beautiful, and it filled me with a strange sense of foreboding. Still, I knew that under other circumstances I could love a countryside like this. We came at last upon a cluster of large and very fine homes nestled on a steep hillside. Stealthily we approached the largest and by far the grandest of all the sleeping mountain homes. Mamma said in a hushed voice that her ancestral home was named Foxworth Hall and was more than 200 years old. "Is there a lake nearby for ice skating and swimming?" asked Christopher. He gave serious attention to the hillside. "It's not good ski country, too many trees and rocks." "Yes," said Mamma, "there's a small lake about a quarter of a mile away," and she pointed in the direction where a lake could be found. We circled that enormous house almost on tiptoes. Once at the back door, an old lady let us in. She must have been waiting and seen us coming, for she opened that door so readily we didn't even have to knock. Just like thieves in the night, we stole silently inside. Not a word did she speak to welcome us. Could this be one of the servants, I wondered? Immediately we were inside the dark house, and she hustled us up a steep and narrow back staircase, not allowing us 1 second to pause and take a look around the grand rooms we only glimpsed in our swift and mute passage. She led us down many halls, past many closed doors, and finally we came to an end room where she swung open a door and gestured us inside. It was a relief to have our long night journey over and be in a large bedroom where a single lamp was lit. Heavy tapestried draperies covered 2 tall windows. The old woman in her grey dress turned to look us over as she closed the heavy door to the hall and leaned against it. She spoke, and I was jolted. "Just as you said, Corinne. Your children are beautiful." There she was, paying us a compliment that should warm our hearts, but it chilled mine. Her voice was cold and uncaring, as if we were without ears to hear and without minds to comprehend her displeasure despite her flattery. And I was right to judge her so. Her next words proved that. "But are you sure they are intelligent? Do they have some invisible afflictions not apparent to the eyes?" "None," cried our mother, taking offense, as did I. "My children are perfect, as you can plainly see, physically and mentally." She glared at that old woman in grey before she squatted down on her heels and began to undress Carrie, who was nodding on her feet. I knelt before Corey and unbuttoned his small blue jacket as Christopher lifted one of the suitcases up on one of the big beds. He opened it and took out 2 pairs of small yellow pajamas with feet. Furtively, as I helped Corey off with his clothes and into his yellow pajamas, I studied that tall, big woman who was, I presumed, our grandmother. As I looked her over, seeing wrinkles and heavy jowls, I found out she was not as old as I had at first presumed. Her hair was a strong steel blue color, drawn back from her face in a severe style which made her eyes appear somewhat long and cat-like. Why, you could even see how each strand of hair pulled her skin up in little resentful hills. And even as I watched, I saw one hair spring free from its moorings. Her nose was an eagle's beak, her shoulders were wide, and her mouth was like a thin, crooked knife slash. Her dress of grey taffeta had a diamond brooch at the throat of a high, severe neckline. Nothing about her appeared soft or yielding. Even her bosom looked like twin hills of concrete. There would be no funning with her, as we had played with our mother and father. I didn't like her. I wanted to go home. My lips quivered. I wanted Daddy alive again. How could such a woman as this make someone as lovely and sweet as our mother? From whom had our mother inherited her beauty, her gaiety? I shivered and tried to forbid those tears that welled in my eyes. Mamma had prepared us in advance for an unloving, uncaring, unrelenting grandfather. But the grandmother who had arranged for our coming, she came as a harsh, astonishing surprise. I blinked back my tears, fearful Christopher would see them and mock me later. But to reassure me, there was our mother smiling warmly as she lifted a pajamaed Corey into one of the big beds, and then she put Carrie in beside him. Oh, how they did look sweet lying there, like big rosy-cheeked dolls. Mamma leaned over the twins and pressed kisses on their flushed cheeks, and her hand tenderly brushed back the curls on their foreheads, and then she tucked the covers high under their chins. "Good night, my darlings," she whispered in the loving voice we knew so well. The twins didn't hear. Already they were deeply asleep. However, standing firmly as a rooted tree, the grandmother was obviously displeased as she gazed upon the twins in one bed, then over to where Christopher and I were huddled close together. We were tired and half supporting each other. Strong disapproval glinted in her grey stone eyes. She wore a fixed, piercing scowl that Mamma seemed to understand, although I did not. Mamma's face flushed as the grandmother said, "Your two older children cannot sleep in one bed." "They're only children," Mamma flared back with unusual fire. "Mother, you haven't changed one bit, have you? You still have a nasty, suspicious mind. Christopher and Kathy are innocent." "Innocent?" she snapped back, her mean look so sharp it could cut and draw blood. "That is exactly what your father and I always presumed about you and your half-uncle." I looked from one to the other, my eyes wide. I glanced at my brother. Years seemed to melt from him, and he stood there vulnerable, helpless as a child of 6 or 7, no more comprehending than I. A tempest of hot anger made our mother's ruddy colour depart. "If you think like that, then give them separate rooms and separate beds. Lord knows this house has enough of them." "That is impossible," the grandmother said in her fire-ice voice. "This is the only bedroom with its own adjoining bath, and where my husband won't hear them walking overhead or flushing the toilet. If they are separated and scattered about all over upstairs, he will hear their voices, or their noise, or the servants will. Now, I have given this arrangement a great deal of thought. This is the only safe room." Safe room? We were going to sleep, all of us, in only one room? In a grand, rich house with 20, 30, 40 rooms, we were going to stay in one room? Even so, now that I gave it more thought, I didn't want to be in a room alone in this mammoth house. "Put the 2 girls in one bed and the 2 boys in the other," the grandmother ordered. Mamma lifted Corey and put him in the remaining double bed, thus casually establishing the way it was to be from then on. The boys in the bed nearest the bathroom door, and Carrie and I in the bed nearest the windows. The old woman turned her hard gaze on me, then on Christopher. "Now hear this," she began like a drill sergeant. "It will be up to you 2 older children to keep the younger ones quiet, and you 2 will be responsible if they break even one of the rules I lay down. Keep this always in your minds. If your grandfather learns too soon you are up here, then he will throw all of you out without 1 red penny, after he has severely punished you for being alive. And you will keep this room clean, neat, tidy, and the bathroom too, just as if no one lived here. And you will be quiet. You will not yell or cry or run about to pound on the ceilings below. When your mother and I leave this room tonight, I will close and lock the door behind me, for I will not have you roaming from room to room and into the other sections of this house. Until the day your grandfather dies, you are here, but you don't really exist." Oh, God! My eyes flashed to Mamma. This couldn't be true. She was lying, wasn't she? Saying mean things just to scare us. I drew closer to Christopher, pressing against his side, gone cold and shaky. The grandmother scowled, and quickly I stepped away. I tried to look at Mamma, but she had turned her back, and her head was lowered, but her shoulders sagged and quivered as if she were crying. Panic filled me, and I would have screamed out something if Mamma hadn't turned then and sat down on a bed and stretched out her arms to Christopher and me. We ran to her, grateful for her arms that drew us close and her hands that stroked our hair and backs and smoothed down our wind-rumpled hair. "It's all right," she whispered. "Trust me. 1 night only will you be in here, and my father will welcome you into his home to use it as you would your own, all of it, every room and the gardens, too." Then she glared up at her mother, so tall, so stern, so forbidding. "Mother, have some pity and compassion for my children. They are of your flesh and blood, too. Keep that in your mind. They are very good children, but they are also normal children, and they need room to play and run and make noise. Do you expect them to speak in whispers? You don't have to lock the door to this room. You can lock the door at the end of the hall. Now, why can't they have all the rooms of this north wing to use as their very own? I know you never cared for this older section very much." The grandmother shook her head vigorously. "Corinne, I make the decisions here, not you. Do you think I can just close and lock the door to this wing and the servants won't wonder why? Everything must stay just as it was. They understand why I keep this particular room locked, for the stairway to the attic is in here, and I don't like for them to snoop around where they don't belong. Very early in the mornings I will bring the children food and milk before the cook and the maids enter the kitchen. This north wing is never entered except on the last Friday of each month, when it is thoroughly cleaned. On those days the children will hide in the attic until the maids finish. And before the maids enter, I myself will check everything over to see they leave behind no evidence of their occupancy." Mamma voiced more objections. "That is impossible. They are bound to give themselves away, leave a clue. Mother, lock the door at the end of the hall." The grandmother gnashed her teeth. "Corinne, give me time. With time I can figure out some reason why the servants cannot enter this wing at all, even to clean. But I have to tread carefully and not raise their suspicions. They don't like me. They would run to your father with tales, hoping he would reward them. Can't you see? The closure of this wing cannot coincide with your return, Corinne." Our mother nodded, giving in. She and the grandmother plotted on and on, while Christopher and I grew sleepier and sleepier. It seemed an endless day. I wanted so much to crawl into the bed beside Carrie and nestle down, so I could fall into sweet oblivion where problems didn't live. Eventually, just when I thought she never would, Mamma took notice of how tired Christopher and I were, and we were allowed to undress in the bathroom and then to climb into bed, at long last. Mamma came to me looking tired and concerned, with dark shadows in her eyes, and she pressed her warm lips on my forehead. I saw tears glistening in the corners of her eyes, and her mascara pooled the tears into black streaks. Why was she crying again? "Go to sleep," she said hoarsely. "Don't worry. Pay no attention to what you just heard. As soon as my father forgives me and forgets what I did to displease him, he'll open up his arms and welcome his grandchildren. The only grandchildren he's likely to live long enough to see." "Mamma," I frowned, full of anguish, "why do you keep crying so much?" With jerky movements, she brushed away her tears and tried to smile. "Kathy, I'm afraid it may take more than just one day to win back my father's affection and approval. It may take 2 days or more." "More?" Maybe even a week, but not longer, possibly much less time. I just don't know exactly. But it won't be long, you can count on that." Her soft hand smoothed back my hair. "Dear, sweet Kathy, your father loved you so very much, and so do I." She drifted over to Christopher to kiss his forehead and stroke his hair, but what she whispered to him I couldn't hear. At the door she turned to say, "Have a good night's rest, and I'll see you tomorrow as soon as I can. You know my plans. I have to walk back to the train depot and catch another train to Charlottesville, where my 2 suitcases will be waiting. And tomorrow morning early I'll taxi back here, and I'll sneak up to visit with you when I can." The grandmother ruthlessly shoved our mother through the open doorway, but Mamma twisted around to peer back at us over her shoulder, her bleak eyes silently pleading with us even before her voice sounded again. "Please be good. Behave yourselves. Don't make any noise. Obey your grandmother and her rules, and never give her any reason to punish you. Please, please do this, and make the twins obey, and keep them from crying and missing me too much. Make this seem a game, lots of fun. Do what you can to entertain them until I'm back with toys and games for you all to play. I'll be back tomorrow, and every second I'm gone I'll be thinking of you and praying for you and loving you." We promised we'd be as good as gold and quiet as mice, and like angels we'd obey and keep to whatever rules were laid down. We'd do the best we could for the twins, and I'd do anything, say anything, to take the anxiety from her eyes. "Good night, Mama," said both Christopher and I, as she stood falteringly in the hall, with the grandmother's large, cruel hands on her shoulders. "Don't worry about us. We'll all be fine. We know what to do for the twins and how to entertain ourselves. We're not little children any more." All of this came from my brother. "You'll see me early tomorrow morning," the grandmother said, before she pushed Mama into the hall, then closed and locked the door. Scary to be locked in, children alone. What if a fire started? Fire. Always I was to think of fire and how to escape. If we were going to be here locked in, no one would hear us if we cried out for help. Who could hear us in this remote, forbidden room on the second floor, where no one came but once a month on the last Friday? Thank God this was just a temporary arrangement, one night, and then tomorrow Mama would win over the dying grandfather. And we were alone, locked in. All the lights were turned off. Around us, below us, this huge house seemed a monster, holding us in its sharp-toothed mouth. If we moved, whispered, breathed heavily, we'd be swallowed and digested. It was sleep I wanted as I lay there, not the long, long silence that stretched interminably. For the first time in my life I didn't fall into dreams the moment my head touched the pillow. Christopher broke the silence, and we began in whispers to discuss our situation. "It won't be so bad," he said softly, his eyes liquid and gleaming in the dimness. "That grandmother, she can't possibly be as mean as she seems." "You mean to tell me you didn't think she was a sweet old lady?" He sort of chuckled. "Yeah, you bet. Sweet. Sweet as a boa constrictor." "She's awful big. How tall do you think she is?" "Gosh, that's hard to guess. Maybe 6 feet and 200 pounds. 7 feet, 500 pounds. Kathy, one thing you've got to learn, stop exaggerating. Stop making so much out of small things. Now, take a real look at our situation and realize this is only a room in a big house, nothing at all frightening. We have one night to spend here before Mama comes back." "Christopher, did you hear what the grandmother said about a half-uncle? Did you understand what she meant?" "No, but I suppose Mama will explain everything. Now go to sleep and say a prayer. Isn't that about all we can do?" I got right out of the bed, fell down on my knees, and folded my hands beneath my chin. I closed my eyes tightly and prayed for God to help Mama be her most charming, disarming, and winning self. And God, please don't let the grandfather be as hateful and mean as his wife. Then, fatigued and drowning in many emotions, I hopped back into bed, hugged Carrie close against my chest, and fell, as I wanted, into dreams. Chapter 3. The Grandmother's House. The day dawned dim behind the heavy, drawn draperies that we had been forbidden to open. Christopher sat up first, yawning, stretching, grinning over at me. "Hi, Touselhead," he greeted. His hair was as tousled as mine, much more so. I don't know why God chose to give him and Corey such curly hair when he gave Carrie and me only waves. And, all boy that he was, he tried with mighty effort to brush out those curls, as I sat and hoped they would jump from his head over to mine. I sat up and looked around this room that was perhaps 16 by 16. Large, but with 2 double beds, a massive highboy, a large dresser, 2 overstuffed chairs, a dressing table between the 2 front windows with its own small chair, plus a mahogany table with 4 chairs. It seemed a small room, cluttered. Between the 2 big beds was another table with a lamp. Altogether there were 4 lamps in the room. Beneath all the ponderous dark furniture was a faded oriental red rug with gold fringe. At one time it must have been a beautiful thing, but now it was old and worn. The walls were papered in cream with white flocking. The bedspreads were gold-coloured and made of some heavy fabric like quilted satin. There were 3 paintings on the walls. Golly lolly, they did steal your breath away. Grotesque demons chased naked people in underground caverns, coloured mostly red. Unearthly monsters devoured other pitiful souls. Even as their legs still kicked, they dangled from slobbering mouths filled with long, shiny, sharp teeth. "You are now gazing on hell, as some might see it," my know-it-all brother informed me. 10 to 1 our angel grandmother hung those reproductions herself, just to let us know what we're in for if we dare to disobey. "Looked like Goya's work to me," he said. My brother did know everything. Next to being a doctor, he wanted to be an artist. He was exceptionally good at drawing, using watercolours, oil paints, and so on. He was good at most everything except picking up after himself and waiting on himself. Just as I made a move to get up and go into the bath, Christopher jumped from his bed and beat me to it. Why did Carrie and I have to be so far from the bath? Impatiently, I sat on the edge of the bed, swinging my legs, and waited for him to come out. With many little restless movements, Carrie and Corey fluttered awake simultaneously. They sat up and yawned as if mirrored reflections, rubbed at their eyes and looked sleepily around. Then Carrie pronounced in definite tones, "I don't like it here." That was not at all surprising. Carrie was born opinionated. Even before she could talk, and she talked at 9 months, she knew what she liked and what she hated. There was never a middle road for Carrie. It was down low or up sky high. She had the cutest little voice when she was pleased, sounding very much like a sweet little bird chirping happily in the mornings. Trouble was, she chirped all day long unless she was asleep. Carrie talked to dolls, teacups, teddy bears, and other stuffed animals. Anything that sat and didn't answer back was worthy of her conversation. After a while I got so I didn't even hear her incessant chatter. I just turned it off and let her rattle on and on. Corey was entirely different. While Carrie chattered on and on, he'd sit and listen attentively. I recall Mrs. Simpson saying Corey was a still water that ran deep. I still don't know what she meant by that, except quiet people did exude some illusion of mystery that kept you wondering just what they really were beneath the surface. "Kathy," twittered my baby-faced small sister, "did you hear me say I don't like it here?" Hearing this, Corey scrambled from his bed and ran to jump into ours, and there he reached for his twin and held her tight, his eyes wide and scared. In his solemn way, he asked, "How did we get here?" "Last night on a train, don't you remember?" "No, I don't remember." "And we walked through the woods in the moonlight? It was very pretty." "Where is the sun? Is it still night?" Behind the draperies the sun hid. But if I dared to tell Corey that, then he was for sure going to want to open those draperies and look outside. And once he saw outside, he was going to want to go outside. I didn't know what to say. Someone in the hall fumbled with the door lock, saving me from giving any answer at all. Our grandmother carried into the room a large tray laden with food covered with a large white towel. In a very brisk, business-like way, she explained that she couldn't be running up and down the stairs all day carrying heavy trays, once a day only. If she came too often, the servants might notice. "I think from now on I'll use a picnic basket," she said as she set the tray down on the little table. She turned to look at me as if I were in charge of the meals. "You are to make this food last throughout the day. Divide it into 3 meals. The bacon, eggs, toast, and cereal are for breakfast. The sandwiches and the hot soup in the small thermos are for your lunch. The fried chicken, potato salad, and string beans are for your dinner. You can eat the fruit for dessert. And if at the end of the day you are silent and good, I may bring you ice cream and cookies or cake. No candy, ever. We can't have you getting tooth cavities. There won't be any trips to a dentist until your grandfather dies." Christopher had come from the bathroom, fully dressed, and he too stood and stared at the grandmother who could so easily talk of the death of her husband, showing no distress. It was as if she was speaking of some goldfish in China that would soon die in a fishbowl. "And clean your teeth after every meal," she went on, "and keep your hair brushed neatly and your bodies clean and fully clothed. I do despise children with dirty faces and hands and runny noses." Even as she said this, Corey's nose was running. Surreptitiously I used a tissue to wipe it for him. Poor Corey, he had hay fever most of the time, and she hated children with runny noses. "And be modest in the bathroom," she said, looking particularly hard at me, and then Christopher, who was now lounging insolently against the doorframe of the bath. "Girls and boys are never to use the bathroom together." I felt a hot blush stain my cheeks. What kind of kids did she think we were? Next we heard something for the first time which we were to hear over and over again like a needle stuck in a scratched record. "And remember, children, God sees everything. God will see what evil you do behind my back, and God will be the one to punish when I don't." From her dress pocket she pulled a sheet of paper. "Now, on this paper I have listed the rules you are to follow while you are in my home." She laid the list down on the table and told us we should read and memorize them. Then she spun around to leave, but no, she headed toward the closet that we hadn't yet investigated. "Children, beyond this door, and in the far end of the closet, is a small door concealing the steps to the attic. Up in the attic there is ample space for you to run and play and make a reasonable amount of noise. But you are never to go up there until after 10 o'clock. Before 10 the maids will be on the second floor doing their morning chores, and they could hear you running about. Therefore always be conscious you can be heard below if you are too noisy. After 10 the servants are forbidden to use the second floor. One of them has started stealing. Until that thief is caught red-handed, I'm always present when they straighten up the bedrooms. In this house we make our own rules and execute the deserved punishment. As I said last night, on the last Friday of each month you will go into the attic very early and sit quietly without talking or scuffling your feet. Do you understand me?" She stared at each of us in turn, impounding her words with mean, hard eyes. Christopher and I nodded. The twins only gazed at her in a strange kind of fascination close to awe. Further explanations informed us that she would check our room and bath to see we left no hint of ourselves on that Friday. Everything said, she left. Once more she locked us in. Now we could breathe. Grimly, with determination, I set out to make a game of this. "Christopher Doll, I appoint you the father." He laughed, then said with sarcasm, "What else? As the man and the head of this family, let it be known hitherto that I am to be waited on hand and foot, the same as a king. Wife, as my inferior and my slave, set the table, dish out the food, make ready for your lord and master." "Repeat again what you said, brother." "From now on I am not your brother, but your lord and master. You are to do my bidding, whatever I say." "And if I don't do as you say, what will you do next, lord and master?" "I don't like the tone of your voice. Speak respectfully when you speak to me." "La-di-da and ho-ho-ho. The day I speak respectfully to you, Christopher, will be the day you earn my respect. And that will be the day you stand 12 feet high and the moon is at noon, and a blizzard blows in a unicorn ridden by a gallant knight wearing pure white shining armor with a green dragon's head perched on the point of his lance." And so said, and so satisfied with his disgruntled expression, I caught hold of Carrie's small hand and led her haughtily into the bathroom, where we could take our time to wash, dress, and brush, and ignore poor Corey, who kept calling out that he had to go. "Please, Kathy, let me come in. I won't look." Eventually a bathroom grows boring, and we came out, and believe it or not, Christopher had Corey fully dressed. And what was even more shocking, now Corey didn't need to use the bathroom. "Why?" I asked. Now don't you dare tell me you got back into bed and did it there." Silently, Corrie pointed to a large blue vase without flowers. Christopher lounged against the highboy, his arms folded across his chest, pleased with himself. "That should teach you to ignore a male in need. We men are not like you sit-down females. Any little thing will do in an emergency." Before I would allow anyone to begin breakfast, I had to empty the blue vase and rinse it out well. Really, it wouldn't be such a bad idea to keep the vase near Corrie's side of the bed, just in case. Near the windows we sat down to the little table meant for card-playing. The twins sat on doubled-over pillows so they could see what they were eating. All 4 lamps were turned on. Still, it was depressing having to eat breakfast in what looked like twilight. "Cheer up, Soberface," said my unpredictable older brother. "I was only kidding. You don't have to be my slave. I just love the gems you spurt forth when provoked. I admit in verbosity you females are blessed, just as we males are gifted with the perfect instrument for picnic bathrooming." And to prove he wasn't going to be an overbearing brute, he helped me pour the milk, finding out as I had that hefting a gallon-sized thermos and pouring without spilling was no mean feat. Carrie gave those fried eggs and bacon just one glance, and she was wailing. "We don't like bacon and eggs. Cold cereal is what we like. We don't want no hot, lumpy, bumpy food that's greasy. Cold cereal is what we like," she shrieked. "Cold cereal with raisins." "Now you listen to me," said their new, smaller edition father. "You will eat what is put before you, and you will make no complaints, and you will not yell or cry or scream. Hear that? And it is not hot food, it is cold food. You can scrape off the grease. It is solid, anyway." In a wink, Christopher gobbled down his cold, greasy food, plus his cold toast without butter. Those twins, for some odd reason I'll never understand, ate their breakfast without another word of complaint. I have the uneasy, queasy feeling our luck with the twins just couldn't hold out. They might be impressed now by a forceful older brother, but watch out later. The meal finished, I neatly stacked the dishes back on the tray, and only then did I remember we'd forgotten to say grace. Hastily we gathered together at the table and sat down to bow our heads and clasp our palms together. "Lord, forgive us for eating without asking your permission. Please don't let the grandmother know. We vow to do it right next time. Amen." Finished, I handed Christopher the list of do's and don'ts that were carefully typed in capital letters, as if we were so stupid we couldn't understand longhand. And just so the twins, who'd been too sleepy last night to understand our situation, fully realized what they were in for, my brother began at the top of the list of rules not to be broken or else. First, he pursed his mouth up in a good imitation of the grandmother's hateful lips, and you'd never believe such a finely shaped mouth as his could be made to look so grim, but somehow he managed to mimic her austerity. "1," he read in a cold, flat voice, "you are always to be fully dressed." And boy, did he make always sound impossible. 2, you will never take the Lord's name in vain, and will always say grace before each meal. And if I am not in the room to see that you do this, you may be sure that he above will be listening and watching. 3, you are never to open the draperies, not even to peek out. 4, you will never speak to me unless I speak to you first. 5, you will keep this room neat and orderly, always with the beds made. 6, you are never to be idle. You will devote 5 hours each day to studying, and use the remainder of your time to develop your abilities in some meaningful way. If you have any skills, abilities, or talents, you will seek to improve upon them. And if you have no abilities or talents or skills, you will read the Bible. And if you cannot read, then you will sit and stare at the Bible, and try to absorb through the purity of your thoughts the meaning of the Lord and his ways. 7, you will clean your teeth after breakfast each day and before retiring each night. 8, if I ever catch boys and girls using the bathroom at the same time, I will quite relentlessly and without mercy peel the skins from your backs. My heart seemed to flip over. Good golly day, what kind of grandmother did we have?
9. You will all 4 be modest and discreet at all times, in deportment, in speech, and in thought. 10. You will not handle or play with the private parts of your bodies, nor will you look at them in the mirrors, nor will you think about them, even when you are cleansing those parts of your bodies. Unabashed, with a funny little gleam in his eyes, Christopher read on, mimicking the grandmother with some skill. 11. You will not allow wicked, sinful, or lusting thoughts to dwell in your minds. You will keep your thoughts clean, pure, and away from wicked subjects that will corrupt you morally. 12. You will refrain from looking at members of the opposite sex unless it is absolutely necessary. 13. Those of you who can read, and I hope at least 2 of you can, will each alternately take turns reading aloud from the Bible at least 1 page per day, so the 2 younger children will benefit from the Lord's teachings. 14. You will each bathe daily, and clean the ring from the tub, and keep the bathroom as spotless as it was when you found it. 15. You will each learn, including the twins, at least 1 quote from the Bible per day. And if I so request, you will repeat to me such quotes as I demand, as I keep track of what passages you have read. 16. You will eat all of the food I bring to you, and not waste 1 single bit, or throw it away, or hide it away. It is sinful to waste good food when so many in this world are starving. 17. You will not stride about in the bedroom wearing only your night clothes, even if you are only going from bed to bath or bath to bed. You will at all times wear a robe of some kind over your night clothes, and over your undergarments, if at some time you feel the need to suddenly leave the bathroom without fully dressing yourself, so that another child may enter in an emergency. I demand that everyone who lives under this roof be modest and discreet in all things and in all ways. 18. You will stand at attention when I enter your room, with your arms straight down at your sides. You will not clench your hands into fists to show silent defiance, nor will you allow your eyes to meet with mine, nor will you seek to show signs of affection toward me, nor hope to gain my friendship, nor my pity, nor my love, nor my compassion. All of that is impossible. Neither your grandfather nor myself can allow ourselves to feel anything for what is not wholesome. Oh, those were words to really sting. Even Christopher paused, and a flicker of despair flitted over his face, quickly put away by a grin as his eyes met with mine. He reached out and tickled Carrie to make her giggle, and then he tweaked Corey's nose so he too giggled. "Christopher," I cried, alarm in my voice, "from the way she puts it, our mother can never hope to win over her father again. Much less will he want his eyes to rest upon us. Why? What have we done? We weren't here the day our mother fell from grace by doing something so terrible her father disinherited her. We weren't even born then. Why do they hate us?" "Keep your cool," said Chris, his eyes scanning down the long list. "Don't take any of this seriously. She's a nut, a loony bird. Nobody as smart as our grandfather can have the idiot ideas his wife does, or else how could he make millions of dollars? Maybe he didn't make the money, but inherited it. Yes, Mama told us he inherited some, but he has increased that 100 times over, so he must have a little brains in his head. But he somehow picked the queen bee nut from the balmy tree for his wife." He grinned, and then went on with the rule reading. 19. When I come into this room to bring you food and milk, you will not look at me, or speak to me, or think of me with disrespect, or of your grandfather with disrespect, for God is above and is able to read your minds. My husband is a very determined man, and seldom has anyone bested him in any way. He has an army of doctors and nurses and technicians to tend to his every need, and machines to function for his organs in case they fail. So don't think something as weakly motivated as his heart can fail a man made of steel." Wow! A man of steel to make the opposite bookend to his wife? His eyes must be grey too. flint, hard, steel-grey eyes, for, as our very own mother and father had proved, likes do attract. 20, read Christopher. You will not jump, yell, shout, or speak in loud voices so the servants below can hear you. And you will wear sneakers and never hard-soled shoes. 21. You will not waste toilet tissue or the soap, and you will clean up the mess if you clog up the toilet bowl so it overflows. And if you put it out of order, then it will stay that way until the day you leave. And you will use the chamber pots that you will find in the attic, and your mother can empty them for you. 22. The boys will wash their own clothes in the bathtub, as will the girls. Your mother will take care of the bed linens and the towels you use. The quilted mattress covers will be changed once a week, and if a child soils the covers, then I will order your mother to bring you rubber sheets to use, and thrash severely the child who cannot be toilet-trained. I sighed and put my arm about Corey, who whimpered and clung to me on hearing this. Shh! Don't be afraid. She'll never know what you do. We'll protect you. We'll find a way to cover up your mistakes, if you make any. Chris read, Conclusion. And this is not a do or a don't, just a warning. She's written, You may rightly assume that I will add to this list from time to time as I see the need arise, for I am a very observant woman who misses nothing. Do not think you can deceive me, mock me, or play jokes at my expense, for if you do, your punishment will be so severe that your skins and your egos will bear lifetime scars, and your pride will go down in permanent defeat. And let it be known, from now on, that never in my presence will you mention your father's name or refer to him in the slightest way, and I myself will refrain from looking at the child who resembles him most. It was over. I flashed Christopher a questioning look. Was he inferring, as I was, what that last paragraph implied? That for some reason our father was the cause of our mother being disinherited and now hated by her parents? And did he infer, too, that we were going to be locked up here for a long, long time? Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God! I couldn't stand even a week. We weren't devils, but most certainly we weren't angels either. And we needed each other to touch, to look at. Kathy, said my brother calmly, a wry smile cocking his lips, while the twins looked from one to the other of us, ready to mimic our panic, our joy, or our screams. Are we so ugly and without charm that an old woman who very obviously hates our mother and also our father, for some reason I don't know, can forever resist us? She's a fake, a fraud. She doesn't mean any of this. He gestured toward the list, which he folded and flung away toward the dresser. It made a poor aeroplane. Are we to believe an old woman like that who must be demented and should be locked up? Or should we believe the woman who loves us, the woman we know and trust? Our mother will take care of us. She knows what she's doing. On that you can depend. Yes, of course he was right. Mama was the one to believe in and trust, not that stern old crazy woman with her idiot ideas and her gunshot eyes and her crooked knife-slashed mouth. In no time at all, the grandfather downstairs would succumb to our mother's beauty and charm, and down the stairs we'd trip, dressed in our best, wearing happy smiles. And he'd see us and know we weren't ugly or stupid, but normal enough to like a little, if not a lot. And perhaps, who knows, maybe someday he might even find a little love to give to his grandchildren. Chapter 4. The Attic. The morning hour of 10 came and went. What remained of our daily ration of food we stored in the coolest spot we could find in the room under the highboy. The servants who made the beds and tidied up in the upstairs rooms of other wings must surely have departed for lower sections, and they would not see this floor again for another 24 hours. We were, of course, already tired of that room, and very eager to explore the outer confines of our limited domain. Christopher and I each caught hold of a twin's hand, and we headed silently toward the closet that held our 2 suitcases, with all the clothes still inside. We'd wait to unpack. When we had more roomy, pleasant quarters, the servants could unpack for us as they did in movies, and we could take off outdoors. Indeed, we wouldn't be in this room when the servants came in on the last Friday of the month to clean. We'd be set free by then. With my older brother in the lead, holding on to the small hand of my younger brother so he wouldn't trip or fall, and with me close at Corey's heels as Carrie clung to my hand, we headed up the dark, narrow, steep steps. The walls of that passageway were so narrow your shoulders almost brushed them. And there it was. Attics we'd seen before, who hasn't? But never such an attic as this one. We stood as if rooted and gazed around with incredulity. Huge, dim, dirty, dusty, this attic stretched for miles. The farthest walls were so distant they seemed hazy, out of focus. The air was not clear, but murky. It had an odour, an unpleasant odour of decay, of old rotting things, of dead things left unburied. And because it was cloudy with dust, everything seemed to move, to shimmer, especially in the darker, gloomier corners. 4 sets of deep dormer windows stretched across the front, 4 sets across the back. The sides, what we could see of them, were without windows, but there were wings where we couldn't see unless we dared to move forward and brave the stifling heat of the place. Step by step, we moved as one away from the stairwell. The floor was of wide wooden planks, soft and rotting. As we inched along, cautiously, feeling fearful, small creatures on the floor went scuttling off in all directions. There was enough furniture stored in the attic to furnish several houses. Dark, massive furniture, and chamber pots and pitchers set in larger bowls, perhaps 20 or 30 sets of them, and there was a round wooden thing that looked like a tub banded with iron. Imagine keeping a bathtub like that. Everything that seemed of value was draped over by sheets where dust had accumulated to turn the white cloth dingy grey, and what was covered by sheets for protection shivered my spine, for I saw these things as weird, eerie furniture ghosts, whispering, and I didn't want to hear what they had to say. Dozens of old leather-bound trunks with heavy brass locks and corners lined one entire wall, each trunk stuck all over with travel labels. Why, they must have been around the world several or more times. Big trunks, fit for coffins. Giant armoires stood in a silent row against the farthest wall, and when we checked we found each one full of ancient clothes. We saw both Union and Confederate uniforms, giving Christopher and me much to speculate upon, as the twins cringed close against us and looked around with big, scared eyes. "Do you think our ancestors were so undecided during the Civil War they didn't know which side they were on, Christopher?" "The war between the states sounds better," he answered. "Spies, you think? How would I know?" Secrets everywhere. Brother against brother, I saw it. Oh, what fun to find out! If only we could find diaries. "Look here," said Christopher, pulling out a man's suit of pale cream-coloured wool with brown velvet lapels and piped smartly with darker brown satin. He waved the suit. Disgusting winged creatures took off in all directions, despite the stench of mothballs. I yelped, as did Carrie. "Don't be such babies," he said, not in the least disturbed by those things. "What you saw were moths, harmless moths. It's the larvae that do the chewing and make the holes." I didn't care. Bugs were bugs, infants or adults. I don't know why that darned suit interested him so much anyway. Why did we have to examine the fly to see if men in those days used buttons or zippers? "Gosh," he said, finally disturbed. "What a pain to unfasten buttons every time." That was his opinion. In my opinion, olden-day people really knew how to dress. How I would love to flounce around in a frilly chemise over pantaloons, with dozens of fancy petticoats over the wire hoops, all bedecked in ruffles, lace, embroidery, with flowing ribbons of velvet or satin, and my shoes would be of satin, and over all this bedazzling finery would be a lacy parasol to shade my golden curls, and keep the sun from my fair, unwrinkled complexion. and I'd carry a fan to elegantly cool myself, and my eyelids would flutter and bewitch. Oh, what a beauty I'd be! Subdued by the immense attic until now, Carrie let out a howl that took me swiftly from sweet speculations and right back to the here and now, which was where I didn't want to be. "It's hot up here, Kathy." "Yes, it is." "I hate it up here, Kathy." I glanced at Corey, his small face awed as he looked around and clung to my side, and catching his hand and Carrie's, I left behind the fascination of the old clothes, and all of us wandered off to pry into everything this attic had to offer. And that was considerable. Thousands of old books in stacks, dark ledgers, office desks, 2 upright pianos, radios, phonographs, cartons filled with the unwanted accoutrements of generations long gone, dress forms, all sizes and shapes, bird cages and stands to hold them, rakes, shovels, framed photographs of peculiar, pale and sickly-looking people who were, I presumed, dead relatives of ours. Some had light hair, some dark. All had eyes sharp, cruel, hard, bitter, sad, wistful, yearning, hopeless, empty, but never, I swear, never did I see any happy eyes. Some smiled, most didn't. I was drawn in particular to a pretty girl of perhaps 18. She wore a faint, enigmatic smile which reminded me of Mona Lisa, only she was more beautiful. Her bosom swelled out beneath the ruffled bodice most impressively, making Christopher point to one of the dress forms and declare emphatically, "Hers." I looked. "Now," he continued with admiring eyes, "that is what you call an hourglass figure. See the wasp waist, the ballooning hips, the swelling bosom? Inherit a shape like that, Kathy, and you will make a fortune." "Really," I said in disgust, "you don't know very much. That is not a woman's natural form. She's wearing a corset, cinched in at the waist so much her flesh is squeezed out at the top and the bottom. And that is exactly why women used to faint so much and then call for smelling salts." "How can one faint and still manage to call for smelling salts?" he asked sarcastically. "Besides, you can't squeeze out at the top what isn't there." He took another look at the shapely young woman. "You know, she kind of looks like Mama. If she wore her hair differently and her clothes were modern, she'd be Mama." "Ha! Our mother would have more sense than to wear a laced-up cage and suffer." "But this girl is only pretty," Christopher concluded. "Our mother is beautiful." The silence of that huge space was so deep you could hear your heart beat. Yet it would be fun to explore every trunk, to examine the contents of every box, to try on all those rotting, smelly, fancy clothes and pretend. But it was so hot, so stifling, so stuffy. Already my lungs seemed clogged with dirt and dust and stale air. Not only that, spider webs laced the corners and draped down from the rafters, and crawling or slithering things rambled about on the floor or up the walls. Though I didn't see any, I thought of rats and mice. We'd seen a movie once on TV where a man went crazy and hung himself from an attic rafter. And in another movie a man shoved his wife in an old trunk with brass corners and locks just like these, and then he slammed down the lid and left her there to die. I took another look at those trunks, wondering what secrets they held that the servant shouldn't know. Disconcerting the curious way my brother was watching me and my reactions. I whirled to hide what I was feeling, but he saw. He stepped closer and caught my hand and said, so much like Daddy, "Kathy, it is going to be all right. There must be very simple explanations for everything that seems to us very complex and mysterious." Slowly I turned to him, surprised he'd come to comfort and not to tease. "Why do you suppose the grandmother hates us, too? Why should the grandfather hate us? What have we done?" He shrugged, as baffled as I was, and with his hand still holding mine, we both pivoted to look the attic over again. Even our untrained eyes could tell where new sections had been added to the older house. Thick, square, upright beams divided the attic into distinct sections. I thought if we wandered here and wandered there, we would come upon a place for comfortable, fresh breathing. The twins began to cough and sneeze. They fixed resentful blue eyes on us for keeping them where they didn't want to be. "Now look," said Christopher, when the twins started to really complain. "We can open up the windows an inch or so, enough to let in a little fresh air, and no one will notice such a little opening from the ground." Then he released my hand and ran on ahead, leaping over boxes, trunks, furniture, showing off, while I stood frozen, holding to the hands of both my little ones, who were terrified of where they were. "Come and see what I've found," called Christopher, who was out of sight. Excitement was in his voice. "You just wait and see my discovery." We ran, eager to see something exciting, wonderful fun, and all he had to show us was a room. A real room with plaster walls. It had never been painted, but it did have a regular ceiling, not just beams. This seemed to be a schoolroom, with 5 desks facing a larger desk up front. Blackboards lined 3 walls over low bookcases filled with faded and dusty old volumes that my perpetual seeker of all knowledge had to immediately inspect by crawling around and reading the book titles aloud. Books were enough to send him off on a high tangent, knowing he had a way to escape to other worlds. I was drawn to the small desks, where names and dates were etched, such as Jonathan, age 11, 1864, and Adelaide, age 9, 1879. Oh, how very old this house was! They were dust in their graves by now, but they had left their names behind, to let us know that once they too had been sent up here. But why would parents send their children into an attic to study? They had been wanted children, surely, unlike us, whom the grandparents despised. Maybe for them the windows had been opened wide, and for them servants had carried up coal or wood to burn in the 2 stoves we saw in the corners. An old rocking horse with a missing amber eye wobbled unsteadily, and his matted yellow tail was a woebegone thing. But this white and black spotted pony was enough to bring a delighted cry from Corey. Instantly he clambered up on the peeling red saddle, crying out, "Giddy up, horsey!" And the pony, not ridden for ever so long, galloped along, squealing, rattling, protesting with every rusty joint. "I want to ride too," bellowed Carrie. "Where is my horsey?" Quickly I ran to lift Carrie up behind Corey so she could cling to his waist and laugh and kick her heels to make the dilapidated horse go faster and faster. I marveled that the poor thing stayed hinged together. Now I had the chance to look over the old books that had charmed Christopher. Heedlessly I reached in and took out a book, not caring what the title read. I flipped through the pages and sent legions of flat bugs with centipede legs madly scampering everywhere. I dropped that book, then stared down at the loose pages that had scattered. I hated bugs, spiders most of all, worms next, and what swarmed from those pages seemed a combination of both. Such a girlish performance was enough to send Christopher into hysterics, and when he calmed down he called my squeamishness overdone. The twins reined in their bucking bronco and stared at me in astonishment. Quickly I had to reach for my poise. Even pretend mothers didn't squeal at the sight of a few bugs. "Kathy, you're 12, and it's time you grew up. Nobody screams to see a few bookworms. Bugs are a part of life. We humans are the masters, the supreme rulers over all. This isn't such a bad room at all. Lots of space, full of big windows, plenty of books, and even a few toys for the twins." Yeah, there was a rusty red wagon with a broken handle and a missing wheel. Great. A broken green scooter, too. Terrific. Yet there stood Christopher, looking around and expressing his pleasure in finding a room where people hid away their children so they couldn't see them, or hear them, or maybe not even think about them. And he saw it as a room with possibilities. Sure, somebody could clean all the dark, secret places where creeping horrors lived, and they could spray all over with insect repellent so nothing sinister was left that was small enough to step on. But how to step on the grandmother, the grandfather? How to turn an attic room into a paradise where flowers bloomed, and not just another prison like the one below. I ran to the dormer windows and climbed upon a box to reach the high window ledge, desperate to see the ground, to see how far we were above it, and if we jumped, how many bones we'd break. Desperate to see the trees, the grass, where the flowers grew, where sunlight was, where birds flew, where real life lived. But all I saw was a slate-black roof expanding wide beneath the windows, blocking out the view of the ground. Beyond the roofs were treetops. Beyond the treetops, enclosing mountains, hovered over by blue mists. Christopher climbed up beside me and looked too. His shoulder-brushing mine quivered, as did his voice when he said softly, "We can still see the sky, the sun, and at night we'll see the moon and stars, and birds and planes will fly over. We can watch them for amusement, until the day we don't come up here again." He paused, seeming to think back to the night we came. Was it only last night? "I'll bet if we leave a window open wide, an owl might fly in. I've always wanted an owl for a pet." "For heaven's sake, why in the world would you want one of those things?" "Owls can turn their heads all the way around. Can you do that?" "I don't want to do that. But if you wanted to, you still couldn't." "Well, neither can you," I flared, wanting to make him face up to reality like he insisted I do. No bird as wise as an owl would want to live locked up with us for even an hour. "I want a kitty," spoke up Carrie, holding her arms up so she could be lifted to where she could see too. "I want a puppy," said Corey, before he glanced out of the window. Then he quickly forgot about pets, for he began to chant, "Outside, outside, Corey wants outside. Corey wants to play in the garden. Corey wants to swing." Quickly Carrie followed suit. She too wanted outside, the garden and the swings. And with her bull-moose voice, she was far more persistent with her wants than Corey. Now they were both near driving Christopher and me up the wall with their demands to go outside, outside, outside. "Why can't we go outside?" screamed Carrie, doubling up her fists and beating them against my chest. "We don't like it here. Where is Mama? Where is the sunshine? Where did the flowers go? Why is it so hot?" "Look," said Christopher, catching her small battering fists and saving me from a bruising. "Think of this place as outside. There's no reason you can't swing up here like in a garden. Kathy, let's search around and see if we can't find some rope." We did search, and we did find rope in an old trunk that held all sorts of junk. It was very apparent the Foxworths didn't throw anything away. They stored their trash in the attic. Maybe they were afraid of one day being poor and suddenly needing what was put away so miserly. With great diligence, my older brother worked to make swings for both Corey and Carrie, for when you have twins, you must never, ever give them only one of a kind of anything. For seats, he used boards ripped from a lid of a trunk. He found sandpaper and smoothed away the splinters. While he did this, I hunted around until I found an old ladder with a few missing rungs that didn't hinder Christopher in the least from quickly reaching the rafters high above. I watched him climbing nimbly around up there, crawling out on a wide beam, and every move he made endangered his life. He stood up to show off his balancing skill. He swayed suddenly off balance. Quickly he adjusted himself by putting out his arms, but my heart had jumped up, terrified to see him taking such chances, risking his life just to show off. There was no adult to call him down. If I tried to order him down, he'd laugh and do even more foolish things. So I kept my mouth shut and closed my eyes, and I tried to shut out the vision I had of him falling, splattering down, breaking his arms, legs, or even worse, his back or neck. And he didn't have to put on any act. I knew he was brave. He had the knots securely tied, so why couldn't he come down and give my heart a chance to beat normally again? It had taken Christopher hours to make those swings, and then he risked his life to hang them. And when he was down and the twins were seated on the swings, fanning back and forth and stirring up the dusty air, they were satisfied for perhaps 3 minutes. Then it began. Carrie started off. Take us out of here. Don't like these swings. Don't like in here. This is a bad place." No sooner did her wails cease than Corey's began. "Outside, outside, we want outside. Take us outside, outside." And Carrie added her chants to his. Patience. I had to have patience, deep self-control, act adult, not scream just because I wanted outside just as much as they did. "Now stop that racket," snapped Christopher to the twins. "We're playing a game, and all games have rules. The main rule of this game is to stay inside and be as quiet as possible. Screaming and yelling is forbidden." His tone turned softer as he gazed down at their tear-streaked, grimy faces. "Pretend this is the garden, under a bright blue sky, and tree leaves are overhead and the sun is shining bright. And when we go downstairs, that room will be our home with many rooms." He gave us all a whimsical, disarming smile. "When we're rich as Rockefellers, we'll never need to see this attic again or that bedroom below. We'll live like princesses and princes." "Do you think the Foxworths have as much money as the Rockefellers?" I asked disbelievingly. "Golly day, wow! We'd be able to have everything. Yet I was terribly troubled. That grandmother, something about her, the way she treated us, as if we didn't have a right to be alive. Such horrible words she'd said. 'You are here, but you don't really exist.'" We rambled about the attic, half-heartedly exploring this and that until someone's stomach rumbled. I glanced at my wristwatch. 2. My older brother stared at me as I glanced at the twins. It must have been one of their stomachs, for they ate so little, but nevertheless their digestive systems were automatically set on 7 for breakfast, 12 for lunch, and 5 for dinner, and 7 for bedtime and a snack before. "Lunchtime," I announced cheerfully. Down the stairs we tripped single file, back into that hateful, dim room. If only we could open the draperies wide to let in some light and cheer. If only... My thoughts could have been spoken aloud, for Christopher was perceptive enough to say that even if the draperies were opened wide, this room faced north, and the sunlight would never enter. And my, just look at the chimney sweeps in the mirrors, just like those from Mary Poppins. A spoken comparison to put smiles on the dirty faces of the twins. They dearly loved being compared with those charming people who lived in their kind of picture books. Since we'd been taught from our earliest years never to sit down to eat when we were less than spotlessly clean, and since God had his keenest eye riveted on us, we would obey all the rules and please him. Now, it didn't really offend God's eyes if we put Corey and Carrie in the same bathtub when they'd come from the same womb, did it? Christopher took over Corey as I shampooed Carrie, then bathed her, dressed her, and brushed her silky hair until it shone, and then I curled her hair around my fingers till it spiraled down in pretty coils. Next I tied on a green satin ribbon. And it wouldn't really hurt anyone if Christopher talked to me while I bathed. We weren't adults yet. It wasn't the same as using the bathroom together. Mama and Daddy had seen nothing wrong about bare skin. But as I washed my face, the memory of the grandmother's stern, uncompromising expression flashed before my eyes. She would think it was wrong. "We can't do this again," I said to Christopher. "That grandmother, she might catch us, and then she would think it evil." He nodded as if it didn't really matter. He must have seen something on my face that made him move forward to the tub so he could put his arms about me. How did he know I needed a shoulder to cry on, which was exactly what I did? "Kathy," he soothed, while my head was tucked down on his shoulder and my sobs came. "Keep thinking about the future and all that will be ours when we're rich. I've always wanted to be filthy rich so I can be a playboy for a while, only a little while, for Daddy said everybody should contribute something useful and meaningful to mankind, and I'd like to do that. But until I'm in college and med school, I could sneak in a little fooling around until I settle down seriously." I see you mean do everything a poor guy can't afford to do. Well, if that's what you want, go to it. But what I want is a horse. All my life I've wanted a pony, and we've never lived in a place that would allow a pony. And now I'm too big for a pony, so it will have to be a horse. And, of course, all the while I'll be working my way to fame and fortune as the world's leading prima ballerina. And you know how dancers have to eat, or else they'd be just skin and bones. So I'm going to eat a whole gallon of ice cream each day. And one day I'm going to eat nothing but cheese. Every kind of cheese there is, put on cheese crackers. Then I want lots and lots of new clothes, a different outfit for each day of the year. I'll give them away after one wearing, then sit down to eat cheese on crackers and top it off with ice cream. And I'll work off the fat by dancing. He was stroking my wet back, and when I turned to see his profile, he looked dreamy, wistful. You see, Kathy, it's not going to be so bad this short time while we're shut up here. We won't have time to feel depressed, for we'll be too busy thinking of ways to spend all of our money. Let's ask Mama to bring us a chess game. I've always wanted to learn to play chess. And we can read. Reading is almost as good as doing. Mama won't let us get bored. She'll bring us new games and things to do. This week will pass in a flash. He smiled at me brilliantly. And please stop calling me Christopher. I can't be confused with Daddy anymore, so from now on, I'm only Chris, okay? Okay, Chris, I said. But the grandmother, what do you think she'd do if she caught us in the bathroom together? Give us hell and God knows what else. Still, when I was out of the tub drying off, I started to tell him not to look. However, he wasn't looking. Already we knew each other's bodies well, having been looking at them naked since I could remember. And in my opinion, mine was the best, neater. All of us wearing clean clothes and smelling good, we sat down to eat our ham sandwiches and lukewarm vegetable soup from the small thermos and more milk to drink. Lunch without cookies was an abysmal thing. Furtively, Chris kept glancing at his watch. It might be a long, long time before our mother showed up. The twins prowled around restlessly after lunch was over. They were cranky, and they expressed their displeasure with everything by kicking at it. And from time to time, as they prowled the room, they shot both me and Chris scowling looks. Chris headed for the closet and the attic to the schoolroom for books to read, and I started to follow. "No!" screamed Carrie. "Don't go up in the attic. Don't like it up there. Don't like it down here. Don't like nothing. Don't want you being my mama, Kathy. Where's my real mama? Where'd she go? You tell her to come back and let us go out to the sandbox." She took off for the door to the hall and turned the knob, then screamed like an animal in terror when the door wouldn't open. Wildly she beat her small fists against the hard oak, and all the while she screamed for Mama to come and take her out of this dark room. I ran to catch her up in my arms while she kicked and kept right on yelling. It was like holding a wildcat. Chris seized Corey, who ran to protect his twin. All we could do was put them down on one of the big beds, haul out their storybooks, and suggest naps. Teary and resentful, both twins glared up at us. "Is it night already?" whimpered Carrie, gone hoarse from so many fruitless screams for freedom and a mother who wouldn't come. "I want my mama so bad. Why don't she come?" "Peter Rabbit," I said, picking up Corey's favorite storybook with colorful illustrations on every page, and this alone made Peter Rabbit a very good book. Bad books had no pictures. Carrie had a fondness for the Three Little Pigs, but Chris would have to read like Daddy used to, and huff and puff and make his voice deep like the wolf's, and I wasn't sure he would. "Please let Chris go up in the attic and find himself a book to read, and while he does that, I'll read to you from Peter Rabbit. And let's see if Peter will steal into the farmer's garden tonight and eat his fill of carrots and cabbages. And if you fall asleep while I'm still reading, the story will end in your dreams." Maybe 5 minutes passed before the twins were asleep. Corey clutched his storybook against his small chest to make the transportation of Peter Rabbit into his dreams as easy as possible. A soft, warm feeling swept over me, making my heart ache for little ones who really needed a grown-up mother, not one only 12. I didn't feel much different than I had at 10. If womanhood was just around the corner, it hadn't reared its head to make me feel mature and capable. Thank God we weren't going to be shut up here long, for what would I do if they got sick? What would happen if there was an accident, a fall, a broken bone? If I banged hard on the locked door, would the despicable grandmother come running in response? There was no telephone in this room. If I cried out for help, who would hear me from this remote, forbidden wing? While I stewed and fretted, Chris was up in the attic schoolroom collecting an assortment of dusty, buggy books to bring down to the bedroom for us to read. We had brought along a checkerboard, and that's what I wanted to do, not stick my nose in an old book. "Here," he said, thrusting an old book into my hands. He said he'd shaken it free of all bugs that might send me off into hysteria again. "Let's save the checkers until later when the twins are awake. You know how you cut up when you lose." He settled down in a comfortable chair, flinging his leg across the fat, rounded chair arm, and opened up Tom Sawyer. I flung myself down on the only empty bed and began to read about King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. And believe it or not, that day a door opened I hadn't known existed before, a beautiful world where knighthood was in flower and there was romantic love, and fair ladies were put on pedestals and worshipped from afar. A love affair with the medieval age began that day for me, one I was never to lose, for after all, weren't most ballets based on fairy tales, and weren't all fairy tales written from folklore of medieval times? I was the kind of child who'd always looked for fairies dancing on the grass. I wanted to believe in witches, wizards, ogres, giants, and enchanted spells. I didn't want all of the magic taken out of the world by scientific explanation. I didn't know at that time that I had come to live in what was virtually a strong and dark castle, ruled over by a witch and an ogre. I didn't guess that some modern-day wizards could weave money to create a spell. As daylight drew away behind the heavy drawn draperies, we sat down at our small table to eat our meal of fried chicken, cold, and potato salad, warm, and string beans, cold and greasy. At least, Chris and I ate most of our meal, cold and unappetizing or not. But the twins just picked at their food, complaining all the time that it didn't taste good. I felt that if Carrie had said less, then Corey would have eaten more. "Oranges are not funny-looking," said Chris, handing me an orange to peel, "or supposed to be hot. Actually, oranges are liquid sunshine." Boy, did he say the right thing that time. Now the twins had something they could eat with pleasure. Liquid sunshine. Now it was night, and really not much different than the day had been. We turned on all 4 lamps, and one tiny little rose night lamp our mother had brought along to comfort the twins who didn't like the dark. After their naps, we had dressed the twins again in their clean clothes and brushed their hair and washed their faces, so they looked sweet and appealing as they settled down on the floor to put large pieces of puzzles together. Those puzzles were old ones, and they knew exactly which piece fitted into the other, and it was not so much of a problem, but a race to see who could fit in the most pieces first. Soon the race to put puzzles together bored the twins, so we piled all on one of the beds, and Chris and I told stories we made up. That, too, grew boring for the twins, though my brother and I could have gone on longer, competing to see who had the most imagination. Next, we hauled the small cars and trucks from the suitcases, so the twins could crawl around and push cars from New York to San Francisco by route of wriggling under the beds and between the table legs, and soon they were dirty again. When we tired of that, Chris suggested we play checkers, and the twins could transport orange peels in their trucks and dump them down in Florida, which was the trash can in the corner. "You can have the red pieces," announced Chris patronizingly. "I don't believe as you do that black is a losing color." I scowled, sulked away. It seemed an eternity had passed between dawn and dusk, enough to change me so I'd never be the same again. "I don't want to play checkers," I said nastily. So I fell on a bed and gave up the struggle to keep my thoughts from roaming up and down endless alleys of dark, suspicious fears and tormenting, nagging doubts, wondering always if Mama had told us all of the truth. And while we all four waited and waited and waited for Mama to show up, there wasn't a calamity my thoughts didn't touch upon, mostly fire. Ghosts, monsters, and other spectres lived in the attic, but in this locked room fire was the uppermost threat. And time passed so slowly. Chris, in his chair with his book, kept sneaking glances at his watch. The twins crawled to Florida, dumped their orange peels, and now they didn't know where to go. There were no oceans to cross, for they had no boats. Why hadn't we brought a boat? I whipped a glance at the paintings depicting hell and all its torments, and marveled at how clever and cruel the grandmother was. Why did she have to think of everything? It just wasn't fair for God to keep an ever-watchful eye on 4 children, when outside in the world so many others were doing worse. In God's place, from his all-seeing perspective, I wouldn't waste my time looking at 4 fatherless children locked up in a bedroom. I'd be staring at something far more entertaining. Besides, Daddy was up there. He'd make God take good care of us and overlook a few mistakes. Disregarding my sulky ways and objections, Chris put down his book and carried over the gaming box, which held equipment enough to play 40 different games. "What's the matter with you?" he asked as he began to place the red and black rounds on the board. "Why are you sitting so quiet, so scared-looking? Afraid I'll win again?" Games. I wasn't thinking of games. I told him my thoughts of fire, and my idea of ripping up sheets and knotting them together to form a ladder to reach the ground, just like they did in many an old movie. Then, if a fire started, maybe tonight, we'd have a way to reach the ground after we broke a window, and each of us could tie a twin to our back. I'd never seen his blue eyes show so much respect as they lit up with admiration. "Wow! What a fantastic idea, Kathy! Terrific! Exactly what we'll do if a fire starts, which it won't. And boy, it sure is good to know you're not going to be a crybaby after all. When you think ahead and plan for unexpected contingencies, it shows you're growing up, and I like that. Golly day, in 12 years of hard striving, I had at last won his respect and approval, and reached a goal I thought impossible. It was sweet knowing we could get along when shut up so close. Our exchanged smiles promised that together we were going to manage to survive until the end of the week. Our newfound camaraderie constructed some security, a bit of happiness to grab hold of, like hands clasping. Then what we'd found was shattered. Into our room came our mother, walking so funny, wearing the strangest expression. We'd waited so long for her return, and somehow it didn't give us the anticipated joy to be with her again. Maybe it was only the grandmother who followed so close at her heels, with her flint-hard, mean grey eyes that quickly quelled our enthusiasm. My hand rose to my mouth. Something dreadful had happened. I knew it. I just knew it. Chris and I were sitting on a bed, playing a checker game, and from time to time looking at each other while we rumpled the bedspread. 1 rule broken. No, 2. Looking was forbidden as well as rumpling. And the twins had puzzle pieces here and there, and their cars and marbles were scattered about, so the room wasn't exactly tidy. 3 rules broken. And boys and girls had been in the bathroom together. And maybe we'd even broken another rule, for we were always to feel, no matter what we did, that God and the grandmother had some secret communication between them. Chapter 5. The Wrath of God. Mama came into our room this first night, tight-limbed and stiff-jointed, as if every movement she made hurt. Her lovely face was pale and bloated, her swollen eyes red-rimmed. At the age of 33, someone had humiliated her so much she couldn't squarely meet a pair of our eyes. Looking defeated, forlorn, humbled, She stood in the center of the room like a child brutally chastised. Thoughtlessly, the twins ran to greet her. They threw enthusiastic arms about her legs, laughing and crying out in happy voices, "Mama, Mama, where have you been?" Chris and I ambled over to tentatively hug her. One might have thought she had been gone a decade of Sundays and not just one Wednesday, but she represented our hope, our reality, our line to the world outside. Did we kiss her too much? Did our eager, hungry, clinging embraces make her wince from pain or from the obligations? While fat and slow tears slid silently down her pale cheeks, I thought she cried only for the pity she felt for us. When we sat, all wanting to be as close to her as possible, it was on one of the big beds. She lifted both twins to her lap so Chris and I could cuddle close on either side. She looked us over and complimented our glowing cleanliness, and smiled because I had tied a green ribbon in Carrie's hair to match the green stripes on her dress. She spoke, her voice hoarse as if she had a cold or that fabled frog had lodged in her throat. "Now, tell me honestly, how did it go for you today?" Resentfully, Corrie's plump face pouted, mutely saying his day had not gone well at all. Carrie put her unspoken umbrage into words. "Kathy and Chris are mean," she screamed, and it was no sweet bird twitter. "They made us stay inside all day. We don't like inside. We don't like that big dirty place they told us was nice. Mama, it's not nice." Troubled and pained-looking, Mama tried to soothe Carrie, telling the twins that circumstances had changed, and now they had to mind their older brother and sister and think of them as parents to obey. "No, no," shrilled an even more irate bundle of red-faced fury. "We hate it here. We want the garden. It's dark here. We don't want Chris and Kathy, Mama. We want you. Take us home. Take us out of here." Carrie hit at Mama, at me, at Chris, yelling how much she wanted her home, as Mama sat there, not defending herself, apparently unhearing, and not knowing how to handle a situation in which a 5-year-old ruled. The more unhearing Mama became, the louder Carrie screamed. I covered my ears. "Corinne," commanded the grandmother, "you stop that child from screaming this very second." I knew just looking at her stone-cold face that she would know exactly how to shut Carrie up, and at once. However, sitting on Mama's other knee was a little boy whose eyes grew wide as he stared up at the tall grandmother. Someone who threatened his twin sister, who had jumped down from Mama's lap and was now standing in front of the grandmother. Planting her small feet wide apart, Carrie threw back her head, opened up her rosebud mouth, and she really let go. Like an opera star who'd saved her best for the grand aria finale, her former cries seemed like weak mewings from a small kitten. Now we had a tigress, enraged. Oh boy, was I impressed, awed, terrified of what would happen next. The grandmother seized hold of Carrie by the hair, lifting her up enough to make Corey jump from Mama's lap. Quick as a cat, he pounced on the grandmother. Faster than I could wink, he ran to bite her leg. I cringed inside, knowing now we were all in for it. She gazed down at him, then shook him off as one does a small, annoying lapdog. But the bite did make her release Carrie's hair. Down she dropped to the floor to quickly scamper to her feet and take a quick swipe, just missing the grandmother's leg with her foot. Not to be outdone by his twin sister, Corey raised his small white shoe, took careful aim, then kicked the grandmother's leg as hard as he could manage. In the meanwhile, Carrie had scuttled over to the corner where she crouched down and wailed like an Irish banshee set on fire. Oh, indeed, it was a scene worthy of remembering and recording. So far, Corey hadn't said a word or uttered one cry, as was his silent and resolute way. But no one was going to hurt or threaten his twin sister, even if that no one stood close to 6 feet and weighed in at close to 200 pounds. And Corey was very small for his age. If Corey didn't like what was happening to Carrie, or the potential threat to himself, the grandmother didn't like what was happening to her either.
She glared down at his small, defiant, angry face, which was tilted up to hers. She waited for him to cower, to take the scowl from his face and the defiance from his blue eyes, but he stood determinedly before her, daring, challenging her to do her worst. Her thin and colorless lips tightened into a fine, crooked pencil line. Up came her hand, a huge, heavy hand, flashing with diamond rings. Corey didn't flinch. His only reaction to this very obvious threat was a deeper, more fierce scowl, as his small hands knotted into fists, raised in professional boxer technique. Good golly day, did he think he could fight her and win? I heard Mama call Corey's name, her voice so choked it was only a whisper. Decided on her course of action now, the grandmother delivered against his round, defiant baby face a stinging slap, so hard it sent him reeling. He stumbled backward, then fell to the floor, but was up in a flash, spinning around to consider a fresh assault against that huge mountain of hateful flesh. His indecision then was a pitiful thing. He faltered, reconsidered, and common sense won out over anger. He scampered over to where Carrie crouched, half crawling, half running, and then flinging his arms about her, they knelt, holding one to the other, cheek pressed to cheek, and he added his siren howls to hers. Beside me, Chris mumbled something that sounded like a prayer. "Corinne, they are your children. Shut them up this instant." However, the Buttercup twins, once started, were practically impossible to quiet. Reasoning never reached their ears. They heard only their own terror, and like mechanical toys, they had to run down from pure exhaustion. When Daddy was alive and knew how to handle situations like this, he would pick them up as sacks of corn, one under each arm, and off he'd carry them to their room and order them sternly to shut up, or else they'd stay alone until they could, without TV, toys, without anything. Without an audience to witness their defiance or hear their impressive wails, their screams seldom lasted more than a few minutes after the door closed on them. Then they would sulk out, quiet, meek, and they would snuggle down on Daddy's lap and say in small voices, "We're sorry." But Daddy was dead. There wasn't a distant bedroom where they could wind down. This one room was our mansion, and in here the twins held their captive audience painfully enthralled. They screamed until their faces went from pink to red, from red to magenta, and then on to purple. Their blue eyes went glassy and unfocused from their combined efforts. Oh, it was a grand show, all right, and a foolhardy one. Apparently, until now, our grandmother had been held mesmerized by such a display. Then whatever had held her motionless released its spell. She came alive. Purposefully, she strode over to the corner where the twins huddled. Down she reached to seize up ruthlessly by their scruffs 2 yelling children. Holding them stiff-armed away from her as they kicked, hollered, and flailed their arms, trying ineffectively to inflict some injury on their tormentor, the twins were hauled up before our mother. Then down on the floor they were dropped like so much unwanted trash. In a loud, firm voice that punctuated through their yelling, she stated flatly, "I will whip you both until the blood runs from your skin if you don't stop that yelling this very instant." That inhuman quality, plus the cold force of this appalling threat, convinced the twins, as it did me, that she meant exactly what she said. In astonished and horrified belief, the twins stared up at her, and with open mouths they choked off their cries. They knew what blood was, and pain came with it. It hurt to see them handled so brutally, as if she didn't care if frail bones broke or tender flesh was bruised. She towered above them, above all of us. Then she pivoted about and fired at our mother. "Corinne, I will not have a scene so disgusting as this happen again. Obviously, your children have been spoiled and indulged, and are in desperate need of lessons in discipline and obedience. No child who lives in this house will disobey or scream or show defiance. Hear that? They will speak when spoken to. They will jump to obey my voice. Now take off your blouse, daughter, and show those who disobey just how punishment is dealt out in this house." During this our mother had risen. She seemed to shrink smaller into her high-heeled shoes as she turned waxen white. "No," she breathed. "That is not necessary now. See, the twins have stopped crying. They are obeying now." The old woman's face grew very grim. "Corinne, are you heedless enough to disobey? When I tell you to do something, you will do it without question, and immediately. Look at what you have raised. Weak, spoiled, unruly children, all four. They think they can scream and get what they want. Screams will not avail them here. They might as well know there is no mercy for those who disobey and break my rules. You should know that, Corinne. Did I ever show you mercy? Even before you betrayed us, did I ever let your pretty face and beguiling ways stay my ready hand? Oh, I remember when your father loved you well, and he would turn against me in defense of you. But those days are over. You proved to him you are just what I always said you were, a deceitful, lying bit of trash." She turned those hard flintstone eyes on Chris and me. "Yes, you and your half-uncle did make exceedingly beautiful children, I readily admit that, though they should never have been born. But they also appear soft, useless nothings." Her mean eyes raked over our mother scornfully, as if we had caught all these demeaning faults from her. But she had not yet finished. "Corinne, definitely your children need an object lesson. When they observe what has happened to their mother, then they will have no doubt as to what can happen to them." I saw my mother straighten and stiffen her spine, facing up bravely to the large, raw-boned woman who topped her by at least 4 inches and was many, many pounds heavier. "If you are cruel to my children," began Mama in a voice that quavered, "I will take them out of this house tonight, and you will never see them or me again." This she stated defiantly, lifting her beautiful face and staring with some determined fierceness at that hulking woman who was her mother. A small smile, tight and cold, met Mama's challenge. No, it was not a smile, it was a sneer. "Take them away tonight. Now, take yourself away, Corinne. If I never see your children again or hear from you again, do you think I care?" Our mother's Dresden blues clashed with those steely tones while we children watched. Inside, I was screaming with joy. Mama was going to take us out of here. We were leaving. Goodbye room, goodbye attic, goodbye all those millions I don't want anyway. But as I watched, as I waited for Mama to spin on her heel and head for the closet for our suitcases, I saw instead something that was noble and fine in our mother crumble. Her eyes lowered in defeat, and slowly her head bowed to hide her expression. Shaken and trembling myself, I watched the grandmother's sneer become a large, cruel smile of victory. "Mama, Mama, Mama," my soul was screaming. "Don't let her do this to you." "Now, Corinne, take off that blouse." Slowly, reluctantly, her face as white as death, Mama pivoted around, presenting her back just as a violent shudder shivered down her spine. Stiffly her arms lifted. With great difficulty, each button of her white blouse was unfastened. Carefully, she eased down the blouse to expose her back. Under the blouse, she didn't wear a slip or a bra, and it was easy enough to see why. I heard Chris pull in his breath, and Carrie and Corey must have looked, for their whimpers reached my ears. Now I knew why Mama, usually so graceful, had walked stiffly into our room with eyes red from weeping. Her back was striped with long, angry red welts from her neck on down to the waistband of her blue skirt. Some of the puffier welts were crusted over with dried blood. There was barely an inch of uncut, unmarred skin between the hideous whip marks. Unfeeling, uncaring, disregarding our sensitivities or those of our mother, new instructions issued from our grandmother. "Take a good long look, children. Know that those whip marks go all the way down to your mother's feet. 33 lashes, 1 for each year of her life, and 15 extra lashes for each year she lived in sin with your father. Your grandfather ordered this punishment, but I was the one who applied the whip. Your mother's crimes are against God and the moral principles society lives by. Hers was an unholy marriage, a sacrilege. A marriage that was an abomination in the eyes of the Lord. And as if that wasn't enough, they had to have children, 4 of them. Children spawned from the devil, evil from the moment of conception. My eyes bulged at the sight of those pitiful welts on the creamy, tender flesh that our father had handled with so much love and gentleness. I floundered in a maelstrom of uncertainty, aching inside, not knowing who or what I was, if I had the right to be living on an earth the Lord reserved for those born with his blessings and permission. We had lost our father, our home, our friends, and our possessions. That night I no longer believed that God was the perfect judge. So in a way I lost God too. I wanted a whip in my hands to strike back at that old woman who had ruthlessly ripped so much from us. I stared at the ladder of bloody welts on Mama's back, and never had I felt such hate before or such anger. I hated not only for what she had done to our mother, but for the ugly words that gushed forth from that mean mouth. She looked at me then, that detestable old woman, as if sensing all that I felt. I glared back defiantly, hoping that she could see how I denied her blood relationship from that moment on, not only her, but that old man downstairs as well. Never again would I pity him. Perhaps my eyes were only glass to reveal all the spinning wheels of revenge I harbored and vowed to let loose one day. Maybe she did see something vengeful on those white worms of brains, for she directed her next words solely at me, though she used the noun children. So you see, children, this house can be hard and relentless in dealing with those who disobey and break our rules. We will dole out food, drink, and shelter, but never kindness, sympathy, or love. It's impossible to feel anything but revulsion for what is not wholesome. Keep to my rules, and you won't feel the bite of my whip, nor will you be deprived of necessities. Dare to disobey me, and you will soon learn all I can do to you and all I can keep from you. She stared in turn at each of us. Yes, she wanted to make us undone that night, when we were young, innocent, trusting, having known only the sweetest part of living. She wanted to wither our souls and shrivel us small and dry, perhaps never to feel pride again. But she didn't know us. Nobody was ever going to make me hate my father or my mother. Nobody was going to have the power of life and death over me, not while I was alive and could still fight back. I shot Chris a quick glance. He was staring at her, too. His eyes swept up and down her height, considering what damage he could inflict if he attacked. But he was only 14. He would have to grow into a man before he could overcome the likes of her. Still his hands clenched into fists, which he forced to keep tight at his sides. The restraint pressed his lips into a line as thin and hard as the lips of the grandmother. Only his eyes were cold, hard as blue ice. Of us all, he loved our mother best. He had her high on a pedestal of perfection, considering her the dearest, sweetest, most understanding woman alive. He'd already told me when he grew up he'd marry a woman who was like our mother, yet he could only glare fiercely. He was too young to do anything. Our grandmother bestowed on us one last, long, contemptuous look. Then she shoved the door key into Mama's hand and left the room. One question loomed sky-high above all others. Why? Why had we been brought to this house? This was no safe harbor, no refuge, no sanctuary. Certainly Mama must have known how it would be, and yet she'd led us here in the dead of night. Why? Chapter 6. Mama's Story. After the grandmother's departure, we did not know what to do or what to say or how to feel, except unhappy and miserable. My heart was fluttering madly as I watched Mama slip up her blouse, button it, and tuck it into the waistband of her skirt, before she turned to give us all a tremulous smile that sought to reassure. Pitiful that I could find a straw to grasp in such a smile as that one. Chris lowered his eyes to the floor. His restless torment was expressed by his shoe diligently following the intricate scrollwork of the oriental rug. "Now look," said Mama with forced cheerfulness. "It was just a willow switching, and it didn't hurt too much. My pride suffered more than my flesh. It's humiliating to be whipped like a slave or an animal and by your own parents. But don't worry that such a whipping will occur again, for it never will. Only this one time. I would suffer 100 times over what whip wheels I bear to live again those 15 years of happiness I had with your father and with you. Though it cringes my soul, she made me show what they did." She sat on a bed and held out her arms so we could cluster close about and be comforted, though I was careful not to embrace her again and cause more pain. She lifted the twins to her lap and patted the bed to indicate we should crowd up against her. Then she began to talk. What she said was obviously hard to say and equally difficult for us to hear. "I want you to listen very carefully and remember all your lives every word I say tonight." She paused, hesitating, as she scanned the room and stared at the cream-flocked walls as if they were transparent, and through them she could see into all the rooms of this gigantic house. "This is a strange house, and the people who reside here are even stranger, not the servants, but my parents. I should have warned you that your grandparents are fanatically religious. To believe in God is a good thing, a right thing. But when you reinforce your belief with words you take from the Old Testament, that you seek out and interpret in the ways that suit your needs best, that is hypocrisy, and that is exactly what my parents do. My father is dying, yes, but every Sunday he is carried into church, either in his wheelchair, if he is feeling that well, or lying on a stretcher if he is feeling worse, and he gives his tithe, a 10th share of his yearly income, which is considerable. So naturally he is very welcomed. He paid to have the church built. He bought all the stained-glass windows. He controls the minister and his sermons, for he is paving his way to heaven with gold. And if St. Peter can be bribed, my father will surely gain entrance. In that church he is treated like a god himself or a living saint. And then he comes home feeling completely justified in doing anything he wants, because he has done his duty and paid his way, and therefore he is safe from hell. When I was growing up with my 2 older brothers, we were literally forced to go to church. Even if we were sick enough to stay in bed, we still had to go. Religion was rammed down our throats. Be good, be good, be good, that's all we ever heard. Everyday, normal pleasures that were right for other people were made sinful for us. My brothers and I were not allowed to go swimming, for that meant wearing bathing suits and exposing most of our bodies. We were forbidden card games, or any sort of game that implied gambling. We weren't allowed to go to dances, for that meant your body might be pressed close to that of the other sex. We were ordered to control our thoughts, to keep them off lusting, sinful subjects, for they said the thought was as evil as the deed. Oh, I could go on and on about all we were forbidden to do. It seemed everything that was fun and exciting was sinful to them. And there is something in the young that rebels when life is made too strict, making us want to do most of the very things denied to us. Our parents, in seeking to make their 3 children into living angels or saints, only succeeded in making us worse than we would have been otherwise. My eyes widened. I sat spellbound, all of us did, even the twins. Then, one day, Mama went on, into all this a beautiful young man came to live. His father had been my grandfather, a man who died when this young man was only 3. His mother was named Alicia, and she was only 16 when she married my grandfather, who was 55 years old. Now, when she gave birth to a boy, she should have lived to see him a man. Unfortunately, Alicia died very young. My grandfather's name was Garland Christopher Foxworth, and when he died, half of his estate should have gone to his youngest son, who was 3. But Malcolm, my father, gained control of his father's estate by having himself appointed administrator, for of course a 3-year-old boy had no voice in the matter, nor was Alicia given a vote. Once my father had everything under his thumb, he kicked out Alicia and her young son. they fled back to Richmond to Alicia's parents, and there she lived until she married a second time. She had a few years of happiness with a young man she'd loved since her childhood, and then he too died. Twice married, twice widowed, left with a young son, and now her parents were dead as well. And then one day she found a lump in her breast, and a few years later she died of cancer. That was when her son, Garland Christopher Foxworth IV, came to live here. We never called him anything but Chris. She hesitated, tightening her arms about Chris and me. You know who I'm talking about? Have you guessed who this young man was? I shivered. The mysterious half-uncle. And I whispered, Daddy, you're talking about Daddy. Yes, she said, then sighed heavily. I leaned forward to glance at my older brother. He sat so still with the queerest expression on his face, and his eyes were glassy. Mama continued, Your father was my half-uncle, but he was only 3 years older than I. I remember the first time I saw him. I knew he was coming, this young half-uncle I'd never seen or heard much about, and I wanted to make a good impression. So all day I prepared myself, curling my hair, bathing, and I put on what I thought were my prettiest and most becoming clothes. I was 14 years old, and that is an age when a girl just begins to feel her power over men. And I knew I was what most boys and men considered beautiful, and I guess in a way I was ripe for falling in love. Your father was 17. It was late spring, and he was standing in the middle of the hall with 2 suitcases near his shabby shoes. His clothes were very worn-looking, and he'd outgrown them. My mother and father were with him, and he was turning around, staring at everything, dazzled by the display of wealth. I myself had never paid much attention to what was around me. It was there. I accepted it as part of my heritage. And until I was married and began to live a life without wealth, I hardly realized that I'd been raised in an exceptional home. You see, my father is a collector. He buys everything that is considered a unique work of art. Not because he appreciates art, but he likes to own things. He would like to own everything, if possible, especially beautiful things. I used to think I was part of his collection of objets d'art, and he meant to keep me for himself, not to enjoy, but to keep others from enjoying what was his. My mother continued, her face flushed, her eyes staring off into space, apparently looking backward to that exceptional day when a young half-uncle came into her life to make such a difference. Your father came to us so innocent, so trusting, so sweet and vulnerable, having known only honest affection and genuine love and a great deal of poverty. He came from a 4-room cottage into this huge, grand house that widened his eyes and dazzled his hopes, and he thought that he had stumbled onto good luck into heaven on earth. He was looking at my mother and father with all of that gratefulness plain in his eyes. Ha! The pity of him coming here and being grateful still hurts. For half of what he was looking at, by all rights, should have been his. My parents did all they could to make him feel like a poor relation. I saw him there, standing in the sunlight, beaming down through the windows, and paused halfway down the staircase. His golden hair was haloed by an aura of silver light. He was so beautiful. Not just handsome, but beautiful. There's a difference, you know. Real beauty radiates from the inside out, and he had that. I made some slight noise that made him lift his head, and his blue eyes lit up, and oh, I can remember how they lit up. And then when we were introduced, the light went out. I was his half-niece and forbidden, and he was disappointed, just as I was. For on that very day, with me on the staircase and him down there on the floor, a spark was lit between us, a little red glow that was to grow larger and larger until we could deny it no longer. I won't embarrass you with the telling of our romance, she said uneasily, when I shifted and Chris moved to hide his face. Let it suffice to say that it was love at first sight with us, for it happens that way sometimes. Perhaps he was ready to fall in love, as was I, or perhaps it was because we were both needing someone to give us warmth and affection. My older brothers were both dead by this time, killed by accidents. I had only a few friends, but no one was good enough for the daughter of Malcolm Foxworth. I was his prize, his joy. If ever a man took me from him, it would be for a dear, dear price. So your father and I would meet furtively in the gardens and just sit and talk for hours and hours. And sometimes he'd push me in a swing, or I'd push him. And sometimes we'd stand on the swing and work it with our legs and just look at each other as we flew higher and higher. He told me all his secrets, and I told him all of mine. And soon enough it had to come out. We had to confess that we were deeply in love, and right or wrong, we had to marry. And we had to escape this house and the rule of my parents before they had a chance to make us into duplicates of themselves. For that was their purpose, you know, to take your father and change him, make him pay for the evil his mother had done in marrying a man so much older. They gave him everything, I will admit that. They treated him as their own son, for he was to replace the 2 sons they had lost. They sent him to Yale, and he was brilliant. You get your intelligence from him, Christopher. He graduated in 3 years, but he could never use the master's degree he earned, for it had his rightful name on it, and we had to hide who we were from the world. It was hard for us in the first years of our marriage, because he had to deny his college education. She paused. She glanced reflectively at Chris, then at me. She hugged the twins and kissed the top of their fair heads, and a troubled frown came to worry her face and pucker her brow. Kathy, Christopher, you are the ones I'm expecting to understand. The twins are too young. You are trying to understand how it was with us. Yes, yes, both Chris and I nodded. She was talking my language, the language of music and ballet, romance and love, beautiful faces in lovely places. Fairy tales can come true. Love at first sight. Oh, that was going to happen to me. I just knew it would. And he'd be as beautiful as Daddy had been, radiating beauty, touching my heart. You had to have love, or you withered away and died. Listen attentively now, she said in a low voice, and this gave her words greater impact. I am here to do what I can to make my father like me again and forgive me for marrying his half-brother. You see, as soon as I reached my 18th birthday, your father and I eloped, and 2 weeks later we came back and told my parents. My father nearly threw a fit. He raged, he stormed, he ordered us both out of his house and told us never to come back, never. And that is why I was disinherited. And your father, too. For I think my father did plan to leave him a little. Not much, but some. The main portion was to be mine, for my mother has money in her own right. Why, to hear tell it, the money she inherited from her parents is the main reason why my father married her. Though in her youth she was what is called a handsome woman. Not a great beauty, but she had a regal, powerful kind of noble good looks. No, I thought bitterly to myself, that old woman was born ugly. I am here to do what I can to make my father like me again and forgive me for marrying my half-uncle. And in order to do this, I am going to have to play the role of the dutiful, humbled, thoroughly chastised daughter. And sometimes when you begin to play a role, you assume that character. So I want to say now, while I am still fully myself, all you have to hear. That's why I'm telling you all of this and being as honest as I can. I confess I am not strong-willed, nor am I a self-starter. I was strong only when I had your father to back me up, and now I don't have him. And downstairs on the first floor, in a small room beyond a giant library, is a man the likes of whom you have never encountered. You have met my mother, and know a little of what she is like, but you have not met my father, and I don't want you to meet him until he forgives me, and accepts the fact that I have 4 children fathered by his much younger half-brother. This is going to be very difficult for him to take. But I don't think it is going to be too difficult for him to forgive me, since your father is dead, and it is difficult to hold grudges against the dead and buried. I don't know why I felt so scared. In order to have my father write me into his will again, I am going to be forced to do anything he wants. What could he want from you but obedience and a show of respect? Asked Chris, in the most somber adult way, as if he understood what this was all about. Mamma gave him the longest look, full of sweet compassion, as her hand lifted to caress his boyish cheek. He was a younger, smaller edition of the husband she'd so recently buried. No wonder tears came into her eyes. I don't know what he'll want, darling, but whatever I have to do, I will do. Somehow he must include me in his will. But let's forget all of that now. I saw your faces when I was talking. I don't want you to feel what my mother said is true. What your father and I did was not immoral. We were properly married in church, just as any other young couple in love. There was nothing unholy about it. And you are not the devil's spawn or evil. Your father would call that hogwash. My mother would have you think yourselves unworthy as another way to punish me and you. People make the rules of society, not God. In some parts of the world, closer relatives marry and produce children, and it is considered perfectly all right. Though I'm not going to try and justify what we did, for we do have to abide by the laws of our own society. That society believes closely related men and women should not marry, for if they do, they can produce children who are mentally or physically less than perfect. But who is perfect? Then she was laughing, half crying, and hugging us all close. Your grandfather predicted our children would be born with horns, humped backs, forked tails, hooves for feet. He was like a crazy man trying to curse us and make our children deformed because he wanted us cursed. Did any of his dire predictions come true? She cried, seemingly half wild herself. No. She answered her own question. Your father and I did worry some when I was pregnant the first time. He paced the hospital corridors all night until nearly dawn, when a nurse came up and told him he had a son perfect in every way. Then he had to run to the nursery to see for himself. You should have been there to see the joy on his face when he entered my room, bearing in his arms 24 red roses, and tears were in his eyes when he kissed me. He was so proud of you, Christopher, so proud. He gave away 6 boxes of cigars and went right out and bought you a plastic baseball bat and a catcher's mitt and a football, too. When you were teething, you'd chew on the bat and beat on the crib and the wall to let us know you wanted out. Next came Kathy, and you, darling, were just as beautiful and just as perfect as your brother. And you know how your father loved you, his beautiful, dancing Kathy, who would make the world sit up and take notice when she came on stage. Recall your first ballet performance when you were 4? You wore your first pink tutu and made a few mistakes, and everybody in the audience laughed, and you clapped your hands like you were proud even so. And your father sent you a dozen roses, remember? He never saw any mistakes you made. In his eyes, you were perfect. And 7 years after you came to bless us, our twins were born. Now we had 2 boys and 2 girls and had tempted fate 4 times and had won 4 perfect children. So if God had wanted to punish us, he had 4 chances to give us deformed or mentally retarded children. Instead, he gave us the very best. So never let your grandmother or anyone else convince you that you are less than competent, less than worthy, or less than wholly pleasing in God's eyes. If there was a sin committed, it was the sin of your parents, not yours. You are the same 4 children all our friends in Gladstone envied and called the Dresden Dolls. Keep remembering what you had in Gladstone. Hold on to that. Keep believing in yourselves and in me and in your father. Even if he is dead, keep on loving and respecting him. He deserves that. He tried so hard to be a good parent. I don't think there are many men who care as much as he did. She smiled brightly through glistening tears. Now, tell me who you are. The Dresden Dolls, Chris and I cried out. "Now, will you ever believe what your grandmother says about being the devil's spawn?" "No, never, never." Yet, half of what I'd heard from both women I would have to ponder over later, and ponder deeply, too. I wanted to believe God was pleased with us, and in who and what we were. I had to believe, needed to believe. Nod, I told myself, say yes, just as Chris did. Don't be like the twins, who only stared at Mama, not comprehending anything. Don't be so suspicious. Don't. Chris chimed up in the firmest of convincing voices. "Yes, Mama, I do believe what you say. For if God had disapproved of your marriage to our father, then he would have punished you and Daddy through your children. I believe God is not narrow-minded and bigoted, not as our grandparents are. How can that old woman speak so ugly when she does have eyes and she can see we are not ugly and not deformed, and certainly we are not retarded?" Relief, like a river dammed and released, caused tears to stream down Mama's beautiful face. She drew Chris close against her breast, kissing the top of his head. Then she cupped his face between her palms, stared deep into his eyes, ignoring the rest of us. "Thank you, my son, for understanding," she said in a husky whisper. "Thank you again for not condemning your parents for what they did. I love you, Mama. No matter what you did or do, I'll always understand." "Yes," she murmured. "You will, I know. You will." Uneasily, she glanced at me, who stood back, taking all of this in, weighing it and her. Love doesn't always come when you want it to. Sometimes it just happens, despite your will. She bowed her head, reaching for my brother's hands and clinging to them. "My father adored me when I was young. He wanted to keep me always for himself. He never wanted me to marry anyone. I recall when I was only 12, he said he'd leave me his entire estate if I stayed with him until he died of old age." Suddenly she jerked up her head and looked at me. Did she see something doubting, something questioning? Her eyes shadowed, grew deep, dark. "Join hands," she ordered forcefully, bracing her shoulders, releasing one of Chris's hands. "I want you to repeat after me. We are perfect children. Mentally, physically, emotionally, we are wholesome and godly in every way possible. We have as much right to live, love, and enjoy life as any other children on this earth." She smiled at me and reached for my hand to hold in her free one and asked that Carrie and Corey join the family chain. "Up here, you are going to need small rituals to get you through the days, little stepping stones. Let me lay down a few for you to use when I'm gone. Kathy, when I look at you, I see myself at your age. Love me, Kathy. Trust me, please." Haltingly, we did as she directed and repeated the litany that was ours to say whenever we felt in doubt. And when we had finished, she smiled at us with approval and reassurance. "There," she said with a happier look. "Now, don't think I have lived through this day without the four of you constantly on my mind. I have thought, and I have thought of our future, and I've decided we cannot continue to live here where all of us are ruled over by my mother and father. My mother is a cruel, heartless woman who just happened to give birth to me, but who's never given me an ounce of love. She gave all of that to her sons. It was my foolish belief when her letter came that she would treat you differently from the way she treated me. I thought by now she would have mellowed with age, and once she saw you and knew you, she would be like all grandmothers and welcome you with open arms and be charmed and delighted to have children to love again. I so hoped once she got a look at your faces." She choked up, near tears again, as if no one with good sense could help but love her children. "I can understand her dislike for Christopher," and here she hugged him tightly and kissed his cheek. "He looks so much like his father. And I know she can look at you, Kathy, and see me, and she never liked me. I don't know why, except perhaps my father liked me too much, and that made her jealous. But never did it cross my mind that she could be cruel to any of you, or my little twins. I made myself believe people change with age and they realize their mistakes. But now I know how wrong I was. She wiped away her tears. So that is why tomorrow morning early I am driving away from here, and in the nearest big city I will enroll in a business school that will teach me how to be a secretary. I'll learn to type, take shorthand, do bookkeeping and how to file, and everything a good secretary has to know, I'll learn. When I know how to do all of these things, I'll be able to find a good job that will pay an adequate salary, and then I'll have enough money to take you all out of this room. We'll find an apartment somewhere nearby so I can still visit my father. Soon we'll all be living under the same roof, our roof, and we'll be a real family again. Oh, Mama, Chris cried happily, I knew you would find a way. I knew you wouldn't keep us locked up in this room. He leaned forward to give me a look of smug satisfaction, as if he'd known all along his beloved mother would solve all problems, no matter how complicated. Trust me, said Mama, smiling and confident now. Again she had kisses for Chris. I wished somehow I could be like my brother Chris and take everything she said as a sacred vow. But my treacherous thoughts were dwelling overlong on her words of not being strong-willed or a self-starter without Daddy nearby to give her support. Dejectedly, I put in my question. Just how long does it take to learn how to be a good secretary? Quickly, I thought too quickly, she answered, Only a little while, Kathy, perhaps a month. But if it takes a bit longer, you have to be patient and realize I'm not too smart about things like that. It's not really my fault, she went on hastily, as if she could see I was blaming her for being inadequate. When you're born rich and you're educated in boarding schools only for the daughters of the extremely rich and powerful, and then you're sent to a girls' finishing school, you are taught polite rules of social etiquette, academic subjects, but most of all you're made ready for the whirl of romance, debutante parties, and how to entertain and be the perfect hostess. I wasn't taught anything practical. I didn't think I'd ever need any business skills. I thought I'd always have a husband to take care of me. And if not a husband, then my father would. And besides, all the time I was in love with your father, I knew the day I turned 18 we'd be married. She was at that very minute teaching me well. Never would I become so dependent on a man I couldn't make my way in the world, no matter what cruel blow life delivered. But most of all, I felt mean, mad, ashamed, guilty, feeling she was to blame for everything, and how could she have known what lay ahead? I'm going now, she said as she stood to leave. The twins burst into tears. Mama, don't go. Don't leave us. They both wrapped their small arms around her legs. I'll be back early tomorrow morning before I leave for that school. Really, Kathy, she said, looking straight at me, I promise to do the best I can. I want you out of this place just as much as you want to be out. At the door, she said it was a good thing we'd seen her back, for now we knew how heartless her mother could be. For God's sake, keep to her rules. Be modest in the bathroom. Realize she can be inhuman not only to me, but to those who are mine. She held out her arms to all of us, and we ran into them, forgetting her whip-lashed back. I love all of you so much, she sobbed. Hold on to that. I'll apply myself as never before, I swear. I feel as much a prisoner as you do, just as trapped by circumstances as you are, in a way. Go to bed tonight with happy thoughts. Know that no matter how bad it may seem, seldom is anything that bad. I am likable, you know that, and my father did love me extremely well once, so that will make it easy for him to love me again, won't it? Yes, it would. To love anything once extremely well made you vulnerable to another loving attack. I knew. I'd already been in love 6 times. And while you're in your beds and in the dimness of this room, remember that tomorrow, after I enroll in that school, I'll go shopping for new toys and games to keep your hours up here busy and happy. And it's not going to be a long time until I have my father loving me again and forgiving me for everything. Mama, I said, do you have enough money to buy us things? Yes, she said hurriedly. I have enough, and my mother and father are proud people. They would not have me seen by their friends and neighbors looking shabby or ill-groomed. They will provide for me, and they'll provide for you as well. You'll see. And every spare minute I have and every spare dollar I don't use, I'll put away, and I'll plan for the day when we can all be free to live in our own home as we used to and be a family again. Those were her parting words before she blew us kisses, and then she closed and locked the door. Our second night behind a locked door. Now we knew so much more, maybe too much. After Mama had left, both Chris and I settled into bed. He grinned over at me as he curled his body against Corey's back, and already his eyes were sleepy, too. He closed his eyes and murmured, "Good night, Kathy. Don't let the bedbugs bite." As Christopher had done, I curled around Carrie's small, warm body, and she was cupped spoon-like in my arms, and my face lowered into her sweet, soft hair. I was restless, and soon enough I was supine, staring upward and sensing the great silence of this huge house as it settled down and went to sleep. I heard not a whisper of movement in the huge house, not the faint shrills of a telephone ringing, not a kitchen appliance could be heard switching on and off. Not even a dog barked outside, nor did a car pass to throw light that might hopefully penetrate through the heavy draperies. Snide thoughts came and told me we were unwanted, locked up, devil's spawn. Those thoughts wanted to lounge around in my head and make me miserable. I had to find a way to drive them out. Mama, she loved us. She wanted us. She'd try hard to be a good secretary to some lucky man. She would. I knew she would. She would resist the ways the grandparents sought to turn her away from us. She would. She would. God, I prayed, please help Mama learn quickly. It was horribly hot and stuffy in that room. Outside I could hear the wind rustling the leaves, but not enough of it came in to cool us off. Only enough to hint that it was cool out there and would be in here if only we could open the windows wide. Wistfully I sighed, longing for fresh air. Hadn't Mama told us mountain nights, even in the summertime, were always cool? And this was summertime, and it wasn't cool with the windows down. In the rosy darkness, Chris whispered my name. "What are you thinking?" "About the wind. It sounds like a wolf." "I knew you'd be thinking something cheery like that. Gosh, if you aren't the one to take the cake for depressing thoughts." "I've got another goodie. Whispering winds like dead souls trying to tell us something." He groaned. "Now you listen to me, Catherine Doll," the stage name I planned to use one day. "I order you not to lie there and think your kind of scary thoughts. We will take each hour as it comes, and never pause to think ahead to the next one. And by using this method, it will be much easier than thinking in terms of days and weeks. Think about music, about dancing, singing. Haven't I heard you say you never feel sad when music is dancing in your head? What will you think about? If I were less sleepy, I would pour out 10 volumes of thoughts. But as it is, I'm too tired to answer. And you know my goal anyway. As for now, I'll just think of the games we'll have time to play." He yawned, stretched, and smiled over at me. "What did you think of all that talk about half-uncles marrying half-nieces and creating children with hooves, tails, and horns?" "As a seeker of all knowledge and the future doctor, is it medically, scientifically possible?" "Nope," he answered, as if well educated on the subject. "If so, the world would abound in freaks resembling devils. And to tell you the truth, I would like to see a devil just once. I see them all the time in my dreams." "Ha!" he scoffed. "You and your crazy dreams. Weren't the twins something, though? I was really rather proud of them when they faced up to that giant grandmother so defiantly. Gosh, they got spunk. But then I was afraid she'd really do something awful." "What she did wasn't awful? She picked Carrie up by her hair. That must have hurt. And she slapped Corey and sent him reeling, and that must have hurt. What more did you want?" "She could have done worse." "I think she's crazy herself." "You may be right," he mumbled sleepily. "The twins are only babies. Corey was only protecting Carrie. You know how he is about her and she is about him. I hesitated. Chris, did our mother and father do right by falling in love? Couldn't they have done something to stop it? I don't know. Let's not talk about that. It makes me feel uneasy. Me too. But I guess that explains why we all have blue eyes and blonde hair. Yeah, he yawned. The Dresden Dolls. That's us. You're right. I've always wanted to play games all day long. And just think, when our mother does bring us that new deluxe Monopoly game, we will at last have time to finish a game. Well, we had never finished a game. And, Chris, the silver ballerina slippers are to be mine. Right, he murmured. And I'll take the top hat or the racing car. The top hat, please. Right, sorry, I forgot. And we can teach the twins to be bankers and count out the money. First, we'll have to teach them how to count. That will be no trick at all, for Foxworths know all about money. We are not Foxworths. And what are we? Dollengangers, that's who. Okay, have it your way. And again he said good night. Once more I knelt by the side of the bed and put my hands in prayer position under my chin. Silently I began, Now I lay me down to sleep, I pray the Lord my soul to keep. But somehow I just couldn't say those words about taking my soul if I should die before I wake. Again I had to skip that part, and again I asked blessings for Mama, for Chris and the twins, and for Daddy, too, wherever he was in heaven. Then, when I was back in bed again, I had to go and think of the cake or cookies and the ice cream the grandmother had half promised last night, if we were good. And we had been good, at least until Carrie started cutting up, and still the grandmother hadn't come into the room with desserts. How could she have known that later on we would be so undeserving? "What are you thinking now?" asked Chris in a sleepy monotone. I thought he was already asleep and certainly not watching me. "Nothing much. Just little thoughts of the ice cream and cake or cookies the grandmother said she'd bring if we were good. Tomorrow's another day, so don't give up on treats. And maybe tomorrow the twins will forget about outdoors. They don't have very long memories." No, they didn't. Already they'd forgotten Daddy, and he'd been killed only last April. How easily Corey and Carrie let go of a father who had loved them very much. And I couldn't let him go. I was never going to let him go, even if I couldn't see him so clearly now. I could feel him. Chapter 7. Minutes like hours. All the days dragged by monotonously. What did you do with time when you had it in superabundance? Where did you put your eyes when you had already seen everything? What direction should your thoughts take when daydreams could lead you into so much trouble? I could imagine how it would be to run outside, wild and free in the woods with dry leaves crackling under my feet. I could picture swimming in the nearby lake or wading in a cool mountain stream. Daydreams were merely cobwebs, easily torn into shreds, and I'd quickly be dropped back into reality. And where was happiness? In the yesterdays? In the tomorrows? Not in this hour, this minute, this second. We had one thing and one thing only to give us a spark of joy: hope. Chris said it was a deadly crime to waste time. Time was valuable. No one ever had time enough or lived long enough to learn enough. All about us the world was on the way to the fire, crying, "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" And look at us. We have time to spare, hours to fill, 1,000,000 books to read, time to let our imaginations take wing. The creative genius begins in the idle moment, dreaming up the impossible and later making it come true. Mama came to see us as she promised, bearing new games and toys to occupy our time. Chris and I adored Monopoly, Scrabble, Chinese checkers, plain checkers, and when Mama brought us a double deck of bridge cards and a book on how to play card games, boy, did we become the card sharks. It was harder with the twins, who weren't old enough to play games with rules. Nothing held their interest for long, not the many tiny cars Mama bought, nor the dump trucks, nor the electric train that Chris hooked together so the tracks ran under our beds, under the dressing table, over to the dresser, and under the highboy. No matter where we turned, something was underfoot. One thing for sure, they did hate the attic. Everything about it seemed scary to them. Every day we got up early. We didn't have an alarm clock, only our wristwatches, but some automatic timing system in my body took over and wouldn't let me sleep late even when I wanted to. As soon as we were out of bed, on alternate days, the boys would use the bathroom first, and then Carrie and I would go in. We had to be fully dressed before the grandmother entered, or else. Into our grim, dim room the grandmother would stalk, while we stood at attention, waiting for her to put down the picnic basket and depart. Seldom did she speak to us. And when she did, it was only to ask if we had said grace before every meal, said prayers before retiring, and had read a page from the Bible yesterday. "No," said Chris one morning. "We don't read a page, we read chapters. If you consider reading the Bible a form of punishment, then forget it. We find it fascinating reading. It's bloodier and lustier than any movie we ever saw, and talks more about sin than any book we ever read." "Shut up, boy," she barked at him. "I was asking your sister, not you." Next, she was asking me to repeat some quote I'd learned, and in this way we often had our little jokes at her expense. But when you looked hard and long enough, you found words in the Bible to suit any occasion. I answered on this particular morning, "Wherefore have you rewarded evil for good?" Genesis 44:4. She scowled and pivoted about and left us. It was another few days before she snapped at Chris, without looking his way and keeping her back turned. "Repeat to me a quote from the book of Job. And do not try to fool me into believing you read the Bible when you do not." Chris seemed well prepared and confident. "Job 28:12. But where shall wisdom be found, and where is the place of understanding?" Job 28:28. Behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding. Job 31:35. My desire is that the Almighty would answer me, and that mine adversity had written a book. Job 32:9. Great men are not always wise. And he would have gone on and on endlessly, but anger colored the grandmother's face. Never again did she ask Chris to quote from the Bible. She eventually stopped asking me also, for I too could always come up with some stinging quote. Around 6 o'clock each evening, Mama would show up, breathless, always in a great hurry. She came loaded down with gifts, new things for us to do, new books to read, more games to play. Then she'd dash off to bathe and dress in her suite of rooms for a formal dinner downstairs, where a butler and a maid waited on the table, and it seemed, from what she breathlessly explained, that often guests dined with them. A great deal of business is done over lunch and dinner tables, we were informed. The best times were when she sneaked up fancy little canapes and tasty hors d'oeuvres, but she never brought us candy to rot our teeth. Only on Saturdays and Sundays could she spend more than a few moments with us and sit down at our small table to eat lunch. Once she patted her stomach. "Look how fat I'm becoming, eating lunch with my father, then saying I want a nap so I can come up and eat again with my children." Meals with Mama were wonderful because it reminded me of the old days when we were living with Daddy. One Sunday, Mama came in smelling fresh from outside, bringing a quart of vanilla ice cream and a chocolate cake from a bakery. The ice cream had melted almost to soup, but still we ate it. We begged her to stay all night, to sleep between Carrie and me so we could wake up in the morning and we could see her there. But she took a long look around the cluttered bedroom and shook her head. "I'm sorry. I can't. I really can't. You see, the maids would wonder why my bed wasn't used, and 3 in a bed would be too crowded." "Mama," I asked, "how much longer?" We've been here 2 weeks. It seems like 2 years. Hasn't the grandfather forgiven you yet for marrying Daddy? Have you told him about us yet? My father has given me one of his cars to drive, she said with what I considered evasiveness. And I believe he is going to forgive me, or else he wouldn't be letting me use his car, or sleep under his roof, or eat his food. But no, I haven't had the nerve to tell him yet that I have 4 children hidden away. I have to time this very carefully, and you have to have patience. What would he do if he knew about us? I asked, ignoring Chris, who kept frowning at me. Already he told me if I kept asking so many questions, Mama would stop coming to see us every day. Then what would we do? God knows what he'd do, she whispered fearfully. Kathy, promise me you will not try to make the servants hear. He is a cruel, heartless man, and one who wields a great deal of power. Let me time carefully the moment I believe he's ready to hear. She went away about 7, and soon after we retired. We went to bed early because we got up early, and the longer you could stay asleep, the shorter were the days. We would drag our twins into the attic as soon as the hour of 10 passed. Exploring the giant attic was one of the best ways to occupy our time. There were 2 pianos up there, uprights. Corey climbed on a round seat that twirled higher or lower, and round he spun. He banged on the yellow piano keys, cocked his head, and listened attentively. It was out of tune, and the noise he made was so discordant it made your head ache. "Don't sound right," he said. "Why don't it sound right?" "It needs tuning," said Chris, who tried to tune it, but when he did, the wires broke. That was the end of trying to make music on 2 old pianos. There were 5 Victrolas, each with a small white dog that cocked its head charmingly, as if enchanted to hear the music, but only one of these machines worked well. We'd wind up this one, put on a warped old record, and listen to the weirdest music we'd ever heard. There were stacks and stacks of Enrico Caruso records, but unfortunately they were not well cared for, just stacked on the floor, not even put in cardboard cartons. We sat in a semicircle to listen to him sing. Christopher and I knew he was the greatest of all male singers, and now was our chance to hear him. His voice was so high-pitched it sounded false, and we wondered what had been so great about him. But for some crazy reason, Corey loved it. Then, slowly, the machine would wind down and would spin Caruso's voice into only a whine. And that's when one of us would race like mad to crank the handle so tight he'd sing fast and funny, so he sounded like Donald Duck talking jibbity-junk, and the twins would break up in laughter. Naturally, it was their kind of talk, their secret language. Corey would spend all of his days in the attic playing the records, but Carrie was a restless prowler, ever discontented, an incessant seeker of something better to do. "I don't like this big, bad place," she wailed for the 000th time. "Take me out of this bad place. Take me out now, this minute. You take me out or I'm going to kick down the walls. I will. I can too." She ran to the walls to attack with small feet and flailing little fists that she managed to bruise severely before she gave up. I felt sorry for her, and for Corey. All of us would have liked to kick down the walls and escape. With Carrie, though, it was more likely the walls would tumble down just from the crescendo trumpet of her powerful voice, like the walls of Jericho tumbling down. Indeed, it was a relief when Carrie braved the dangers of the attic and found her own way to the stairway and to the bedroom below, where she could play with her dolls and her teacups and her tiny stove and her little ironing board with the iron that didn't heat up. For the first time, Corey and Carrie could spend a few hours separated from each other, and Chris said that was a good thing. Up in the attic was the music which charmed Corey, while Carrie would chatter on to her things. Taking many baths was another way to use up excess time, and shampooing hair made it last longer. Oh, we were the cleanest children alive. We napped after lunch, which lasted as long as we could stretch it. Chris and I made a contest of peeling apples so the skin came off in one long, spiraling cord. We peeled oranges and took off every bit of white string that the twins detested. We had little boxes of cheese crackers that we counted out to divide equally into 4 portions. Our most dangerous and amusing game was to mimic the grandmother, ever fearful she'd walk in and catch us draped with some filthy grey sheet from the attic to represent her grey taffeta uniforms. Chris and I were the best at this. The twins were too afraid of her even to lift their eyes when she was in the room. "Children," snapped Chris while he stood by the door holding an invisible picnic basket, "have you been decent, honorable, proper? This room looks a terrible mess. Girl, you over there, smooth out that rumpled pillow before I crush your head in with the mere glare of my eyes." "Mercy, Grandmother," I cried, falling down on my knees and crawling to her with my hands folded under my chin. "I was dead tired from scrubbing down all the walls in the attic. I had to rest." "Rest?" snapped the grandmother at the door, her dress about to fall off. "There is no rest for the evil, the corrupt, the unholy, and the unworthy. There is only work until you are dead and hung forever over hell's eternal roasting fires." And he lifted his arms beneath the sheet in some horrible gestures that made the twins shriek from fright, and in a witch's way the grandmother disappeared and only Chris was left grinning at us. The first weeks were like seconds turned into hours, despite all we did to entertain ourselves, and we managed to do quite a lot. It was the doubts and the fears, the hopes and expectations that kept us so in suspense, waiting, and we were no closer to being let out and taken downstairs. Now the twins ran to me with their small cuts and bruises and the splinters garnered from the rotten wood in the attic. I carefully plucked them out with tweezers. Chris would apply the antiseptic and the adhesive plaster they both loved. An injured small finger was enough reason to demand cuddly baby things and lullabies sung as I tucked them into bed and kissed their faces and tickled where laughter had to be freed. Their thin little arms wrapped tightly about my neck. I was loved, very loved, and needed. Our twins were more like 3-year-olds than children of 5. Not in the way they talked, but in the way they rubbed their eyes with small fists and pouted when they were denied anything, and the way they had of holding their breath until they turned magenta and forced you to give them what they wanted. I was much more susceptible to this kind of ploy than Chris, who reasoned it was impossible for anyone to suffocate themselves in such a way. Still, to see them purple was a terrifying sight. "Next time they behave like that," he told me in private, "I want you to ignore them, even if you have to go into the bathroom and lock the door. And believe me, they won't die." That was exactly what they forced me to do, and they didn't die. That was the last time they pulled that stunt as a way to keep from eating food they didn't like. And they didn't like anything, or hardly anything. Carrie had the sway-back posture of all little girls, protruding in front in a strong arc, and she adored skipping around the room holding out her skirt so her ruffled panties showed. Lace-ruffled panties were the only kind she would wear. And if they had little roses made of ribbons or embroidered somewhere in front, you had to see them at least a dozen times a day and comment on how charming she looked in her panties. Of course, Corey wore briefs like Chris, and he was very proud of this. Somewhere, lurking in his memory, were the diapers not too long ago discarded. If he had a temperamental bladder, Carrie was the one who got diarrhea if she ate one teensy bit of any fruit but citrus. I actually hated the days when peaches and green grapes were brought up to us, for dear Carrie adored green grapes without seeds, and peaches and apples, and all 3 had the same effect. Believe me, when fruit came in the door, I blanched, knowing who would have to wash the ruffled, lacy panties, unless I moved fast as lightning, running with Carrie under my arm and plopping her down in the nick of time. Chris's laughter would ring out when I didn't make it, or Carrie did make it. He kept that blue vase handy for when Corey had to go. He had to let loose immediately, and woe if a girl was in the bathroom with the door locked. More than once he had wet his short pants, and then he'd bury his face in my lap, so ashamed. Carrie was never ashamed. My fault for being slow. "Kathy, when do we get to go outside?" he whispered after one accident. "As soon as Mama says we can." "Why doesn't Mama say we can?" "There is an old man downstairs who doesn't know we're up here, and we have to wait until he likes Mama again enough to accept us too." "Who is the old man?" "Our grandfather." "Is he like the grandmother?" "Yeah, I'm afraid he is." "Why don't he like us?" "He doesn't like us because he hasn't got good sense. I think he's sick in the head as well as in the heart." "Does Mama still like us?" Now that was a question to keep me awake at night. More than weeks had passed when a Sunday came where Mama didn't show up during the day. It hurt not having her with us when we knew she had the day off from school, and we knew she was somewhere in this very house. I lay flat on my stomach on the floor where it was cooler, reading Jude the Obscure. Chris was up in the attic searching for new reading material, and the twins were crawling around pushing tiny cars and trucks. The day dragged on into evening before finally the door opened and Mama came gliding into our room, wearing tennis shoes, white shorts, and a white top with a sailor collar trimmed in red and blue braid and an anchor design. Her face was rosy tan from being outdoors. She looked so vibrantly healthy, so unbelievably happy, while we wilted and felt half sick from the oppressive heat of this room. Sailing clothes. Oh, I knew them. That's what she'd been doing. I stared at her resentfully, longing for my skin to be tanned by the sun, with my legs as healthily colored as hers. Her hair was wind-blown, and it flattered her well, making her seem almost 10 times more beautiful, earthy, sexy. And she was almost old, almost 40. Very obviously, this afternoon had given her more pleasure than any day since our father died. And it was almost 5 o'clock. Dinner was served at 7 downstairs. That meant she would have very little time to spend with us before she had to leave for her own rooms, where she could bathe, then change into something more suitable for the meal. I laid aside my book and turned over to sit up. I was hurting, and I wanted to hurt her, too. "Where have you been?" I demanded in an ugly tone. What right did she have to be enjoying herself when we were locked away and kept from doing the youthful things that were our right? I would never have a summer when I was 12 again, nor would Chris enjoy this 14th summer or the twins their 5th. The ugly, accusing tone of my voice paled her radiance. She blanched, and her lips quivered, and perhaps she regretted bringing us a big wall calendar so we could know when it was Saturday or Sunday. The calendar was filled with our big red X's to mark off our imprisoned days, our hot, lonely, suspenseful, hurting days. She fell into a chair and crossed her lovely legs, picking up a magazine to fan herself. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting," she said with a loving smile in my direction. "I wanted to stop by and visit this morning, but my father demanded all of my attention, and I'd made plans for this afternoon, though I did cut them short so I could spend some time with my children before dinner." Though she didn't look sweaty, she raised a sleeveless arm and fanned her armpit as though this room was more than she could bear. "I've been sailing, Kathy," she said. "My brothers taught me how to sail when I was 9, and then when your father came here to live, I taught him how. We used to spend a lot of time on the lake. Sailing is almost like flying. Wonderful fun," she ended lamely, realizing her fun had stolen our fun. "Sailing?" I just about screamed. "Why weren't you downstairs telling the grandfather about us? How long do you intend to keep us locked up here? Forever?" Her blue eyes skipped nervously about the room. She appeared on the verge of getting up from the chair we seldom used, but we saved it especially for her throne. Maybe she would have gone then and there if Chris hadn't come down from the attic, with his arms loaded down with encyclopedias so old they didn't include television or jet planes. "Kathy, don't shout at our mother," he scolded. "Hi, Mom. Boy, do you look great. I love that sailing outfit you've got on." He put down his load of books on the dressing table he used for a desk, then strolled over to put his arms around her. I felt betrayed, not only by Mama, but by my brother. The summer was almost over, and we hadn't done anything, been on a picnic or had a swim or walked in the woods, even seen a boat or put on a bathing suit to wade in a backyard pool. "Mama," I cried out, jumping to my feet and ready to do battle for our freedom, "I think it's time you told your father about us. I'm sick of living in this one room and playing in the attic. I want our twins out in the fresh air and sunshine, and I want out, too. I want to go sailing. If the grandfather has forgiven you for marrying Daddy, then why can't he accept us? Are we so ugly, so terrible, so stupid he'd be ashamed to claim us as his blood kin?" She shoved Chris away from her, then sank weakly down into the chair she'd just abandoned, leaned forward and bowed her face down into her hands. Intuitively, I guessed she was going to reveal some truth she'd previously held back. I called to Corey and Carrie and told them to sit close at my side so I could put my arm about each. And Chris, though I thought he would stay close by Mama's side, came over to sit on the bed next to Corey. We were again as we'd been before, small fledgling birds sitting on a clothesline, waiting for a strong gust of wind to blow us asunder. "Kathy, Christopher," she began, her head still bowed, though her hands were in her lap, nervously working. "I haven't been completely honest with you. As if I hadn't guessed that already." "Will you be staying for dinner with us tonight?" I asked, for some reason wanting to put off the full truth. "Thank you for asking me. I'd like to stay, but I've made other plans for this evening." And this was our day, our time to be with her until dark. And yesterday she'd spent only half an hour with us. "The letter," she murmured, and her head lifted and shadows darkened the blue of her eyes into green. "The letter my mother wrote when we were still in Gladstone? That letter invited us to live here. I didn't tell you that my father wrote a short note on the bottom." "Yes, Mama, go on," I urged. "Whatever you have to tell us, we can take it." Our mother was a poised woman, cool and self-possessed. But there was one thing she could never control, and that was her hands. Always they betrayed her emotions. One willful, capricious hand rose to flutter near her throat, fingering there, seeking some string of pearls to twist and untwist. And since she wore no jewelry, her fingers just endlessly sought. The fingers on the hand she kept in her lap restlessly rasped together as if to cleanse themselves. "Your grandmother, she wrote the letter, signed it, but at the end my father added his note." She hesitated, closing her eyes, waited a second or two, and then opened them to glance at us again. "Your grandfather wrote he was glad your father was dead. He wrote the evil and corrupt always get what they deserve. He wrote the only good thing about my marriage was it hadn't created any devil's issue." Once I would have asked, what was that? Now I knew. Devil's issue was the same as devil's spawn, something evil, rotten, born to be bad. I sat on the bed with my arms about the twins, and I looked at Chris, who must be much like Daddy had been at his age, and a vision flashed of my father in his white tennis clothes, standing tall, proud, golden-haired and bronze-skinned. Evil was dark, crooked, crouched and small. It didn't stand straight and smile at you with clear sky-blue eyes that never lied. "My mother made the plans for your concealment on a page of the letter my father didn't read," she concluded lamely, her face flushed. "Was our father considered evil and corrupt only because he married his half-niece?" asked Chris, in the same controlled, cool voice our mother had used. "Is that the only thing he ever did wrong?" "Yes," she cried, happy that he, her beloved, understood. "Your father in all his life committed one single unforgivable sin, and that was to fall in love with me. The law forbids marriage between an uncle and niece, even those who are only half related. Please don't condemn us. I explained how it was with us. Of us all, your father was the best." She faltered on the verge of tears and pleaded with her eyes, and I knew what was coming next. "What is evil and what is corrupt is in the eyes of the beholder," she rushed on, eager to make us see it her way. "Your grandfather could find these faults in an angel. He is the kind of man who expects perfection from everyone in his family, and he is far from perfect. But just try and tell him that, and he would smack you down." She swallowed nervously, then, appearing near sick with what she had to say, "Christopher, I thought once we were here and I could tell him about you, how you were the most brilliant boy in your class and always have been a straight-A student, and I thought when he saw Kathy and knew of her great talent for dancing, I thought surely those two things alone would win him over without him even seeing the twins, how beautiful they are and how sweet, and who knows what talent they have waiting to be developed. I thought, foolishly, hopefully, that he would easily yield and say he'd made a mistake in believing our marriage was so wrong." "Mama," I said weakly, almost crying myself, "you make it sound as if you're never going to tell him. He's never going to like us, no matter how pretty the twins are, or how smart Chris is, or how good I can dance. None of it's going to make any difference to him. He'll still hate us and think of us as devil's issue, won't he?" She got up and came to us, and she fell down on her knees again and tried to wrap us all in her embrace. "Haven't I told you before he hasn't got long to live? He gasps for breath every time he exerts himself in the least way. And if he doesn't die soon, I'll find a way to tell him about you. I swear I will. Just have patience, be understanding. What fun you lose now, I'll make up for later on 1,000-fold. Her teary eyes were beseeching. "Please, please, for me, because you love me and I love you, keep on having patience. It won't be long, it can't be long, and I'll do what I can to make your lives as enjoyable as possible. And think of the riches we'll have one day soon." "It's all right, Mama," said Chris, drawing her into his embrace just as our father would. "What you ask isn't too much, not when we have so much to gain." "Yes," Mama said eagerly, "just a short while more to sacrifice and a little more patience, and all that is sweet and good in life will be yours." What was there left for me to say? How could I protest? Already we'd sacrificed over 3 weeks. What was a few more days or weeks, or even another month? At the end of the rainbow waited the pot of gold. But rainbows were made of faint and fragile gossamer, and gold weighed a ton. And since the world began, gold was the reason to do most anything. Chapter 8. To make a garden grow. Now we knew the full truth. We would be in this room until the day our grandfather died. And it came to me in the night when I was low and dreary that perhaps she had known from the very beginning that her father was not the kind to forgive anyone anything. "But," said my cheerful, optimistic Christopher, "any day could see him gone. That is the way of heart disease. A clot could break free and find its way to his heart or lung and snuff him out like a candle." Chris and I said cruel and irreverent things between ourselves, but in our hearts we ached, knowing it was wrong, and we were disrespectful as a way to salve the pain of our bleeding self-esteem. "Now look," he said, "since we are going to be up here a while longer, we should set about with more determination to placate the twins and ourselves with more entertaining things to do. And when we really apply ourselves, gosh knows, we might just dream up some pretty wild and fantastic things. When you have an attic full of junk, and great armoires full of rotting, stinking, but nevertheless very fancy costumes, you are inspired to put on plays, naturally. And since one day I was going to be on stage, I would be the producer, the director, the choreographer, as well as the female star. Chris, of course, would have to play all the male lead roles, and the twins could participate and play minor parts. But they didn't want to participate. They wanted to be the audience and sit and watch and applaud. It wasn't such a bad idea, for what was a play without an audience? It was a great pity they didn't have any money to buy tickets. "We'll call this dress rehearsal," said Chris. "And since you seem to be everything else and know everything about theatrical productions, you write the script." Ha! As if I needed to write the script. This was my chance to play Scarlett O'Hara. We had the hoops to wear under the flouncy ruffled skirts, and the stays to squeeze you tight, and just the clothes for Chris to wear, and fancy parasols with a few holes. The trunks and the armoires offered a great deal to select from, and I had to have the best costume hauled from one of the armoires, and the underwear and petticoats came from one of the trunks. I'd curled my hair in rags so it hung in long spiraling curls, and on my head I wore a floppy old Leghorn hat of straw bedecked with faded silk flowers and banded by green satin ribbon that was browning about the edges. My ruffled gown, worn over wire hoops, was of some flimsy stuff that felt like voile. Once, I think, it might have been pink. Now it was hard to say just what color it was. Rhett Butler wore the fancy costume of cream-colored trousers and a brown velvet jacket with pearl buttons and a satin vest underneath with faint red roses scattered on it. "Come, Scarlett," he said to me, "we've got to escape Atlanta before Sherman reaches here and sets the town on fire." Chris had strung ropes on which we draped blankets to act as stage curtains, and our audience of two was stomping their feet impatiently, eager to see Atlanta burn. I followed Rhett onto the stage and was ready to taunt and tease, flirt and bewitch and put him on fire before I rushed off to some pale-haired Ashley Wilkes, when one of my bedraggled ruffles caught beneath my too large, funny-looking old shoe, and down I sprawled in an undignified heap that showed my dirty pantaloons with lace hanging in ragged strings. The audience gave me a standing ovation, thinking this was a pratfall and part of the act. "Play's over," I announced, and began to rip off the smelly old clothes. "Let's eat," cried Carrie, who'd say anything to take us down from this despised attic. Corey pouted his lower lip and looked around. "I wish we had the garden again," he said so wistfully it hurt. "I don't like to swing when the flowers don't sway in the wind." His flaxen hair had grown long enough to touch his shirt collar, and it curled in ringlets, while Carrie's hair hung halfway down her back and rippled like cascading waves. They were wearing blue today for Monday. We had colors for each day. Yellow was our Sunday color, red was for Saturday. The wish spoken by Corey put thoughts into Chris's head, for he turned in a slow circle, giving the huge attic an appraising survey. "Admittedly, this attic is a grim and dreary place," he mused, "but why can't we, as a constructive way to use our creative talents, bring about a metamorphosis and turn this ugly caterpillar into a brilliant soaring butterfly?" He smiled at me, at the twins, in such a charming, convincing way that I was immediately won over. It would be fun to attempt to pretty up this dismal place and give the twins a colorful fake garden where they could swing and enjoy looking at beauty. Of course, we'd never finish decorating all of the attic. It was so tremendous. And any day the grandfather could die, and then we'd leave, never to return again. We couldn't wait for Mama to come that evening, and when she did, Chris and I enthusiastically told her our plans of decorating the attic and turning it into a cheerful garden the twins wouldn't be afraid of. The strangest expression flickered momentarily in her eyes. "Well, now," she said brightly, "if you're going to make the attic pretty, first you must make it clean, and I'll do what I can to help." Mama sneaked up mops, pails, brooms, scrub brushes, and boxes of soap powder. She went down on her knees beside us to scrub in the attic corners and around the edges and under the large pieces of furniture. I marveled that our mother knew how to scrub and clean. When we lived in Gladstone, we had a twice-weekly maid who came in to do all the hard, dreary things that would redden Mama's hands and break her fingernails. And here she was, on her hands and knees, wearing faded old blue jeans, an old shirt, her hair pinned up in a bun. I really admired her. It was hard, hot, demeaning work, and she never once complained, only laughed and chatted and acted as if this was great fun. In a week of hard work, we had most of the attic as clean as possible. Then she brought us insect repellent to kill what bugs had hidden from us while we cleaned. We swept up dead spiders and other crawlers by the bucketfuls. We threw them out of a back window where they rolled to a lower section of the roof. Later, the rain came to wash them down into the gutters. Then the birds found them and had a grisly feast, while we four sat on a window ledge and watched. We never saw a rat or a mouse, but we saw droppings. We presumed they were waiting for all the hustle and bustle to calm down before they ventured out of their dark and secret places. Now that the attic was clean, Mama brought us green plants, plus a spiky amaryllis that was supposed to bloom at Christmas time. I frowned when she said this, for we wouldn't be here then. "We'll take it with us," said Mama, reaching out to stroke my cheek. "We'll take all of our plants when we go, so don't frown and look unhappy. We wouldn't want to leave anything living and loving of sunshine in this attic." We put our plants in the attic schoolroom, for that room had windows facing east. Happy and gay, we all tripped down the narrow stairs, and Mama washed up in our bathroom, then fell exhausted into her special chair. The twins climbed up on her lap as I set the table for lunch. That was a good day, for she stayed until dinner time, then sighed and said she'd have to go. Her father made such demands on her, wanting to know where she went every Saturday and why she stayed so long. "Can you sneak back to see us before bedtime?" Chris asked. "I'm going to the movies tonight," she said evenly, "but before I leave I'll slip in to see you again. I've got some of those little boxes of raisins that you can snack on between meals. I forgot to bring them with me." The twins were crazy about raisins, and I was happy for them. "Are you going to the movies alone?" I asked. "No. There's a girl I grew up with. She used to be my best friend, and she's married now. I'm going to the movies with them. She lives only a few houses from here." She got up and went to the windows, and when Chris had the lights turned out, she parted the draperies and pointed in the direction of the house where her best friend lived. "Elena has 2 unmarried brothers. One is studying to be a lawyer. He goes to Harvard Law School, and the other is a tennis pro." "Mama," I cried, "are you dating one of those brothers?" She laughed and let the draperies fall. "Turn on the lights, Chris. No, Kathy, I am not dating anyone. To tell you the truth, I'd rather go right to bed. I'm that tired. I really don't care for musicals anyway. I'd rather stay with my children, but Elena keeps insisting I get out, and when I keep refusing, she keeps asking why. I don't want people to wonder why I stay home every weekend. That's why occasionally I do have to go sailing or to the movies." To make the attic even pretty seemed highly improbable. To make it a beautiful garden soared over the rainbow. It was going to take an enormous amount of hard work and creative ability, but that darn brother of mine was convinced we could do it in no time at all. He soon had our mother so sold on the idea that every day she went to secretarial school she came back to us bearing coloring books from which we could cut out pre-drawn flowers. She brought us watercolor sets, many brushes, boxes of crayons, huge amounts of colored craft paper, fat pots of white paste, and 4 pairs of blunt-nosed scissors. "Teach the twins to color and cut out flowers," she instructed, "and let them participate in all you undertake. I nominate you their kindergarten teachers." She came from that city an hour's train ride away, glowing with radiant good health, her skin fresh and rosy from outside air, her clothes so beautiful they took my breath away. She had shoes of every color, and bit by bit she was accumulating new pieces of jewelry, which she called junk jewelry. But somehow those rhinestones looked more like diamonds to me from the way they sparkled. She fell into her chair, exhausted but happy, and told us of her day. "Oh, how I wish those typewriters had letters on the keys. I can't seem to remember but one row. I have to look up at the wall chart every time, and that slows me down. And I'm not very good at remembering the bottom row either. But I do know where all the vowels are. You use those keys more than any others, you know. So far, my typing speed is 20 words per minute, and that's not too good. Plus, I make about 4 mistakes in those 20 words. And those shorthand squiggles. She sighed as if they, too, had her baffled. Well, I guess I'll learn eventually. After all, other women do, and if they can, then I can. Do you like your teachers, Mama? Asked Chris. She giggled girlishly before she answered. First, let me tell you about my typing teacher. Her name is Mrs. Helena Brady. She's shaped very much like your grandmother, huge, only her bosom is much larger. Really, hers is the most remarkable bosom I've ever seen. And her bra straps keep slipping off her shoulders, and if it isn't her bra straps, then it's her slip straps, and she's always reaching into the neckline of her dress to haul them back into place, and the men in the class always snicker. Do men take typing classes? Asked I, very surprised. Yes, there are a few young men there. Some are journalists, writers, or have some good reason for wanting to know how to type. And Mrs. Brady is divorced and has a keen eye for one of those young men. She flirts with him while he tries to ignore her. She's about 10 years older than he is at least, and he keeps looking at me. Now, don't get any ideas, Kathy. He's much too short for me. I couldn't marry a man who couldn't pick me up and carry me over the threshold. I could pick him up. He's only 5'2". We all had a good laugh, for Daddy had been a full foot taller, and he had easily picked our mother up. We'd seen him do that many times, especially on those Friday nights when he came home and they'd look at each other so funny. Mama, you're not thinking of getting married again, are you? Chris asked in the tightest of voices. Swiftly her arms went around him. No, darling, of course not. I loved your father dearly. It would take a very special man to fill his shoes, and so far I haven't met one who measures up to even his outgrown socks. To play kindergarten teachers was great fun, or could have been if our student body had been the least bit willing. But as soon as we had breakfast finished, our dishes washed and put away, our food stashed in the coldest place, and the hour of 10 had come and gone with servants from the second floor, Chris and I each dragged a wailing twin up into the attic schoolroom. There we could sit at the student desks and make a grand mess, cutting flower forms from the colored craft paper, using the crayons to glorify the colors with stripes and polka dots. Chris and I made the best flowers. What the twins made looked like colored blobs. Modern art, Chris named the flowers they made. On the dull and gray slat walls we pasted up our Goliath flowers. Chris ascended the old ladder with the missing rungs again, so he could dangle down long strings tied to the attic rafters, and to these strings we fastened colorful blossoms that constantly moved in the attic drafts. Our mother came up to view our efforts, and she gave us all a pleased smile. Yes, you're doing marvelously well. You are making it pretty up here. And thoughtfully she moved closer to the daisies, as if considering something else she could bring us. The next day she came with a huge flat box containing colored glass beads and sequins, so we could add sparkle and glamour to our garden. Oh, we did slave over making those flowers. For whatever occupation we pursued it with diligent, fervid zeal. The twins caught some of our enthusiasm, and they stopped howling and fighting and biting when we mentioned the word attic. For after all, the attic was slowly but surely turning into a cheerful garden. And the more it changed, the more determined we became to cover every last wall in that endless attic. Each day, of course, when Mama was home from that secretarial school, she had to view the day's accomplishments. Mama, gushed Carrie in her breathless bird twitter, that's all we do all day, make flowers, and sometimes Kathy, she don't want us to go downstairs and eat lunch. Kathy, you mustn't become so preoccupied with decorating the attic that you forget to eat your meals. But, Mama, we're doing it for them, so they won't be so scared up there. She laughed and hugged me. My, you are the persistent one, you and your older brother both. You must have inherited that from your father. Certainly not from me. I give up so easily. Mama, I cried, made uneasy, are you still going to school? You are getting better at typing, aren't you? Yes, of course I am. She smiled again and then settled back in her chair, holding up her hand and seeming to admire the bracelet she wore. I started to ask why she needed so much jewelry to attend secretarial school, but she spoke instead. "What you need to make now is animals for your garden." "But, Mama, if roses are impossible to make, how can we even draw animals?" She gave me a wry little smile as she traced a cool finger over my nose. "Oh, Kathy, what a doubting Thomas you are. You question everything, doubt everything, when you should know by now you can do anything you want to if you want to badly enough. And I'm going to tell you a secret I've known about for some time. In this world where everything is complicated, there is also a book to teach you how simple everything can be." That I was to find out. Mama brought us art instruction books by the dozens. The first of these books taught us to reduce all complicated designs into basic spheres, cylinders, cones, rectangles, and cubes. A chair was just a cube. I hadn't known that before. A Christmas tree was just an inverted ice cream cone. I hadn't known that before either. People were just combinations of all those basic forms. Spheres for heads. Arms, necks, legs, torso, upper and lower were only rectangular cubes or cylinders, and triangles made for feet. And believe it or not, using this basic method with just a few simple additions, we soon had rabbits, squirrels, birds, and other small, friendly creatures, all made by our very own hands. True, they were peculiar looking. I thought their oddities made them all the sweeter. Chris colored all his animals realistically. I decorated mine with polka dots, gingham checks, plaids, and put lace-edged pockets on the laying hens. Because our mother had shopped in a sewing notions store, we had lace, cords of all colors, buttons, sequins, felt, pebbles, and other decorative materials. The possibilities were endless. When she put that box into my hands, I know my eyes must have shown all the love I felt for her then. For this did prove she thought of us when she was out in the world. She wasn't just thinking of new clothes for herself and new jewelry and cosmetics. She was trying to make our confined lives as pleasant as possible. One rainy afternoon, Corey came running to me with an orange paper snail he'd laboriously worked on the entire morning and half of the afternoon. He'd eaten but a little of his favorite lunch, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. He was that anxious to get back to his work and put on the things that stick out of the head. Proudly, he stood back, small legs spread wide, as he watched each flicker of expression on my face. What he'd made resembled nothing more than a lopsided beach ball with trembling feelers. "Do you think it's a good snail?" he asked, frowning up and looking worried when I couldn't find words to say. "Yes," I said quickly. "It's a wonderful, beautiful snail." "You don't think it looks like an orange?" "No, of course not. Oranges don't have swirls like this snail does, or crooked feelers." Chris stepped closer to view the pitiful creature I held in my hands. "You don't call those things feelers," he corrected. "A snail is a member of the mollusk family, which have soft bodies without any backbones, and those little things are called antennae, which are connected to its brain. It has tubular intestines that end with its mouth, and it moves by a gear-edged foot." "Christopher," I said coolly, "when Corey and I want to know about a snail's tubular intestines, we'll send you a telegram, and please go sit on a tack and wait for it." "Do you want to be ignorant all your life?" "Yes," I flared back. "When it comes to snails, I prefer knowing nothing." Corey tagged behind me as we went to watch Carrie pasting pieces of purple paper together. Her working method was slapdash, unlike Corey's careful plodding. Carrie used her pair of scissors to ruthlessly stab a hole into her purple thing. Behind the hole she pasted a bit of red paper. When she had this thing put together, she named it a worm. It undulated like a giant boa constrictor, flashing a single mean red eye with black spider-leg lashes. "Its name is Charlie," she said, handing over her 4 feet of worm to me. When things came to us without a name of their own, we made their names begin with a C to make them one of us. On the attic walls, in our beautiful garden of paper flowers, we pasted up the epileptic snail beside the fierce and menacing worm. Oh, they did make a pair. Chris sat down and lettered a big sign in red. All animals beware of earthworm. I lettered my own sign, feeling Corey's small snail was the one in jeopardy. Is there a doctor in the house? Corey named this snail Cindy Lou. Mama viewed this day's accomplishments with laughter, all smiles because we were having fun. Yes, of course there is a doctor in the house, she said, and leaned to kiss Chris's cheek. This son of mine has always known what to do for a sick animal. And, Corey, I adore your snail. She looks so sensitive. Do you like my Charlie? Asked Carrie anxiously. I made him good. I used all the purple to make him big. Now we don't have no more purple. It's a beautiful worm, really a gorgeous worm, said Mama, taking the twins onto her lap and giving them the hugs and kisses she sometimes forgot. I especially like the black lashes you put around that red eye. Very effective. It was a cozy, homey scene, the three of them in her chair with Chris perched on the arm, his face close to his mother's. Then I had to go and spoil it all, as was my hateful way. How many words can you type per minute now, Mama? I'm getting better. How much better? I'm doing the best I can, really, Kathy. I told you the keyboard doesn't have any letters. What about shorthand? How fast can you take dictation? I'm trying. You've got to have patience. You don't learn things like that overnight. Patience. I colored patience gray, hung over with black clouds. I colored hope yellow, just like that sun we could see for a few short morning hours. Too soon the sun rose high in the sky and disappeared from view, leaving us bereft and staring at blue. When you grow up and have a million adult things to do, you forget how long a day can be for a child. It seemed we lived through 4 years in the course of 7 weeks. Then came another dreaded Friday when we had to get up at dawn and scurry around like mad to rid the bedroom and the bathroom of all evidence that we existed. I stripped off the sheets from the bed and rolled them into a ball along with the pillowcases and blankets, and I put the bedspreads directly over the mattress covers, the way the grandmother had ordered me to do. The night before, Chris had taken apart the train tracks. Like crazy, we worked to make the room neat, spotless, plus the bathroom. And then the grandmother came in with the picnic basket and ordered us to take it into the attic, and we could eat breakfast there. I had most carefully wiped away all our fingerprints, and the mahogany furniture shone. She scowled heavily when she saw this, and darn if she didn't use dust from a vacuum cleaner bag to make all the furniture tops dull again. At 7, we were in the attic schoolroom, eating our cold cereal with raisins and milk. Down below, we could faintly hear the maids moving around in our room. On tippy-toes, we moved to the stairwell and huddled there on the top step, listening to what went on below, though we were scared every minute of being discovered. Hearing the maids move about, laughing and chatting, while the grandmother hovered near the closet door, directing them to clean the mirrors, use the lemon wax, air the mattresses, it all gave me the queerest feeling. Why didn't those maids notice something different? Didn't we leave any odor behind to let them know Corey often wet his bed? It was as if we really didn't exist and weren't alive, and the only scents we had were imaginary. We wrapped our arms about each other and held on to each other tightly, tightly. The maids didn't enter the closet. They didn't open the tall, narrow door. They didn't see us or hear us. Nor did they seem to think it odd the grandmother never left the room for a second while they were in there, scrubbing the tub, cleaning the toilet bowl, scrubbing the tile floor. That Friday did something strange to all of us. I believe we shriveled in our own estimations of ourselves, for afterwards we couldn't find words to say. We didn't enjoy our games or our books, And so, silently, we cut out tulips and daisies and waited for Mama to come and bring hope with her again. Still, we were young, and hope has strong roots in the young right down to their toes. And when we entered the attic and saw our growing garden, we could laugh and pretend. After all, we were making our mark in the world. We were making something beautiful out of what had been drab and ugly. Now the twins took off like butterflies fluttering through the mobile flowers. We pushed them high on the swings and created windstorms to shake the flowers madly. We hid behind cardboard trees no taller than Chris and sat on mushrooms made of papier-mâché with colourful foam cushions on top, which were honestly better than the real thing, unless you had an appetite for eating mushrooms. "It's pretty!" cried Carrie, spinning around and around, holding to her short pleated skirt, so we just had to see the new lace-ruffled panties Mama had given her yesterday. All new clothes and shoes had to spend their first night with Carrie and Corey in their beds. It's terrible to wake up at night with your cheek resting on the sole of a sneaker. "I'm going to be a ballerina too," she said happily, spinning and spinning until she eventually fell, and Corey went rushing to see if she had hurt herself. She screamed to see the blood ooze from a cut on her knee. "Oh, I don't want to be a ballerina if it hurts." I didn't dare let her know it hurt. Oh boy, did it hurt. Yesterdays ago I'd ambled through real gardens, real forests, and always I felt their mystical aura, as if something magical and marvelous was waiting just around the bend. To make our attic garden enchanted too, Chris and I crawled around and drew white chalk daisies on the floor, joining them in a ring. Inside that fairy ring of white flowers, all that was evil was banished. There we could sit cross-legged on the floor, and by the light of a single candle burning, Chris and I would spin long, involved tales of good fairies who took care of small children and wicked witches who always went down in defeat. Then Corey spoke up. As always, he was the one to ask the most difficult questions to answer. "Where has all the grass gone?" "God took the grass to heaven." And thusly Carrie saved me from answering. "Why?" "For Daddy. Daddy likes to mow the lawn." Chris's eyes met with mine, and we'd thought they'd forgotten Daddy. Corey puckered up his faint brows, staring at the little cardboard trees Chris had made. "Where are all the big trees?" "Same place," said Carrie. "Daddy likes big trees." This time my eyes took wild flight. How I hated lying to them, telling them this was only a game, an endless game they seemed to endure with more patience than Chris or me. And they never once asked why we had to play such a game. Never once did the grandmother come up to the attic to ask what we were doing, though very often she opened the bedroom door as silently as possible, hoping we wouldn't notice the noise of the key turning in the lock. She'd peer in the crack, trying to catch us doing something unholy or wicked. In the attic, we were free to do anything we wanted without fear of retaliation, unless God wielded a whip. Not one time did the grandmother leave our room without reminding us that God was up above to see even when she was not. Because she never went even into the closet to open the door of the attic stairwell, my curiosity was aroused. I reminded myself to ask of Mama as soon as she came in so I wouldn't forget again. Why doesn't the grandmother go into the attic herself and check to see what we do? Why does she just ask and think we'll tell the truth? Tired and dejected-looking, Mama wilted in her special chair. Her new green wool suit looked very expensive. She had been to a hairdresser, and the style was changed. She answered my question in an offhand manner, as if her thoughts were dwelling on something more appealing. "Oh, haven't I told you before? Your grandmother suffers from claustrophobia. That's an emotional affliction that makes it difficult for her to breathe in any small, confined area. You see, when she was a child, her parents used to lock her in a closet for punishment." "Wow! How difficult to think that large old woman had once been young and small enough to punish. I could almost feel sorry for the child she'd been, but I knew she was happy to see us locked up. Every time she glanced our way, it showed in her eyes, her smug satisfaction to have us so neatly captured. Still, it was a peculiar thing that fate would give her such a fear, and thus give Chris and me reason enough to kiss the dear, sweet, close walls of that narrow passageway. Often Chris and I speculated on how all the massive furniture had been taken up into the attic. Certainly it couldn't have been maneuvered up through the small closet and then up the stairway, which was barely more than a foot wide. And though we searched diligently to find another larger doorway into the attic, we never found one. Maybe one was hidden behind one of the giant armoires too heavy for us to move. Chris thought the largest furniture could have been hauled up to the roof, then passed through one of the big windows. Every day the witch grandmother came into our room to stab with her flintstone eyes, to snarl with her thin, crooked lips. Every day she asked the same old questions. What have you been up to? What do you do in the attic? Did you say grace before today's meals? Did you go down on your knees last night and ask God to forgive your parents for the sin they committed? Are you teaching the youngest two the words of the Lord? Do you use the bathroom together, boys and girls? Boy, did her eyes flash mean then. Are you modest always? Do you keep the private parts of your bodies from the eyes of others? Do you touch your bodies when it's not necessary for cleanliness? God, how dirty she made skin seem. Chris laughed when she was gone. I think she must glue on her underwear, he joked. No, she nails it on, I topped. Have you noticed how much she likes the color gray? Noticed? Who wouldn't notice? Always gray. Sometimes the gray had fine pinstripes of red or blue, or a dainty plaid design, very faint, or jacquard. But always the fabric was taffeta, with a diamond brooch at the throat of a high and severe neckline, softened a bit by hand-crocheted collars. Mama had already told us a widow lady in the nearest village custom-made these uniforms that looked like armor. This lady is a dear friend of my mother's, and she wears gray because it is cheaper to buy material by the bolt than by the yard, and your grandfather owns a mill that makes fine fabrics down in Georgia somewhere. Good golly, even the rich had to be stingy. One September afternoon, I raced down the attic stairs in a terrible hurry to reach the bathroom, and I collided smack into the grandmother. She seized hold of my shoulders and glared down into my face. "Watch where you're going, girl," she snapped. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Her fingers felt like steel through the thin fabric of my blue blouse. She had spoken first, so I could answer. "Chris is painting the most beautiful landscape," I breathlessly explained, "and I've got to get right back with fresh water before his large wash dries. It's important to keep the colors clean." "Why doesn't he come for his own water? Why do you wait on him?" "He's painting, and he asked if I'd mind fetching him fresh water, and I wasn't doing anything but watching, and the twins would spill the water." "Fool! Never wait on a man. Make him wait on himself. Now, spill out the truth. What are you really doing up there?" "Honest, I'm telling the truth. We're working hard to make the attic pretty so the twins won't be afraid up there, and Chris is a wonderful artist." She sneered and asked with contempt, "How would you know?" "He is gifted artistically, Grandmother. All his teachers said so." "Has he asked you to pose for him without clothes?" I was shocked. "No, of course not." "Then why are you trembling?" I'm scared of you," I stammered. "Every day you come in and ask what sinful, unholy thing we're doing, and truly I don't know what it is you think we're doing. If you don't tell us exactly, how can we avoid doing something bad, not knowing it is bad?" She looked me over, down to my bare feet, and smiled sarcastically. "Ask your older brother. He'll know what I mean. The male of the species is born knowing everything evil." Boy, did I blink. Chris wasn't evil or bad. There were times when he was tormenting, but not unholy. I tried to tell her this, but she didn't want to hear. Later on in the day, she came into our room bearing a clay pot of yellow chrysanthemums. Striding directly to me, she put that pot in my hands. "Here are real flowers for your fake garden," she said without warmth. It was such an unwitch-like thing for her to do, it took my breath away. Was she going to change, see us differently? Could she learn to like us? I thanked her effusively for the flowers, perhaps too much, for she spun around and stalked out as if embarrassed. Carrie came running to put her small face into the mass of yellow petals. "Pretty," she said. "Kathy, can I have them?" Of course she could have them. With reverence, that pot of flowers was placed on the eastern window-sills in the attic to receive the morning sunshine. There was nothing to see but hills and far-off mountains and the trees in between, and above everything hovered a blue mist. The real flowers spent the nights with us, so the twins could wake up in the morning and see something beautiful and alive growing near them. Whenever I think of being young, I see again those blue-misted mountains and hills and the trees that paraded stiffly up and down the slopes. And I smell again the dry and dusty air that was ours to breathe daily. I see again the shadows in the attic that blended so well with the shadows in my mind, and I hear again the unspoken, unanswered questions of why, when, how much longer. Love. I put so much faith in it. Truth. I kept believing it falls always from the lips of the one you love and trust the most. Faith. It's all bound up to love and trust. Where does one end and the other start? And how do you tell when love is the blindest of all? More than 2 months had passed, and still the grandfather lived on. We stood, we sat, we lay on the wide ledges of the attic dormer windows. We wistfully watched as the treetops of summer's old dark green turned overnight into the brilliant scarlets, golds, oranges, and browns of autumn. It moved me. I think it moved all of us, even the twins, to see the summer go away and see the fall begin. And we could only watch, but never participate. My thoughts took frantic flight, wanting to escape this prison and seek out the wind, so it could fan my hair and sting my skin and make me feel alive again. I yearned for all those children out there who were running wild and free on the browning grass and scuffling their feet in the dry, crackling leaves, just as I used to do. Why was it I never realized when I was able to run wild and free that I was experiencing happiness? Why did I think back then that happiness was always just ahead in the future, when I would be an adult, able to make my own decisions, go my own way, be my own person? Why had it seemed that being a child was never enough? Why had I thought that happiness reserved itself for those grown to full size? "You're looking sad," said Chris, who was crowded close beside me with Corey on the other side of him and Carrie on the other side of me. Nowadays, Carrie was my little shadow, to follow where I led and mimic what I did and imitate the way she thought I felt, just as Chris had his small mimicking shadow, too, in Corey. If there were ever 4 siblings closer than we were, they would have had to have been Siamese quadruplets. "Aren't you going to answer me?" asked Chris. "Why are you looking so sad? The trees look beautiful, don't they? When it's summer, I like summer best. Yet when fall comes, I like fall best. And when winter comes, then that's my favorite season. And then comes spring, and I think spring is best." Yes, that was my Christopher doll. He could make do with the here and now and always think it best, no matter what the circumstances. I was thinking back to old Mrs. Bertram and her boring talk of the Boston Tea Party. She made history seem so dull and the people so unreal. Yet I'd like to be bored like that again. "Yeah," he agreed, "I know what you mean. I thought school a bore, too, and history a dull subject, particularly American history, all but the Indians and the Old West. But at least when we were in school we were doing what other kids our ages did. Now we're just wasting time doing nothing. Kathy, Let's not waste 1 minute. Let's prepare ourselves for the day we get out. If you don't set your goals firmly in mind and strive always to reach them, then you never do. I'll convince myself if I can't be a doctor, then I won't want to be anything else or want anything more that money can buy. He said that so intensely. I wanted to be a prima ballerina, though I would settle for something else. Chris scowled as if reading my mind. He turned his summer blue eyes on me and scolded because I hadn't practiced my ballet exercises once since I'd come upstairs to exist. Kathy, tomorrow I'm attaching a bar in the portion of the attic we've finished decorating, and 5 or 6 hours each day you are going to practice just like in ballet class. I am not. Nobody's going to tell me I have to do anything. Besides, you can't do ballet positions unless you're properly dressed for it. What a stupid thing to say. That's because I am stupid. You, Christopher, have all the brains. With that, I burst into tears and fled from the attic, racing past all the paper flora and fauna. Run, run, run for the stairs. Fly, fly, fly down the steep and narrow wooden steps, daring fate to make you fall. Break a leg, a neck, put you in a coffin dead. Make everybody sorry then. Make them cry for the dancer I should have been. I threw myself down on my bed and sobbed into the pillow. There was nothing here but dreams, hopes, nothing real. I'd grow old, ugly, never see lots of people again. That old man downstairs could live to be 110. All those doctors would keep him living forever. And I would miss out on Halloween. No tricking, no treating, no parties, no candy. Oh, I felt sorry for myself, and I vowed somebody was going to pay for all of this. Somebody was. Somebody was.
Wearing their dirty white sneakers, they came to me, my 2 brothers, my small sister, and each sought to give me comfort with small gifts of cherished possessions, Carrie's red and purple crayons, Corey's Peter Rabbit storybook. But Chris, he just sat and looked at me. I never felt so small. One evening, quite late, Mama came in with a large box that she put in my hands to open. There, amidst sheets of white tissue, were ballet costumes, one a bright pink, the other azure blue, with leotards and toe shoes to match the tulle tutus. From Christopher was written on the enclosed small card, and there were records of ballet music. I started to cry as I flung my arms around my mother, then around my brother. This time they weren't tears of frustration or despair. Now I had something to work toward. I wanted most of all to buy you a white costume, said Mama, still hugging me. They had a beauty in a size too large to fit you, and with it comes a tight cap of white feathers that curl over your ears, for Swan Lake, and I ordered it for you, Kathy. 3 costumes should be enough to give you inspiration, shouldn't they? Oh, yes. When Chris had the bar nailed securely to an attic wall, I practiced for hours on end while the music played. There wasn't a large mirror behind the bar like there had been in the classes I had attended, but there was a huge mirror in my mind, and I saw myself as Pavlova, performing before 10,000 enraptured people, and encore after encore I took, bowing and accepting dozens of bouquets, every one red roses. In time, Mama brought me every one of Tchaikovsky's ballets to play on the record player, which had been hooked up to a dozen extension cords which went down the stairs and plugged into a socket in our bedroom. Dancing to beautiful music took me out of myself and made me forget momentarily that life was passing us by. What did it matter when I was dancing? Better to pirouette and pretend I had a partner to support me when I did the most difficult positions. I'd fall, get up, then dance on again until I was out of breath and ached in every muscle, and my leotards were glued to me with sweat and my hair was wet. I'd fall down flat on the floor to rest and pant, then up again at the bar to do pliés. Sometimes I would be the Princess Aurora in The Sleeping Beauty, and sometimes I'd dance the part of the prince as well and leap high into the air and beat my feet together. Once I looked up from my concluding dying swan spasms, and I saw Chris standing in the attic shadows, watching with the oddest expression on his face. Soon he'd be having a birthday, his 15th. How had it come about that already he seemed a man and not a boy? Was it only that vague look in his eyes that said he was moving quickly from childhood? On full point, I performed a sequence of those very small, even steps which are supposed to give the impression the dancer is gliding across the stage and creating what is poetically called a string of pearls. In such a way, I flitter-glided over to Chris and held out my arms. "Come, Chris, be my danseur. Let me teach you the way." He smiled, seeming bemused, but he shook his head and said that was impossible. "Ballet dancing is not for me. But I'd like to learn to waltz, if the music is Strauss." He made me laugh. At that time, the only waltz music we had except ballet were old Strauss records. I hurried over to the record player to take off the Swan Lake records, and I put on the Blue Danube. Chris was clumsy. He held me awkwardly, as if embarrassed. He stepped on my pink point shoes. But it was touching how hard he tried to get simple steps right, and I couldn't tell him all his talents must reside in his brain and in the skill of his artistic hands, for certainly none of it drifted down to his legs and feet. And yet, there was something sweet and endearing about a Strauss waltz, easy to do and romantic, and so unlike those athletic ballet waltzes that put you in a sweat and left you panting for breath. When Mama finally came through the door with that smashing white outfit for dancing Swan Lake, a beautifully feathered, brief bodice, tight cap, white slippers, and white leotard so sheer the pink of my skin showed through, I gasped. Oh, it seemed that love, hope, and happiness could be brought upstairs in one single giant-sized, slippery satin white box with a violet ribbon, and given to me by someone who really cared, when another who really cared put this idea in her head.
Dance, ballerina, dance, and do your pirouette in rhythm with your aching heart. Dance, ballerina, dance, you mustn't once forget a dancer has to dance the part. Once you said his love must wait its turn, you wanted fame instead. I guess that's your concern. We'll live and learn, and love is gone, ballerina gone.
Eventually, Chris could do the waltz and the foxtrot. When I tried to teach him the Charleston, he refused. "I don't need to learn every kind of dance like you do. I'm not going to be on stage. All I want to learn is how to get out on the dance floor with a girl in my arms and not make a jackass of myself." I'd always been dancing. There wasn't any kind of dance I couldn't do and didn't want to do. "Chris, there's one thing you've got to know. You cannot waltz your whole life through or do the foxtrot. Every year brings about changes, like in clothes. You've got to keep up with the times and adapt. Come on, let's jazz it up a bit so you can limber up your creaky joints that must be going stiff from so much sitting and reading." I stopped waltzing and ran to put on another record. "You ain't nothing but a hound dog." I raised my arms and began to gyrate my hips. "Rock and roll, Chris. You've got to learn how. Listen to the beat, let go, and learn to swivel your hips like Elvis. Come on. Half close your eyes, look sleepy, sexy, and pout your lips. For if you don't, no girl is ever going to love you. Then no girl is ever going to love me." That's the way he said it. Dead flat and dead serious. He would never let anyone force him to do anything that didn't fit his image of himself. And in a way I liked him for being what he was. Strong, resolute, determined to be his own person, even if his kind of person had long ago gone out of style. My Sir Christopher, the knight gallant. Godlike, we changed the seasons in the attic. We took down the flowers and hung up autumn leaves of brown, russet, scarlet, and gold. If we were still here when winter's snowflakes fell, we'd then substitute lacy white designs that we were all for cutting out in preparation, just in case. We made wild ducks and geese from white, grey, and black craft paper, and aimed our mobile birds in wide-arrowed skeins heading them south. Birds were easy to make, just elongated ovals with spheres for heads, teardrops with wings. When Chris wasn't sitting with his head stuck in a book, he was painting watercolor scenes of snow-covered hills with lakes where ice skaters skimmed. He put small houses of yellow and pink, deeply buried in snow, and smoke curled from the chimneys, and in the distance rose a misty church steeple. And when he was done, he painted all around this a dark window frame. When this was hung on the wall, we had a room with a view. Once, Chris had been a tease I could never please, an older brother. But we changed up there, he and I, just as much as we altered our attic world. We lay side by side on an old mattress, stained and smelly, for hours on end, and talked, making plans for the kind of lives we'd live once we were free and rich as Midas. We'd travel around the world. He would meet and fall in love with the most beautiful, sexy woman who was brilliant, understanding, charming, witty, and enormous fun to be with. She'd be the perfect housekeeper, the most faithful of devoted wives, the best of mothers, and she'd never nag or complain or cry or doubt his judgment or be disappointed or discouraged if he made stupid mistakes on the stock market and lost all of their money. She'd understand he'd done his best, and soon he'd make a fortune again with his wits and clever brains. Boy, did he leave me feeling low. How in the world was I ever going to fill the needs of a man like Chris? Somehow or other I knew he was setting the standard from which I'd judge all my future suitors. Chris, this intelligent, charming, witty, gorgeous woman, can't she have even one little flaw? Why should she have flaws? Take our mother, for instance. You think she is all of those things, except perhaps brilliant.
Mama's not stupid, he defended vehemently. She's just grown up in the wrong kind of environment. She was put down as a child and made to feel inferior because she was a girl.
As for me, after I'd been a prima ballerina for a number of years and was ready to marry and settle down, I didn't know what kind of man I wanted if he didn't measure up to Chris or my father. I wanted him handsome, I knew that, for I wanted beautiful children. And I wanted him brilliant, or I might not respect him. Before I accepted his diamond engagement ring, I'd sit him down to play games. And if I won time and again, I'd smile, shake my head, and tell him to take his ring back to the store. And as we made our plans for the future, our pots of philodendron drooped limp. Our ivy leaves turned yellow before they died. We bustled about, giving our plants tender, loving care, talking to them, pleading with them, asking them to please stop looking sick and perk up and straighten up their necks. After all, they were getting the healthiest of all sunlight, that eastern morning light. In a few more weeks, Corrie and Carrie stopped pleading to go outside. No longer did Carrie beat her small fists against the oak door, and Corrie stopped trying to kick it down with his ineffectual small feet, wearing only soft sneakers that didn't keep his small toes from bruising. They now docilely accepted what before they'd denied. The attic garden was the only outside available to them. And, in time, pitiful as it was, they soon forgot there was a world other than the one we were locked up in. Chris and I had dragged several old mattresses close to the eastern windows, so we could open the windows wide and sunbathe in the beneficial rays that didn't have to pass through dirty window glass first. Children needed sunlight in order to grow. All we had to do was look at our dying plants and register what the attic air was doing to our greenery. Unabashedly, we stripped off all our clothes and sunbathed in the short time the sun visited our windows. We saw each other's differences and thought little about them, and frankly told Mama what we did, so we too wouldn't die from lack of sunlight. She glanced from Chris to me and weakly smiled. "It's all right, but don't let your grandmother know. She wouldn't approve, as you well know." I now know that she looked at Chris and then at me for signs to indicate our innocence or our awakening sexuality. And what she saw must have given her some assurance we were still only children, though she should have known better. The twins loved to be naked and play as babies. They laughed and giggled when they used terms such as doo-doo and twiddle-dee, and enjoyed looking at the places where doo-doo came from, and wondered why Corey's twiddle-dee maker was so different from Carrie's. "Why, Chris?" asked Carrie, pointing at what he had and Corey had and she and I didn't have. I went right on reading Wuthering Heights and tried to ignore such silly talk. But Chris tried to give an answer that was correct as well as truthful. "All male creatures have their sexual organs on the outside, and females have theirs tucked away inside." "Neatly inside," I said. "Yes, Kathy, I know you approve of your neat body, and I approve of my unneat body. So let all of us rejoice that we have what we do. Our parents accepted our bare skins just as they did our eyes and hair, and so shall we. And I forgot. Male birds have their organs neatly tucked away inside too, like females." Intrigued, I asked, "How do you know?" "I just know." "You read it in a book?" "What else? Do you think I caught a bird and examined it? I wouldn't put it past you. At least I read to improve my brain, not just to entertain it. You're going to make a very dull man, I'm warning. And if a male bird has tucked away sexual organs, doesn't that make him a her?" "No." "But, Christopher, I don't understand. Why are birds different?" "They have to be streamlined in order to fly." It was another of those puzzlements, and he had the answers. I just knew the brain of brains had the answers. "All right, but why are male birds made the way they are and leave out the streamlined part?" He floundered. His face turned deeply red, and he sought a way to say something delicately. "Male birds can be aroused, and that makes what is in come out." "How are they aroused?" "Shut up and read your book, and let me read mine." Some days were too chilly for sunbathing. Then it grew frigid, so even wearing our heaviest and warmest clothes, we still shivered unless we ran. Too soon the morning sun stole away from the east, leaving us desolate and wishing there were windows on the southern side, but the windows were shuttered over and locked. "It doesn't matter," said Mamma. "The morning sun is the healthiest." Words that didn't cheer us, since our plants were dying one by one while living in the healthiest sunlight of all. As November began, the attic began to turn Arctic cold. Our teeth chattered, our noses ran, we sneezed often, and complained to Mamma that we needed a stove with a chimney, since the 2 stoves in the schoolroom had been disconnected. Mamma spoke of bringing up an electric or gas heater, but she feared an electric stove might start a fire if connected to many extension cords, and a chimney was also needed for a gas heater. She brought us long, heavy underwear and thick ski jackets with attached hoods and bright ski pants with wool fleece lining. Wearing these clothes, we went daily into the attic, where we could run free and escape the grandmother's ever-observant eyes. In our cluttered bedroom, we barely had room to walk without colliding into something to bruise our shins. In the attic, we went frantic, screaming as we chased one another, hiding, finding, putting on small plays with frenzied activity. We fought sometimes, argued, cried, then went back to fierce play. We had a passion for hide-and-seek. Chris and I enjoyed making this game terribly threatening, but only mildly so for the twins, who were already terrified enough of the many bad things that lingered in the dark attic shadows. Carrie earnestly said she saw monsters hiding behind the shrouded furniture. One day we were up in the attic polar zone and searching to find Corey. "I'm going downstairs," said Carrie, her small face resentful, her lips pouted. No good to try and make her stay and exercise. She was too stubborn. She sashayed off in her little red ski outfit, leaving me and Chris to hunt around to find Corey. Customarily, he was just too easy to find. His way was to choose the last place Chris had hidden. So it was our belief we could go straight to the third massive armoire, and there would be Corey, crouched down on the floor, hiding under the old clothes and grinning up at us. We indulged him, avoiding this particular wardrobe for a specific length of time. Then we decided to find him. And lo, when we looked, he wasn't there. "Well, I'll be damned," exclaimed Chris. "He's finally going to be innovative and find an original place to hide." That's what came of reading so many books. Big words stuck to his brains. I swiped at my leaky nose and then took another look around. If truly innovative, there were a million good hiding places in this multi-winged attic. Why, it might take us hours and hours to find Corey. And I was cold, tired and irritable, sick of playing this game Chris insisted on daily to keep us active. "Corey!" I yelled. "Come out from wherever you are. It's time to eat lunch." Now that should bring him. Meals were a cozy and homey thing to do, and they broke up our long days into separate portions. Still he didn't answer. I flashed angry eyes at Chris. "Peanut butter and grape jelly sandwiches," I added. Corey's favorite meal, which should bring him running. Still not a sound, not a cry, nothing. Suddenly I was scared. I couldn't believe Corey had overcome his fear of the immense, shadowy attic and was at last taking the game seriously. But just suppose he was trying to imitate Chris or me. Oh, God! "Chris," I cried, "we've got to find Corey, and fast." He caught my panic and whirled about to run, crying out Corey's name, ordering him to come out, stop hiding. Both of us ran and hunted, calling Corey repeatedly. Hide-and-seek time was over, lunchtime now. No answer, and I was nearly freezing despite all my clothes. Even my hands looked blue. "Oh, my God," murmured Chris, pulling up short. "Just suppose he hid in one of the trunks and the lid came down and accidentally latched. Corey would suffocate. He'd die." Like crazy, we ran and looked, throwing open the lids of every old trunk. We tossed out pantaloons, shifts, camisoles, petticoats, stays, suits, all with insane, distressed terror. And while I ran and searched, I prayed over and over again for God not to let Corey die. "Kathy, I've found him!" shouted Chris. I spun around to see Chris lifting Corey's small, inert form from a trunk that had latched and kept him inside. Weak with relief, I stumbled over and kissed Corey's small, pale face, turned a funny color from lack of oxygen. His slitted eyes were unfocused. He was very nearly unconscious. "Mama," he whispered. "I want my mama." But Mama was miles away, learning how to type and take shorthand. There was only a pitiless grandmother we didn't know how to reach in an emergency. "Run quick and fill the bathtub with hot water," said Chris. "But not too hot. We don't want to scald him." Then he was racing with Corey in his arms toward the stairwell. I reached the bedroom first, then sped on toward the bath. I glanced backward to see Chris lay Corey down on his bed. Then he bent above, held Corey's nostrils, and then Chris lowered his head until his mouth covered Corey's blue lips, which were spread apart. My heart jumped. Was he dead? Had he stopped breathing? Carrie took one glance at what was going on. Her small twin, blue and not moving, and she began to scream. In the bathroom, I turned on both faucets as far as they would go. Full blast they gushed. Corey was going to die. Always I was dreaming of death and dying, and most of the times my dreams came true. And, as always, just when I thought God had turned his back on us and didn't care, I whirled to grab hold of my faith and prayed, demanding him not to let Corey die. "Please, God, please, God, please, please, please." Maybe my desperate prayers did as much to help Corey back to life as the artificial resuscitation Chris performed. "He's breathing again," said Chris, pale-faced and trembling as he carried Corey to the tub. "Now all we have to do is warm him up." In no time at all, we had Corey undressed and in the tub of warm water. "Mama," whispered Corey as he came to. "I want Mama." Over and over again he kept saying it, and I could have pounded my fists through the walls. It was so damned unfair. He should have his mother, and not just a pretend mother who didn't know what to do. I wanted out of this, even if I had to beg in the streets. But I said, in a calm way that made Chris lift his head and smile at me with approval, "Why can't you pretend I'm Mama? I'll do everything for you that she would. I'll hold you on my lap and rock you to sleep while I sing you a lullaby, just as soon as you eat a little lunch and drink some milk." Both Chris and I were kneeling as I said this. He was massaging Corey's small feet, while I rubbed his cold hands and made them warm again. When his flesh was colored normally again, we dried Corey off, put on his warmest pajamas, wrapped him in a blanket, and in the old rocker Chris had brought down from the attic, I sat down and cuddled my small brother on my lap. I covered his wan face with kisses and whispered sweet nothings in his ear that made him giggle. If he could laugh, he could eat, and I fed him tiny bits of sandwich and gave him sips of lukewarm soup and long drinks of milk. And as I did this, I grew older. 10 years I aged in 10 minutes. I glanced over at Chris as he sat down to eat his lunch and saw that he too had changed. Now we knew there was real danger in the attic, beyond that of slow withering from lack of sunlight and fresh air. We all faced threats much worse than the mice and spiders that insisted on living despite all we did to kill every last one. All alone, Chris stalked up the narrow, steep stairs to the attic, his face grim as he entered the closet. I rocked on, holding both Carrie and Corey on my lap and singing Rock-a-Bye Baby. Suddenly there was a fierce hammering coming from above, a terrible clamor the servants might hear. "Kathy," said Corey in a small whisper while Carrie nodded off into sleep, "I don't like not having a Mama any more." "You do have a Mama. You have me." "Are you as good as a real Mama?" "Yes, I think I am. I love you very much, Corey, and that's what makes a real mother." Corey stared up at me with wide blue eyes to see if I was sincere or if I were only mocking his need. Then his small arms crept up around my neck and he cuddled his head on my shoulder. "I'm so sleepy, Mama, but don't stop singing." I was still rocking, still singing softly, when Chris came back, wearing a satisfied expression. "Never again will a trunk lock inadvertently," he said, "for I smashed every last lock, and the wardrobes, now they won't lock either." I nodded. He sat on the nearest bed and watched the slow rhythm of the rocking chair, listening to the childish tune I kept right on singing. A slow flush heated his face, so he seemed embarrassed. "I feel so left out, Kathy. Would it be all right if I sat in the rocker first, and then the three of you piled on?" Daddy used to do that. He'd hold all of us on his lap, even Mama. His arms had been long enough and strong enough to embrace us all and give us the nicest, warmest feeling of security and love. I wondered if Chris could do the same. As we sat in the rocker with Chris underneath, I caught a glimpse of us in the dresser mirror across the way. An eerie feeling stole over me, making all of this seem so unreal. He and I looked like doll parents, younger editions of Mama and Daddy. "The Bible says there is a time for everything," whispered Chris, so as not to awaken the twins. "A time to be born, a time to plant, a time to harvest, a time to die, and so on. And this is our time to sacrifice. Later on will come our time to live and enjoy." I turned my head and nestled it down on his boyish shoulder, grateful he was always so optimistic, always so cheerful. It felt good to have his strong young arms about me, almost as protective and good as Daddy's arms had been. Chris was right, too. Our happy time would come the day we left this room and went downstairs to attend a funeral.